The Wife of Sir Isaac Harman by H. G. Wells. Narrated by Sam Cousy. Chapter 1 introduces Lady Harman. The motor car entered a little white gate, came to a porch under a thick wig of jasmine, and stopped. The chauffeur indicated by a movement of the head that this, at last, was it. A tall young woman with a soft big mouth, great masses of blue-black hair on either side of a broad, low forehead, and eyes of so dark a brown you might have thought them black, drooped forward and surveyed the house with a mixture of keen appreciation and that gentle apprehension which is the shadow of desire in unassuming natures. The little house with the white-framed windows looked at her with a sleepy wakefulness from under its blinds, and made no sign. Beyond the corner was a glimpse of lawn, a rank of delphiniums, and the sound of a wheelbarrow. "Clarence," the lady called again. Clarence, with an air of exceeding his duties, decided to hear, descended slowly, and came to the door. "Very likely if you were to look for a bell, Clarence." Clarence regarded the porch with a hostile air, made no secret that he thought it a fool of a porch, seemed on the point of disobedience, and submitted. His gestures suggested a belief that he would next be asked to boil eggs or do the boots. He found a bell and rang it with the needless violence of a man who has no special knowledge of ringing bells. How was he to know? He was a chauffeur. The bell did not so much ring as explode and swamp the place. Sounds of ringing came from all the windows and even out of the chimneys. It seemed as if, once set, ringing that bell would never cease. Clarence went to the bonnet of his machine and presented his stooping back in a defensive manner against anyone who might come out. He wasn't a footman anyhow. He'd rung that bell all right, and now he must see to his engine. "He's rung so loud," said the lady, weakly, apparently to God. The door behind the neat white pillars opened, and a little red-nosed woman, in a cap she had evidently put on without a proper glass, appeared. She surveyed the car and its occupant with disfavour over her also very oblique spectacles. The lady waved a pink paper to her, a house agent's order to view. "Is this Black Strands?" she shouted. The little woman advanced slowly with her eyes fixed malevolently on the pink paper. She seemed to be stalking it. "This is Black Strands," repeated the tall lady. "I should be so sorry if I disturbed you, if it isn't. Ringing the bell like that and all. You can't think." "This is Black Strand," said the little old woman with a note of deep reproach, and suddenly ceased to look over her glasses and looked through them. She looked no kindlier through them, and her eyes seemed much larger. She was now regarding the lady in the car, though with a sustained alertness towards the pink paper. "I suppose," she said, "you've come to see over the place? If it doesn't disturb anyone, if it is quite convenient." "Mr. Brumley is out," said the little old woman, "and if you got an order to view, you got an order to view. If you think I might." The lady stood up in the car, a tall and graceful figure of doubt and desire and glossy black fur. "I'm sure it looks a very charming house. It's clean," said the little old woman, "from top to toe. Look as you may." "It sure is," said the tall lady, and put aside her great fur coat from her lithe, slender, red-clad body. She was permitted by a sudden civility of Clarence's to descend. "Why, the windows," she said, pausing on the step, "are like crystal." "These very hands," said the little old woman, and glanced up at the windows the lady had praised. The little old woman's initial sternness wrinkled and softened as the skin of a windfall does after a day or so upon the ground. She half turned in the doorway and made a sudden, verger-like gesture. We enter, she said, by the hall. Them's Mr. Brumley's hats and sticks. Every hat or cap as a stick, and every stick as a hat or cap. And on the hall table is the gloves corresponding. On the right is the door leading to the kitchen. On the left is the large drawing room, which Mr. Brumley's has took as his study. Her voice fell to lowlier things. The other door beyond is a small lavatory, having a basin for washing hands. It's a perfectly delightful hall, said the lady. So low and wide looking, and everything so bright and lovely. Those long Italian pictures, and how charming that broad outlook upon the garden beyond. You'll think it charminger when you see the gardening, said the little old woman. It was Mrs. Brumley's especial delight, much of it with her own hands. We now enter the drawing room, she proceeded, and flinging open the door to the right was received with an indistinct cry suggestive of the words, "Oh, damn it!" The stout, medium-sized gentleman in an artistic green-grey Norfolk suit, from whom the cry proceeded, was kneeling on the floor close to the wide-open window, and he was engaged in lacing up a boot. He had a round, ruddy, rather handsome, amiable face with a sort of bang of brown hair coming over one temple, and a large silk bow under his chin, and a little towards one ear, such as artists and artistic men of letters affect. His profile was regular and fine, his eyes expressive, his mouth a very passable mouth. His features expressed at first only the naive horror of a shy man unveiled. Intelligent appreciation supervened. There was a crowded moment of rapid mutual inspection. The lady's attitude was that of the enthusiastic house explorer arrested in full flight, falling swiftly towards apology and retreat. It was a frightfully attractive room too, full of the brightest colour, and with a big white cast of a statue, a Venus, in the window. She backed over the threshold again. "I thought you was out and by that window, sir," said the little old woman intimately, and was nearly shutting the door between them and all the beginnings of this story. But the voice of the gentleman arrested and wedged open the closing door. Are you looking at the house?" he said. "I say, just a moment, Mrs. Rabbit." He came down the length of the room with a slight flicking noise due to the scandalized excitement of his abandoned laces. The lady was reminded of her not so very distant school days, when it would have been considered a suitable answer to such a question as his to reply, "No, I'm walking down Piccadilly on my hands." But instead she waved that pink paper again. "The agents," she said, "recommended specially. So sorry if I intrude. I ought, I know, to have written first, but I came on an impulse." By this time, the gentleman in the artistic tie, who had also the artistic eye for such matters, had discovered that the lady was young, delightfully slender, either pretty or beautiful, he could scarcely tell which, and very, very well dressed. "I am glad," he said with remarkable decision, "that I was not out. I will show you the house." "How can you, sir?" intervened the little old woman. "Oh, show a house, why not? The kitchens, you don't understand the range, sir. It's beyond you. And upstairs, you can't show a lady upstairs." The gentleman reflected upon these difficulties. "Well, I am going to show her all I can show her anyhow, and after that, Mrs. Rabbit, you shall come in. You needn't wait." "I'm thinking," said Mrs. Rabbit, folding stiff little arms and regarding him sternly. "You won't be much good after tea, you know, if you don't get your afternoon's exercise." "Rendezvous in the kitchen, Mrs. Rabbit," said Mr. Brumley firmly, and Mrs. Rabbit, after a moment of mute struggle, disappeared discontentedly. "I do not want to be the least bit a bother," said the lady. "I'm intruding, I know, without the least bit of notice. I do hope I'm not disturbing you." She seemed to make an effort to stop at that, and failed and added, "The least bit. Do please tell me if I am." Not at all, said Mr. Brumley. I hate my afternoon's walk, as a prisoner hates the treadmill. She is such a nice old creature. She's been a mother and several aunts to us ever since my wife died. She was the first servant we ever had. All this house, he explained to his visitors' questioning eyes, was my wife's creation. It was a little featureless agent's house on the edge of these pine woods. She saw something in the shape of the rooms and that central hall. We've enlarged it, of course, twice. This was 2 rooms. That is why there is a step down in the centre. That window and window seat. That was her addition, said Mr. Brumley. All this room is replete with her personality. He hesitated and explained further. When we prepared this house, we expected to be better off than we subsequently became, and she could let herself go. Much is from Holland and Italy, and that beautiful old writing desk with the little single rose in the glass. She put it there. She even, in a sense, put the flower there. It is renewed, of course, by Mrs. Rabbit. She trained Mrs. Rabbit. He sighed slightly, apparently at some thought of Mrs. Rabbit. You write? The lady stopped and then diverted a question that she perhaps considered too blunt. There? Largely, I am a sort of author. Perhaps you know my books, not very important books, but people sometimes read them. The rose pink of the lady's cheek deepened by a shade. Within her pretty head, her mind rushed to and fro, saying, Brumley? Brumley? Then she had a saving gleam. Are you George Brumley? She asked. The George Brumley? My name is George Brumley, he said with a proud modesty. Perhaps you know my little Euphemia books. They are still the most read. The lady made a faint, dishonest assent-like noise, and her rose pink deepened another shade. But her interlocutor was not watching her very closely just then. Euphemia was my wife, he said. At least my wife gave her to me, a kind of exhalation. This, his voice fell with a genuine respect for literary associations, was Euphemia's home. I still, he continued, go on. I go on writing about Euphemia. I have to. In this house, with my tradition, but it is becoming painful. Painful. Curiously more painful now than at the beginning. And I want to go. I want at last to make a break. That is why I am letting or selling the house. There will be no more Euphemia. His voice fell to silence. The lady surveyed the long, low, clear room so cleverly prepared for life, with its white wall, its Dutch clock, its Dutch dresser, its pretty seats upon the open fireplace, its cleverly placed bureau, its sun trap at the garden end. She could feel the rich intention of living in its every arrangement, and a sense of uncertainty in things struck home to her. She seemed to see a woman like herself, only very, very much cleverer, flitting about the room and making it. And then this woman had vanished, nowhither, leaving this gentleman sadly left in the care of Mrs. Rabbit. And she is dead? She said with a softness in her dark eyes and a fall in her voice that was quite natural and very pretty. She died, said Mr. Brumley, 3.5 years ago. He reflected. Almost exactly. He paused, and she filled the pause with feeling. He became suddenly very brave and brisk and businesslike. He led the way back into the hall and made explanations. It is not so much a hall as a hall living room. We use that end except when we go out upon the veranda beyond as our dining room. The door to the right is the kitchen. The lady's attention was caught again by the bright, long, eventful pictures that had already pleased her. They are copies of 2 of Carpaccio's St. George's series in Venice, he said. We bought them together there, but no doubt you've seen the originals. In a little old place with a custodian and rather dark. One of those corners so full of that delightful, out of the wayishness, which is so characteristic, I think, of Venice. I don't know if you found that in Venice. I've never been abroad, said the lady. Never. I should love to go. I suppose you and your wife went ever so much. He had a transitory wonder that so fine a lady should be untravelled, but his eagerness to display his backgrounds prevented him thinking that out at the time. 2 or 3 times, he said, before our little boy came to us, and always returning with something for the place. Look, he went on, stepped across an exquisite little brick court to a lawn of soft emerald, and turning back upon the house. That Della Robbia plaque we lugged all the way back from Florence with us, and that stone bird bath is from Siena. How bright it is, murmured the lady, after a brief still appreciation. Delightfully bright, as though it would shine even if the sun didn't. And she abandoned herself to the rapture of seeing a house and garden that were, for once, better even than the agent's superlatives, and within her grasp, if she chose, within her grasp. She made the garden melodious with soft appreciative sounds. She had a small voice for her size, but quite a charming one. A little live bird of a voice, bright and sweet. It was a clear, unruffled afternoon. Even the unseen wheelbarrow had very sensibly ceased to creak and seemed to be somewhere listening. Only one trivial matter marred their easy explorations. His boots remained unlaced. No propitious moment came when he could stoop and lace them. He was not a dexterous man with eyelets, and stooping made him grunt and his head swim. He hoped these trailing imperfections went unmarked. He tried subtly to lead this charming lady about, and at the same time walk a little behind her. She, on her part, could not determine whether she would be displeased or not if she noticed this slight embarrassment and asked him to set it right. They were quite long leather laces, and they flew about with a sturdy negligence of anything but their own offensive contentment, like a gross man who whistles a vulgar tune as he goes round some ancient church. Flick, flock, they went, and flip, flap, enjoying themselves, and sometimes he trod on one and halted in his steps, and sometimes for a moment she felt her foot tether him. But man is the adaptable animal, and presently they both became more used to these inconveniences and more mechanical in their efforts to avoid them. They treated those laces then exactly as nice people would treat that gross man. A minimum of polite attention and all the rest pointedly directed away from him. The garden was full of things that people dream about doing in their gardens and mostly never do. There was a rose garden all blooming in chorus and with pillar roses and arches that were not so much growths as overflowing cornucopias of roses, and a neat orchard with shapely trees white painted to their exact middles, a stone wall bearing clematis, and a clothesline so gay with Mr. Brimley's blue and white flannel shirts that it seemed an essential part of the design. And then there was a great border of herbaceous perennials backed by delphiniums and monkshood already in flower, and budding hollyhocks rising to their duty, a border that reared its blaze of colour against a hill slope dark with pines. There was no hedge whatever to this delightful garden. It seemed to go straight into the pine woods. Only an invisible netting marked its limits and fended off the industrious curiosity of the rabbits. This strip of wood is ours, right up to the crest, he said, and from the crest one has a view. One has 2 views, if you would care. The lady made it clear that she was there to see all she could. She radiated her appetite to see. He carried a fur stole for her over his arm and flicked the way up the hill. Flip, flap, flop. She followed demurely. "This is the only view I care to show you now," he said at the crest. "There was a better one beyond there, but it has been defiled. Those hills. I knew you would like them. The space of it. And yet, this view lacks the shining ponds. There are wonderful distant ponds, and all I must show you the other. But you see, there is the high road, and the high road has produced an abomination. Along here we go. Now, don't look down, please." His gesture covered the foreground. "Look right over the nearer things to the distance, there." The lady regarded the wide view with serene appreciation. "I don't see," she said, "that it's in any way ruined. It's perfect." "You don't see? Ah, you look right over. You look high. I wish I could too. But that screaming board, I wish the man's crust would choke him." And indeed, quite close at hand, where the road curved about below them, the statement that staminal bread, the true staff of life, was sold only by the international bread shops, was flung out with a vigor of yellow and Prussian blue that made the landscape tame. His finger directed her questioning eye. "Oh," said the lady suddenly, as one who is convicted of a stupidity, and coloured slightly. "In the morning, of course, it is worse. The sun comes directly onto it. Then really and truly it blots out everything." The lady stood quite silent for a time, with her eyes on the distant ponds. Then he perceived that she was blushing. She turned to her interlocutor as a puzzled pupil might turn to a teacher. "It really is a very good bread," she said. "They make it, oh, most carefully, with the German, and one has to tell people." Her point of view surprised him. He had expected nothing but a docile sympathy. "But to tell people here," he said. "Yes, I suppose one oughtn't to tell them here. Man does not live by bread alone." She gave the faintest assent. "This is the work of one pushful, shoving creature, a man named Harman. Imagine him. Imagine what he must be. Don't you feel his soul defiling us? This summit of a stupendous pile of dough, thinking of nothing but his miserable, monstrous profits, seeing nothing in the delight of life, the beauty of the world, but something that attracts attention, draws eyes, something that gives him his horrible opportunity of getting ahead of all his poor little competitors and inserting this. It's the quintessence of all that is wrong with the world, squalid, shameless, huckstering." He flew off at a tangent. 4 or 5 years ago, they made this landscape disease a night. He looked at her for a sympathetic indignation, and then suddenly something snapped in his brain, and he understood. There wasn't an instant between absolute innocence and absolute knowledge. "You see," she said, as responsive as though he had cried out sharply at the horror in his mind, "Sir Isaac is my husband. Naturally, I ought to have given you my name to begin with. It was silly." Mr. Bramley gave one wild glance at the board, but indeed there was not a word to be said in its mitigation. It was the crude advertisement of a crude, pretentious thing crudely sold. "My dear lady," he said in his largest style, "I am desolated, but I have said it. It isn't a pretty board." A memory of epithets prickled him. You must forgive a certain touch of rhetoric. He turned about as if to dismiss the board altogether, but she remained with her brow very faintly knit, surveying the cause of his offence. "It isn't a pretty board," she said. "I've wondered at times it isn't. I implore you to forget that outbreak, mere petulance because, I suppose, of a peculiar liking for that particular view. There are associations. I've wondered lately," she continued, holding on to her own thoughts, "what people did think of them, and it's curious to hear." For a moment, neither spoke. She surveyed the board and he the tall ease of her pose. And he was thinking she must surely be the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. The whole country might be covered with boards if it gave us such women as this. He felt the urgent need of some phrase to pull the situation out of this pit into which it had fallen. He was a little unready, his faculties all as it were neglecting his needs and crowding to the windows to stare, and meanwhile she spoke again with something of the frankness of one who thinks aloud. You see, she said, one doesn't hear, one thinks perhaps, and there it is. When one marries very young, one is apt to take so much for granted, and afterwards. She was wonderfully expressive in her inexpressiveness, he thought, but found as yet no saving phrase. Her thoughts continued to drop from her. One sees them so much that at last one doesn't see them. She turned away to survey the little house again. It was visible in bright strips between the red scarred pine stems. She looked at it chin up with a still approval, but she was the slenderest loveliness and with such a dignity. And she spoke at length as though the board had never existed. It's like a little piece of another world, so bright and so perfect. There was the phantom of a sigh in her voice. I think you will be charmed by our rockery, he said. It was one of our particular efforts. Every time we two went abroad, we came back with something, stonecrop or alpine or some little bulb from the wayside. How can you leave it? He was leaving it because it bored him to death. But so intricate is the human mind that it was with perfect sincerity he answered, It will be a tremendous wrench. I have to go. And you've written most of your books here and lived here. The note of sympathy in her voice gave him a sudden suspicion that she imagined his departure due to poverty. Now, to be poor as an author is to be unpopular, and he valued his popularity with the better sort of people. He hastened to explain, I have to go because here, you see, here, neither for me nor my little son is its life. It's a place of memories, a place of accomplished beauty. My son already breaks away, a preparatory school at Margate. Healthier, better for us to break altogether, I feel, wrench though it may be. It's full for us, at least. A new tenant would be different, of course. But it's for us. It's full of associations we can't alter. Can't for the life of us change. Nothing, you see, goes on. And life, you know, is change. Change and going on. He paused impressively on his generalization. But you will want to hand it over to sympathetic people, of course. People, she faltered, who will understand. Mr. Brumley took an immense stride, conversationally. I am certain there is no one I would more readily see in that house than yourself, he said. But, she protested, and besides, you don't know me. One knows some things at once, and I am assured you would understand as if I had known you 20 years. It may seem absurd to you, but when I looked up just now and saw you for the first time, I thought, this is the tenant. This is her house, not a doubt. That is why I did not go for my walk, came round with you. You really think you would like us to have that house? She said. Still? No one better, said Mr. Brumley. After the board, after 100 boards, I let the house to you. My husband, of course, will be the tenant, reflected Lady Harman. She seemed to brighten again by an effort. I have always wanted something like this. That wasn't gorgeous. That wasn't mean. I can't make things. It isn't everyone that can make a place. Mr. Brumley found their subsequent conversation the fullest realization of his extremest hopes. Behind his amiable speeches, which soon grew altogether easy and confident again, 100 imps of vanity were patting his back for the intuition, the swift decision that had abandoned his walk so promptly. In some extraordinary way, the incident on the board became impossible. It hadn't happened, he felt, or it had happened differently. Anyhow, there was no time to think that over now. He guided the lady to the two little greenhouses, made her note the opening glow of the great autumnal border, and brought her to the rock garden. She stooped and loved and almost kissed the soft, healthy cushions of pampered saxifrage. She appreciated the cleverness of the moss bed where there were drosseras. She knelt to the gentians. She had a kindly word for that bank holiday corner where London pride still belatedly rejoiced. She cried out at the delicate Iceland poppies that thrust up between the stones of the rough pavement, and so, in the most amiable accord, they came to the raised seat in the heart of it all, and sat down and took in the whole effect of the place. And backing of woods, the lush borders, the neat lawn, the still neater orchard, the pergola, the nearer delicacies among the stones, and the gable, the shining white rough cast of the walls, the casement windows, the projecting upper story, the carefully sought out old tiles of the roof, and everything bathed in that caressing sunshine which does not scorch nor burn but gilds and warms deliciously. That summer sunshine which only northward islands know. Recovering from his first astonishment and his first misadventure, Mr. Brumley was soon himself again, talkative, interesting, subtly and gently aggressive. For once, one may use a hackneyed phrase without the slightest exaggeration. He was charmed. He was one of those very natural-minded men with active imaginations who find women the most interesting things in a full and interesting universe. He was an entirely good man and almost professionally on the side of goodness. His pen was a pillar of the home, and he was hostile and even actively hostile to all those influences that would undermine and change anything. But he did find women attractive. He watched them and thought about them. He loved to be with them. He would take great pains to please and interest them, and his mind was frequently dreaming quite actively of them, of championing them, saying wonderful and impressive things to them, having great friendships with them, adoring them and being adored by them. At times he had to ride this interest on the curb. At times the vigour of its urgencies made him inconsistent and secretive. Comparatively, his own sex was a matter of indifference to him. Indeed, he was a very normal man. Even such abstractions as goodness and justice had rich feminine figures in his mind, and when he sat down and wrote criticism at his desk, that pretty little slut of a Delphic Sibyl presided over his activities. So that it was a cultivated as well as an active, attentive eye that studied the movements of Lady Harman and an experienced ear that weighed the words and cadences of her entirely inadequate and extremely expressive share in their conversation. He had enjoyed the social advantages of a popular and presentable man of letters, and he had met a variety of ladies, but he had never yet met anyone at all like Lady Harman. She was pretty and quite young and fresh. He doubted if she was as much as 24. She was as simple-mannered as though she was ever so much younger than that, and dignified as though she was ever so much older, and she had a sort of lustre of wealth about her. One met it sometimes in young, richly married Jewesses, but though she was very dark, she wasn't at all of that type. She was inclined to think she must be Welsh. This manifest spending of great lots of money on the richest, finest and fluffiest things was the only aspect of her that sustained the parvenu idea, and it wasn't in any way carried out by her manners, which were as modest and silent and inaggressive as the very best can be. Personally, he liked opulence. He responded to countless guinea furs. Soon there was a neat little history in his mind that was reasonably near the truth, of a hard-up professional family, fatherless perhaps, of a mercenary marriage at 17 or so, and this. And while Mr. Brimley's observant and speculative faculties were thus active, his voice was busily engaged. With the accumulated artistry of years, he was developing his pose. He did it almost subconsciously. He flung out hint and impulsive confidence and casual statement with the careless assurance of the accustomed performer, until by nearly imperceptible degrees that finished picture of the two young lovers, happy, artistic, a little bohemian and one of them doomed to die, making their home together in an atmosphere of sunny gaiety, came into being in her mind. It must have been beautiful to have begun life like that, she said in a voice that was a sigh, and it flashed joyfully across Mr. Brumley's mind that this wonderful person could envy his Euphemia. Yes, he said, at least we had our spring. To be together, said the lady, and so beautifully poor. There is a phase in every relationship when one must generalize if one is to go further. A certain practice in this kind of talk with ladies blunted the finer sensibilities of Mr. Brumley. At any rate, he was able to produce this sentence without a qualm. Life, he said, is sometimes a very extraordinary thing. Lady Harman reflected upon this statement and then responded with an air of remembered moments. Isn't it? One loses the most precious things, said Mr. Brumley, and one loses them, and it seems as though one couldn't go on, and one goes on. And one finds oneself, said Lady Harman, without all sorts of precious things, and she stopped, transparently realizing that she was saying too much. There is a sort of vitality about life, said Mr. Brumley, and stopped as if on the verge of profundities. I suppose one hopes, said Lady Harman, and one doesn't think, and things happen. Things happen, assented Mr. Brumley. For a little while their minds rested upon this thought, as chasing butterflies might rest together on a flower. And so I am going to leave this, Mr. Brumley resumed. I am going up there to London for a time with my boy. Then perhaps we may travel Germany, Italy, perhaps in his holidays. It is beginning again, I feel with him. And then even we two must drift apart. I can't deny him a public school sooner or later, his own road. It will be so lonely for you, sympathized the lady. I have my work, said Mr. Brumley with a sort of valiant sadness. Yes, I suppose your work. She left an eloquent gap. There, of course, one's fortunate, said Mr. Brumley. I wish, said Lady Harman, with a sudden frankness and a little quickening of her colour, that I had some work, something that was my own. But you have. There are social duties. There must be all sorts of things. There are all sorts of things. I suppose I'm ungrateful. I have my children. You have children, Lady Harman? I have 4. He was really astonished. Your own? She turned her fawn's eye on his with a sudden wonder at his meaning. My own? She said with the faintest tinge of astonished laughter in her voice. What else could they be? I thought you might have stepchildren. Oh, of course. No, I'm their mother, all 4 of them. They're mine as far as that goes, anyhow. And her eye questioned him again for his intentions, but his thoughts ran along its own path. You see, he said, there is something about you so freshly beginning life, so like spring. You thought I was too young. I'm nearly 26. But all the same, though they're mine, still, why shouldn't a woman have work in the world, Mr. Brumley, in spite of all that? But surely that's the most beautiful work in the world that anyone could possibly have. Lady Harman reflected. She seemed to hesitate on the verge of some answer and not to say it. You see, she said, it may have been different with you. When one has a lot of nurses and not very much authority. She coloured deeply and broke back from the impending revelations. No, she said, I would like some work of my own. At this point, their conversation was interrupted by the lady's chauffeur in a manner that struck Mr. Brumley as extraordinary, but which the tall lady evidently regarded as the most natural thing in the world. Mr. Clarence appeared walking across the lawn towards them, surveying the charms of as obviously a charming garden as one could have, and the disdain and hostility natural to a chauffeur. He did not so much touch his cap as indicate that it was within reach, and that he could, if he pleased, touch it. It's time you were going, my lady, he said. Sir Isaac will be coming back by 5:12, and there'll be a nice to-do if you ain't at home, and me at the station and everything in order again. Manifestly an abnormal expedition. Must we start at once, Clarence? Asked the lady, consulting a bracelet watch. You surely won't take 2 hours. I can give you 15 minutes more, my lady, said Clarence, provided I may let her out and take my corners just exactly in my own way. And I must give you tea, said Mr. Brumley, rising to his feet. And there is a kitchen. And upstairs, I'm afraid, Clarence, for this occasion only, you must, what is it? Let her out. And no, oh Clarence, my lady? She ignored that. I'll tell Mrs. Rabbit at once, said Mr. Brimley, and started to run and trod in some complicated way on one of his loose laces and was precipitated down the rockery steps. Oh, cried the lady, mind, and clasped her hands. He made a sound exactly like the word damnation as he fell, but he didn't so much get up as bounce up, apparently in the brightest of tempers, and laughed, held out 2 earthly hands for sympathy with a mock rueful grimace, and went on, earthy green at the knees and a little more carefully towards the house. Clarence, having halted to drink deep satisfaction from the disaster, made his way along a nearly parallel path towards the kitchen, leaving his lady to follow as she chose to the house. You'll take a cup of tea? Called Mr. Brumley. Oh, I'll take a cup all right, said Clarence in a kindly voice of one who addresses an amusing inferior. Mrs. Rabbit had already got the tea things out upon the cane table in the pretty veranda, and took it ill that she should be supposed not to have thought of these preparations. Mr. Brumley disappeared for a few minutes into the house. He returned with a conscious relief on his face, clean hands, brushed knees, and his boots securely laced. He found Lady Harman already pouring out tea. You see, she said, to excuse this pleasant enterprise on her part, my husband has to be met at the station with the car, and of course he has no idea. She left what it was of which Sir Isaac had no idea to the groping speculations of Mr. Brumley. That evening, Mr. Brumley was quite unable to work. His mind was full of this beautiful dark lady who had come so unexpectedly into his world. Perhaps there are such things as premonitions. At any rate, he had an altogether disproportionate sense of the significance of the afternoon's adventure, which after all was a very small adventure indeed, a mere talk. His mind refused to leave her. Her black, furry slenderness, her dark, trustful eyes, the sweet firmness of her perfect lips, her appealing simplicity that was yet somehow compatible with the completest self-possession. He went over the incident of the board again and again, scraping his memory for any lurking crumb of detail, as a starving man might scrape an insufficient plate. Her dignity, her gracious, frank forgiveness, no queen alive in these days could have touched her. But it wasn't a mere elaborate admiration. There was something about her, about the quality of their meeting. Most people know that sort of intimation. This person, it says, so fine, so brave, so distant, still in so many splendid and impressive qualities, is yet in ways as yet undefined and unexplored, subtly and abundantly for you. It was that which made all her novelty and distinction and high quality and beauty so dominating among Mr. Brumley's thoughts. Without that, his interest might have been almost entirely academic, but there was woven all through her the hints of an imaginable alliance with us, with the things that are Brumley, with all that makes beautiful little cottages and advertisements in lovely places, with us against something over there lurking behind that board, something else, something out of which she came. He vaguely adumbrated what it was out of which she came. A closed, narrow life with horrid, vast, enviable quantities of money. A life, could one use the word vulgar? So that Carpaccio della Robbia, old furniture, a garden unostentatiously perfect, and the atmosphere of bell letters seem things of another more desirable world. She had never been abroad, a world too that would be so willing, so happy to enfold her, furs, funds, freshness, everything. And all this was somehow animated by the stirring warmth in the June weather, for spring raised the sap in Mr. Brumley as well as in his trees, had been a restless time for him all his life. This spring particularly had sensitized him, and now a light had shone. He was so unable to work that for 20 minutes he sat over a pleasant little essay on Shakespeare's garden, that by means of a concordance and his natural aptitude he was writing for the book of the National Shakespeare Theatre without adding a single fancy to its elegant playfulness. Then he decided he needed his afternoon walk after all, and he took cap and stick and went out, and presently found himself surveying that yellow and blue board and seeing it from an entirely new point of view. It seemed to him that he hadn't made the best use of his conversational opportunities, and for a time this troubled him. Toward the twilight he was walking along the path that runs through the heather along the hedge of the rusty dark ironstone lake, opposite the pine woods. He spoke his thoughts aloud to the discreet bat that flitted about him. "I wonder," he said, "whether I shall ever set eyes on her again." In the small hours when he ought to have been fast asleep, he decided she would certainly take the house, and that he would see her again quite a number of times. A long tangle of unavoidable detail for discussion might be improvised by an ingenious man, and the rest of that waking interval passed in such inventions which became more and more vague and magnificent and familiar as Mr. Brumley lapsed into slumber again. Next day the garden essay was still neglected, and he wrote a pretty vague little song about an earthly mourner and a fresh presence that set him thinking of the story of Persephone, and how she passed in the springtime up from the shadows again, blessing as she passed. He pulled himself together about midday, cycled over to Gorshot for lunch at the clubhouse, and around with Horace Toomer in the afternoon. Reread the poem after tea, decided it was poor, tore it up, and got himself down to his little fantasy about Shakespeare's garden for a good 2 hours before supper. It was a sketch of that fortunate poet, whose definitive immortality is now being assured by an influential committee, walking round his Stratford garden with his daughter, quoting himself copiously with an accuracy and inappropriateness that reflected more credit upon his heart than upon his head, and saying in addition many distinctively Brumley things. When Mrs. Rabbit, with a solicitude acquired from the late Mrs. Brumley, asked him how he had got on with his work, the sight of verse on his paper had made her anxious. He could answer quite truthfully, "Like a house afire." Chapter 2. The Personality of Sir Isaac. It is to be remarked that two facts, usually esteemed as supremely important in the life of a woman, do not seem to have affected Mr. Brumley's state of mind nearly so much as quite trivial personal details about Lady Harman. The first of these facts was the existence of the lady's 4 children, and the second, Sir Isaac. Mr. Brumley did not think very much of either of these 2 facts. If he had, they would have spoilt the portrait in his mind, and when he did think of them, it was chiefly to think how remarkably little they were necessary to that picture's completeness. He spent some little time, however, trying to recall exactly what it was she had said about her children. He couldn't now succeed in reproducing her words, if indeed it had been by anything so explicit as words that she had conveyed to him that she didn't feel her children were altogether hers. Incidental result of the collapse of her girlhood, tried Mr. Brumley, when she married Harman. Expensive nurses, governesses, the best that money without prestige or training could buy, and then probably a mother-in-law. And as for Harman, there Mr. Brumley's mind desisted for sheer lack of material. Given this lady and the board and his general impressions of Harman's refreshment and confectionery activity, the data were insufficient. A commonplace man, no doubt, a tradesman, energetic perhaps, and certainly a little brassy, successful by the chances of that economic revolution which everywhere replaces the isolated shop by the syndicated enterprise irrationally conceited about it. A man perhaps ultimately to be pitied with this young goddess finding herself. Mr. Brumley's mind sat down comfortably to the more congenial theme of a young goddess finding herself, and it was only very gradually, in the course of several days, that the personality of Sir Isaac began to assume its proper importance in the scheme of his imaginings. In the afternoon, he went round the links with Horace Toomer. He got some definite lights upon Sir Isaac. His mind was so full of Lady Harman that he couldn't but talk of her visit. "I've a possible tenant for my cottage," he said, as he and Toomer, full of the sunny contentment of English gentlemen who had played a proper game in a proper manner, strolled back towards the clubhouse. That man Harman. Not the international stores and staminal breadman. Yes, odd, considering my hatred of his board. He ought to pay anyhow, said Toomer. They say he has a pretty wife and keeps her shut up. She came, said Brumley, neglecting to add the trifling fact that she had come alone. Pretty? Charming, I thought. He's jealous of her. Someone was saying that the chauffeur has orders not to take her into London, only for trips in the country. They live in a big ugly house, I'm told, on Putney Hill. Did she in any way look as though... Not in the least. If she isn't an absolutely straight young woman, I've never set eyes on one. He, said Toomer, is a disgusting creature. Morally? No, but generally. Spent his life running little tradesmen for the fun of the thing. He's 3 parts an invalid with some obscure kidney disease. Sometimes he spends whole days in bed, drinking contract civil, water, and planning the bankruptcy of decent men. So the party made a night of him. A party must have funds, Toomer. He didn't pay nearly enough. Blapton is an idiot with the honours. When it isn't Mrs. Blapton, what can you expect when... But here, Toomer became libellous. Toomer was an interesting type. He had a disagreeable disposition profoundly modified by a public school and university training. 2 antagonistic forces made him. He was the spirit of scurrility incarnate. That was, as people say, innate, and by virtue of those moulding forces he was doing his best to be an English gentleman. That mysterious impulse which compels the young male to make objectionable imputations against seemly lives and to write rare, inelegant words upon clean and decent things burnt almost intolerably within him, and equally powerful now was the gross craving he had acquired for personal association with all that is prominent, all that is successful, all that is of good report. He had found his resultant in the censorious defense of established things. He conducted the British critic, attacking with a merciless energy all that was new, all that was critical, all those fresh and noble tentatives that admit of unsavoury interpretations. And when the urgent Yahoo in him carried him below the pretentious dignity of his accustomed organ, he would squirt out his bitterness in a little sham facetious bookstall volume with a bright cover and quaint woodcuts, in which just as many prominent people as possible were mentioned by name, and the source of general absurdity could be employed to cover and, if need be, excuse particular libels. So he managed to relieve himself and get along. Harman was just on the borderline of the class he considered himself free to revile. Harman was an outsider and aggressive and new, one of Mrs. Blapton's knights, and of no particular weight in society. So far, he was fair game. But he was not so new as he had been. He was almost through with the running of the Tumour gauntlet. He had a tremendous lot of money, and it was with a modified vehemence that the distinguished journalist and humorist expatiated of his offensiveness to Mr. Brumley. He talked in a gentle, rather weary voice that came through a moustache like a fringe of light tobacco. Personally, I have little against the man, a wife too young for him and jealously guarded, but that's all to his credit. Nowadays, if it wasn't for his blatancy in his business and the knighthood, I suppose he can't resist taking anything he can get. Bread made by wholesale and distributed like a newspaper can't, I feel, be the same thing as the loaf of your honest old-fashioned baker, each loaf made with individual attention out of wholesome English flour, hand ground with a personal touch for each customer. Still, everything drifts on to these hugger-mugger large enterprises. Chicago spreads over the world. One thing goes after another. Tobacco, tea, bacon, drugs, bookselling. Decent homes destroyed right and left. Not Harman's affair, I suppose. The girls in his London tea shops have, of course, to supplement their wages by prostitution. Probably don't object to that nowadays, considering the novels we have. And his effect on the landscape. Until they stopped him, he was trying very hard to get Shakespeare's cliff at Dover. He did for a time have the Toad Rock at Tunbridge. Still, something like a sigh escaped from Tumour. His private life appears to be almost as blameless as anybody's can be, thanks no doubt to his defective health. I made the most careful inquiries when his knighthood was first discussed. Someone has to. Before his marriage, he seems to have lived at home with his mother at Highbury, very quietly and inexpensively. Then he is not the conventional vulgarian? Much more of the Rockefeller type. Bad health, great concentration, organizing power, applied of course to a narrower range of business. I'm glad I'm not a small confectioner in a town he wants to take up. He's hard, merciless, hasn't the beginnings of an idea of fair play. None at all, no human give or take. Are you going to have tea here, or are you walking back now? It was fully a week before Mr. Brumley heard anything more of Lady Harman. He began to fear that this shining, furry presence would glorify Blackstrand no more. Then came a telegram that filled him with the liveliest anticipations. It was worded, "Coming see cottage Saturday afternoon, Harman." On Saturday morning, Mr. Brumley dressed with an apparent ease and unusual care. He worked rather discursively before lunch. His mind was busy picking up the ends of their previous conversation and going on with them to all sorts of bright knots, bows, and elegant cat's cradling. He planned openings that might give her tempting opportunities of confidences if she wished to confide, and artless remarks and questions that would make for self-betrayal if she didn't. And he thought of her imaginatively, this secluded rare thing so happily come to him, who was so young, so frank and fresh, and so unhappily married, he was sure, to a husband at least happily mortal. Yes, dear reader, even on that opening morning, Mr. Bramley's imagination, trained very largely upon Victorian literature and belles lettres, leapt forward to the very ending of this story. We, of course, do nothing of that sort. Our lot is to follow a more pedestrian route. He lapsed into a vague series of meditations, slower perhaps, but essentially similar, after his temperate, palatable lunch. He was apprised of the arrival of his visitor by the sudden indignant yelp, followed by the general subdued uproar of a motor car outside the front door, even before Clarence, this time amazingly prompt, assaulted the bell. Then the whole house was like that poem by Edgar Allan Poe, one magnificent texture of clangor. At the first toot of the horn, Mr. Bramley had moved swiftly into the bay, and screened partly by the life-size Venus of Milo that stood in the bay window, and partly by the artistic curtains, surveyed the glittering vehicle. He was first aware of a vast fur coat enclosing a lean, grey-headed, obstinate-looking man with a diabetic complexion who was fumbling with the door of the car and preventing Clarence's assistance. Mr. Bramley was able to remark that the gentleman's nose projected to a sharpened point, and that his thin-lipped mouth was all awry and had a kind of habitual compression, the while that his eyes sought eagerly for the other occupant of the car. She was unaccountably invisible. Could it be that that hood really concealed her? Could it be? The white-faced gentleman descended, relieved himself tediously of the vast fur coat, handed it to Clarence, and turned to the house. Reverentially, Clarence placed the coat within the automobile and closed the door. Still, the protesting mind of Mr. Bramley refused to believe. He heard the house door open and Mrs. Rabbit in colloquy with a flat, masculine voice. He heard his own name demanded and conceded. Then a silence, not the faintest suggestion of a feminine rustle, and then the sound of Mrs. Rabbit at the door handle. Conviction stormed the last fastness of the disappointed author's mind. "Oh, damn!" he shouted with extreme fervour. He had never imagined it was possible that Sir Isaac could come alone. But the house had to be let, and it had to be let to Sir Isaac Harman. In another moment, an amiable, though distinguished man of letters was in the hall interviewing the great entrepreneur. The latter gentleman was perhaps 3 inches shorter than Mr. Bramley. His hair was grey-shot brown, his face clean-shaven. His features had a thin irregularity, and he was dressed in a neat brown suit with a necktie very exactingly matching it. "Sir Isaac Harman," said Mr. Bramley, with a note of gratification. "That's it," said Sir Isaac. He appeared to be nervous and a little out of breath. "Come," he said, "just to look over it, just to see it. Probably too small, but if it doesn't put you out." He blew out the skin of his face about his mouth a little. "Delighted to see you anyhow," said Mr. Bramley, filling the world of unspoken things with singularly lurid curses. "This nice little hall. Very," said Sir Isaac. "Pretty, that bit at the end. Many rooms are there?" Mr. Bramley answered inexactly and meditated a desperate resignation of the whole job to Mrs. Rabbit. Then he made an effort and began to explain. "That clock," said Sir Isaac, interrupting in the dining room, "is a fake." Mr. Bramley made silent interrogations. "Been there myself," said Sir Isaac. "They sell those brass fittings in Holborn." They went upstairs together. When Mr. Bramley wasn't explaining or pointing out, Sir Isaac made a kind of whistling between his clenched teeth. "This bathroom wants refitting anyhow," he said abruptly. "I dare say Lady Harman would like that room with the bay, but it's all small. It's really quite pretty. You've done it cleverly, but the size of it. I'd have to throw out the wing. And that, might spoil the style. That roof, a gardener's cottage? I thought it might be. What's this other thing here? Old barn. Empty? That might expand a bit. Couldn't do only just this, anyhow." He walked in front of Mr. Brumley downstairs and, still emitting that faint whistle, led the way into the garden. He seemed to regard Mr. Brumley merely as a source of answers to his questions, and a seller in the process of preparation for an offer. It was clear he meant to make an offer. "It's not the house I should buy if I was alone in this," he said, "but Lady Harman's taken a fancy somehow, and it might be adapted." From first to last, Mr. Brumley never said a single word about Euphemia, and the young matrimony, and all the other memories this house enshrined. He felt instinctively that it would not affect Sir Isaac one way or the other. He tried simply to seem indifferent to whether Sir Isaac bought the place or not. He tried to make it appear almost as if houses like this often happened to him, and interested him only in the most incidental manner. They had their proper price, he tried to convey, which of course no gentleman would underbid. In the exquisite garden, Sir Isaac said, "One might make a very pretty little garden of this if one opened it out a bit, and of the sunken rock garden, that might be dangerous of a dark night. I suppose," he said, indicating the hill of pines behind, "one could buy or lease some of that, if one wanted to throw it into the place and open out more. From my point of view," he said, "it isn't a house, it's," he sought in his mind for an expression, "a cottage ornée." This history declines to record either what Mr. Brumley said or what he did not say. Sir Isaac surveyed the house thoughtfully for some moments from the turf edging of the great herbaceous border. "How far," he asked, "is it from the nearest railway station?" Mr. Brumley gave details. 4 miles, and an infrequent service? Nothing in any way suburban? Better to motor into Guildford and get the express. And what sort of people do we get about here?" Mr. Brumley sketched. "Mildly horsey. That's not bad. No officers about? Nothing nearer than Aldershot. It's 11 miles, is it? I suppose there aren't any literary people here. Musicians or that kind of thing. No advanced people of that sort?" "Not when I've gone," said Mr. Brumley, with the faintest flavour of humour. Sir Isaac stared at him for a moment with eyes vacantly thoughtful. "It mustn't be so bad," said Sir Isaac, and whistled a little between his teeth. Mr. Brumley was suddenly minded to take his visitor to see the view and the effect of his board upon it. But he spoke merely of the view and left Sir Isaac to discover the board or not as he thought fit. As they ascended among the trees, the visitor was manifestly seized by some strange emotion. His face became very white. He gasped and blew for breath. He felt for his face with a nervous hand. 4,000, he said suddenly, "an outside price." "A minimum," said Mr. Brumley, with a slight quickening of the pulse. "You won't get 3,800, gasped Sir Isaac. "Not a businessman, but my agent tells me," panted Mr. Brumley. 3,800, said Sir Isaac. "We're just coming to the view," said Mr. Brumley. "Just coming to the view. Practically got to rebuild the house," said Sir Isaac. "There," said Sir Brumley, and waved an arm widely. Sir Isaac regarded the prospect with a dissatisfied face. His pallor had given place to a shiny, flushed appearance. His nose, his ears, and his cheeks were pink. He blew his face out. He seemed to be studying the landscape for defects. "This might be built over at any time," he complained. Mr. Brumley was reassuring. For a brief interval, Sir Isaac's eyes explored the countryside vaguely. Then his expression seemed to concentrate and run together to a point. He said. That board, he remarked. Quite wrong there. Well, said Mr. Brumley, too surprised for coherent speech. Quite, said Sir Isaac Harman. Don't you see what's the matter? Mr. Brumley refrained from an eloquent response. They ought to be, Sir Isaac went on, white and a sort of green, like the county council notices on Hampstead Heath, so as to blend, you see, the ad. That hits too hard is worse than no ad at all. It leaves a dislike. Advertisements ought to blend. It ought to seem as though all this were saying it, not just that board. Now suppose we had a shade of very light brown, a kind of light khaki. He turned a speculative eye on Mr. Brumley, as if he sought for the effect of this latter suggestion on him. If the whole board was invisible, said Mr. Brumley, Sir Isaac considered it. Just the letters showing, he said. No, that will be going too far in the other direction. He made a faint sucking noise with his lips and teeth as he surveyed the landscape and weighed this important matter. Queer how one gets ideas, he said at last, turning away. It was my wife who told me about that board. He stopped to survey the house from the exact point of view his wife had taken 9 days before. I wouldn't give this place a second thought, said Sir Isaac, if it wasn't for Lady Harman. He confided, She wants a weekend cottage, but I don't see why it should be a weekend cottage. I don't see why it shouldn't be made into a nice little country house, compact of course, by using up that barn. He inhaled about 3 bars of a tune. London, he explained, doesn't suit Lady Harman. Health? Asked Mr. Brumley, all alert. It isn't her health exactly. Sir Isaac dropped out. You see, she's a young woman. She gets ideas. You know, he continued, I'd like to have a look at that barn again. If we developed that, and the sort of corridor across where the shrubs are, and ran out offices. Mr. Brumley's mind was still vigorously struggling with the flaming implications of Sir Isaac's remark that Lady Harman got ideas. And Sir Isaac was greatly whistling his way towards an offer of 3,900 when they came down to the pines into the path along the edge of the herbaceous border. And then Mr. Brumley became aware of an effect away between the white-stemmed trees towards the house, as if the Cambridge boat race crew was indulging in a vigorous scrimmage. Drawing nearer, this resolved itself into the fluent contours of Lady Beach Mandarin, dressed in sky blue and with a black summer straw hat, larger than ever and trimmed effusively with marguerites. Here, said Sir Isaac, can't I get off? You've got a friend. You must have some tea, said Mr. Brumley, who wanted to suggest that they should agree to Sir Isaac's figure of 3,800, but not as pounds, but guineas. It seemed to him a suggestion that might prove insidiously attractive. It's a charming lady, my friend Lady Beach Mandarin. She'll be delighted. I don't think I can, said Sir Isaac, not in the habits, social occasions. His face expressed the panic terror of this gallant, full-rigged lady ahead of them. But, you see now, said Mr. Brumley with his detaining grip, it's unavoidable. And the next moment, Sir Isaac was mumbling his appreciations of the introduction. I must admit that Lady Beach Mandarin was almost as much to meet as one can meet in a single human being. A broad, abundant, billowing personality with a taste for brims, streamers, pennants, panniers, loose sleeves, sweeping gestures, top notes and the like that made her altogether less like a woman than an occasion of public rejoicing. Even her large blue eyes projected, her chin and brows and nose all seemed racing up to the front of her as if excited by the clarion notes of her abundant voice. And the pinkness of her complexion was as exuberant as her manners. Exuberance, it was her word. She had evidently been a big, bouncing, bright, Grimanesque girl at 15, and very amusing and very much admired. She had liked the role, and she had not so much grown older as suffered enlargement, a very considerable enlargement. "Ah," she cried, "and so I've caught you at home, Mr. Brumley. And poor dear, you're at my mercy." And she shook both his hands with both of hers. That was before Mr. Brumley introduced Sir Isaac, a thing he did so soon as he could get one of his hands loose and wave a surviving digit or so at the gentleman. "You see, Sir Isaac," she said, taking him in the most generous way, "I and Mr. Brumley are old friends. We knew each other of yore. We have our jokes." Sir Isaac seemed to feel the need of speech, but got no further than a useful all-round noise. "And one of them is that when I want him to do the least little thing for me, he hides away, always, by a sort of instinct. It's such a small thing, Sir Isaac." Sir Isaac was understood to say vaguely that they always did, but he had become very indistinct. "Aren't I always at your service?" protested Mr. Brumley with a responsive playfulness, "and I don't even know what it is you want." Lady Beach Mandarin, addressing herself exclusively to Sir Isaac, began a tale of a Shakespeare bazaar she was holding in an adjacent village, and how she knew Mr. Brumley, naughty man, meant to refuse to give her autograph copies of his littlest book of the bookstall she was organizing. Mr. Brumley confuted her gaily and generously. So, discoursing, they made their way to the veranda where Lady Harman had so lately poured. Sir Isaac was borne along upon the lady's stream of words in a state of mulish reluctance, nodding, saying "of course," and similar phrases, and wishing he was out of it all with an extreme manifestness. He drank his tea with unmistakable discomfort, and twice inserted into the conversation an entirely irrelevant remark that he had to be going. But Lady Beach Mandarin had her purposes with him and crushed these quivering tentatives. Lady Beach Mandarin had, of course, like everybody else at that time, her own independent movement in the great national effort to create an official British theatre upon the basis of William Shakespeare, and she saw in the as yet unenlisted resources of Sir Isaac strong possibilities of reinforcement of her own particular contribution to the great work. He was manifestly shy and sulky and disposed to bolt at the earliest possible moment, and so she set herself now with a swift and concentrated combination of fascination and urgency to commit him to participations. She flattered and cajoled and bribed. She was convinced that even to be called upon by Lady Beach Mandarin is no light privilege for these new commercial people, and so she made no secret of her intention of decorating the hall of his large but undistinguished house in Putney with her redeeming pasteboard. She appealed to the instances of Venice and Florence to show that such men as you, Sir Isaac, who control commerce and industry, have always been the guardians and patrons of art. And who more worthy of patronage than William Shakespeare? Also, she said that men of such enormous wealth as his owed something to their national tradition. "You have to pay your footing, Sir Isaac," she said with impressive vagueness. "Putting it in round figures," said Sir Isaac, suddenly with a white gleam of animosity in his face, the animosity of a trapped animal at the sight of its captors. "What does coming on your committee mean, Lady Beach Mandarin?" "It's your name we want," said the lady, "but I'm sure you'd not be ungenerous. The tribute success owes the arts." 100, he threw out, his ears red. "Guineas," breathed Lady Beach Mandarin with a soft sweetness of content. He stood up hastily as if to escape further exaction, and the lady rose too. "And you will let me call on Lady Harman," she said, honestly doing her part in the bargain. "Can't keep the car waiting," was what Brumley could distinguish in his reply. "I expect you have a perfectly splendid car." Sir Isaac, said Lady Beach Mandarin, drawing him out. Quite the modernist thing. Sir Isaac replied with the reluctance of an income tax return that it was a 45 Rolls Royce. Good, of course, but nothing amazing. We must see it, she said, and turned his retreat into a procession. She admired the car. She admired the colour of the car. She admired the lamps of the car and the door of the car and the little fittings of the car. She admired the horn. She admired the twist of the horn. She admired Clarence in the uniform of Clarence, and she admired and coveted the great fur coat that he held ready for his employer. But if she had it, she said, she would wear the splendid fur coat outside to show every little bit of it. And when the car at last moved forward and tooted, she admired the note and vanished softly and swiftly through the gates. She was left in the porch with Mr. Brumley, still by sheer inertia admiring and envying. She admired Sir Isaac's car number, Z900. Such an easy one to remember. Then she stopped abruptly, as one might discover that the water in the bathroom was running to waste and turn it off. She had a cynicism as exuberant as the rest of her. Well, she said, with a contented sigh and an entire flattening of her tone, I laid it on pretty thick that time. I wonder if he'll send me that 100 guineas or whether I shall have to remind him of it. Her manner changed again to that of a gigantic gamin. I mean to have that money, she said with bright determination and round eyes. She reflected, and other thoughts came to her. Plutocracy, she said, is perfectly detestable. Don't you think so, Mr. Brumley? And then, I can't imagine how a man who deals in bread and confectionery can manage to go about so completely half-baked. He is a very remarkable type, said Mr. Brumley. He became urgent. I do hope, dear Lady Beach Mandarin, you will contrive to call on Lady Harman. She is, in relation to that, quite the most interesting woman I have seen. Presently, as they paced the croquet lawn together, the preoccupation of Mr. Brumley's mind drew their conversation back to Lady Harman. I wish, he repeated, you would go and see these people. She is not at all what you might infer from him. What could one infer about a wife from a man like that, except that she'd have a lot to put up with? You know, she is a beautiful person, tall, slender, dark. Lady Beach Mandarin turned her full blue eye upon him. Now, she said archly, I am interested in the incongruity. Lady Beach Mandarin's reply was silent and singular. She compressed her lips very tightly, fixed her eye firmly on Mr. Brumley's, lifted her finger to the level of her left eyelash, and then shook it at him very deliberately 5 times. Then, with a little sigh and a sudden and complete restoration of manner, she remarked that never in any year before had she seen peonies quite so splendid. I have a peculiar sympathy with peonies, she said. They're so exactly my style. Chapter 3. Lady Harman at Home. Exactly 3 weeks after that first encounter between Lady Beach Mandarin and Sir Isaac Harman, Mr. Brumley found himself one of a luncheon party at that lady's house in Temperley Square, and talking very freely and indiscreetly about the Harmans. Lady Beach Mandarin always had her luncheons in a family way at a large round table so that nobody could get out of her range, and she insisted upon conversation being general, except for her mother, who was impenetrably deaf, and the swift governess of her only daughter, Phyllis, who was incomprehensible in any European tongue. The mother was incalculably old, and had been a friend of Victor Hugo and Alfred de Musset. She maintained an intermittent monologue about the private lives of those great figures. Nobody paid the slightest attention to her, but one felt she enriched the table with an undertow of literary associations. A small dark stealthy butler, and a convulsive boy with hair apparently taking the place of eyes waited. On this occasion, Lady Beach Mandarin had gathered together two cousins, maiden ladies from Perth, wearing valiant hats, Toomer, the wit and censor, and Miss Shasper, the novelist, whom Toomer detested, a gentleman named Roper, whom she had invited under a misapprehension that he was the Arctic Roper, and Mr. Bramley. She had tried Mr. Roper with questions about penguins, seals, cold and darkness, icebergs and glaciers, Captain Scott, Dr. Cook, and the shape of the earth, and all in vain, and feeling at last that something was wrong, she demanded abruptly whether Mr. Bramley had sold his house. "I'm selling it," said Mr. Bramley, by almost imperceptible degrees. He haggles? Haggles and higgles. He higgles passionately. He goes white and breaks into a cold perspiration. He wants me now to include the gardener's tools in whatever price we agree upon. A rich man like that ought to be easy and generous, said Lady Beach Mandarin. Then he wouldn't be a rich man like that, said Mr. Toomer. But doesn't it distress you highly, Mr. Bramley, one of the Perth ladies asked, to be leaving Euphemia's home to strangers? The man may go altering it. That weighs with me very much, said Mr. Bramley, recalled to his professions. There I put my trust in Lady Harman. You've seen her again? Asked Lady Beach Mandarin. Yes, she came with him a few days ago. That couple interests me more and more. So little akin. There's 18 years between them, said Toomer. It's one of those cases, began Mr. Bramley, with a note of scientific detachment, where one is really tempted to be ultra-feminist. It's clear he uses every advantage. He's her owner, her keeper, her obstinate, insensitive little tyrant. And yet, there's a sort of effect as though nothing was decided, as if she was only just growing up. They've been married 6 or 7 years, said Toomer. She was just 18. They went over the house together, and whenever she spoke, he contradicted her with a sort of vicious playfulness, tried to poke clumsy fun at her, called her Lady Harman, only it was quite evident that what she said stuck in his mind. Very queer, interesting people. I wouldn't have anyone allowed to marry until they were 25, said Lady Beach Mandarin. Sweet 17 sometimes contrives to be very marriageable, said the gentleman named Roper. Sweet 17 must contrive to wait, said Lady Beach Mandarin. Sweet 14 has to, and when I was 14 I was ardent. There's no earthly objection to a little harmless flirtation, of course. It's the marrying. You'd conduce to romance, said Miss Shasper. Anyhow, 18 won't bear restriction, and everyone would begin by eloping illegally. I'd put them back, said Lady Beach Mandarin. Oh, remorselessly. Mr. Roper, who was more and more manifestly not the Arctic one, remarked that she would give the girls no end of an adolescence. Mr. Bramley did not attend very closely to the subsequent conversation. His mind had gone back to Black Strand, and the second visit that Lady Harman, this time under her natural and proper protection, had paid him. A little thread from the old lady's discourse drifted by him. She had scented marriage in the air, and she was saying, of course they ought to have let Victor Hugo marry over and over again. He would have made it all so beautiful. He could throw a splendour over almost anything. Mr. Bramley sank out of attention altogether. It was so difficult to express his sense of Lady Harman as a captive, enclosed but unsubdued. She had been as open and shining as a celandine flower in the sunshine on that first invasion, but on the second it had been like overcast weather, and her starry petals had been shut and still. She hadn't been in the least subdued or effaced, but closed, inaccessible to conversational bees. That astonishing honey of trust and easy friendship had been hidden in a dignified, impenetrable reserve. She had had the effect of being not so much specially shut against Mr. Bramley as habitually shut against her husband, as a protection against his continual clumsy mental interferences. And once, when Sir Isaac had made a sudden allusion to price, Mr. Brumley had glanced at her and met her eyes. "Of course," he said, coming up to the conversational surface again, "a woman like that is bound to fight her way out." "Queen Mary," cried Miss Shaspar, "fight her way out." "Queen Mary," said Mr. Brumley. "No, Lady Harman." "I was talking of Queen Mary," said Miss Shaspar. "And Mr. Brumley was thinking of Lady Harman," cried Lady Beach Mandarin. "Well," said Mr. Brumley, "I confess I do think about her. She seems to me to be so typical in many ways of everything that is weak in the feminine position. As a type, yes, she's perfect." "I've never seen this lady," said Miss Shaspar. "Is she beautiful?" "I've not seen her myself yet," said Lady Beach Mandarin. "She's Mr. Brumley's particular discovery." "You haven't called?" he asked with a faint reproach. "But I've been going to, oh, tremendously. And you receive all my curiosity. Why shouldn't some of us this very afternoon?" She caught at her own passing idea and held it. "Let's go," she cried. "Let's visit the wife of this ogre, the last of the women in captivity. We'll take the big car and make a party and call en masse." Mr. Toomer protested he had no morbid curiosities. "But you, Susan?" Miss Shaspar declared she would love to come. Wasn't it her business to study out-of-the-way types? Mr. Roper produced a knowing sort of engagement. "I'm provided for already, Lady Beach Mandarin," he said, "and the cousins from Perth had to do some shopping." "Then we three will be the expedition," said the hostess. "And afterwards, if we survive, we'll tell you our adventures. It's a house on Putney Hill, isn't it, where this Christian maiden, so to speak, is held captive? I've had her on my mind, but I've always intended to call with Agatha Alimony. She's so inspiring to downtrodden women." "Not exactly downtrodden," said Mr. Brumley. "Not downtrodden. That's what's so curious about it." "And what shall we do when we get there?" cried Lady Beach Mandarin. "I feel we ought to do something more than cool. Can't we carry her off right away, Mr. Brumley? I want to go right into her and say, 'Look here, I'm on your side. Your husband's a tyrant. I'm helping rescue. I'm all that a woman ought to be, fine and large. Come out from under that unworthy man's heel.'" "Suppose she isn't at all the sort of person you seem to think she is," said Miss Shaspar. "And suppose she came?" "Suppose she didn't," reflected Mr. Roper. "I seem to see your flight," said Mr. Toomer, "and the newspaper placards and the headlines. Lady Beach Mandarin elopes with the wife of an eminent confectioner. She is stopped at the landing stage of the staff of the Dover branch establishment. Recapture of the fugitive after a hot struggle. Brumley, the eminent litterateur, stunned by a spent bun." "We're all talking great nonsense," said Lady Beach Mandarin, "but anyhow, we'll make our call, and I know I'll make her accept an invitation to lunch without him." "If she won't," threw out Mr. Roper. "I will," said Lady Beach Mandarin with roguish determination, "and if I can't—" "Not to ask him to," protested Mr. Brumley. "Why not get her to come to your social friends' meeting?" said Miss Shaspar. When Mr. Brumley found himself fairly launched upon this expedition, he had the grace to feel compunction. The Harmans, he perceived, had inadvertently made him the confidant of their domestic discords, and to betray them to these others savoured, after all, of treachery. And besides, much as he had craved to see Lady Harman again, he now realized he didn't in the least want to see her in association with the exuberant volubility of Lady Beach Mandarin, and the hard professional observation, so remarkably like the ferrule of an umbrella being poked with a noiseless persistence into one's eye, of Miss Shaspar. And as he thought these afterthoughts, Lady Beach Mandarin's chauffeur darted and dodged and threaded his way with an alacrity that was almost distressing to Putney. They ran over the ghost of Swinburne at the foot of Putney Hill, or perhaps it was only the rhythm of the engine changed for a moment, and in a couple of minutes more they were outside the Harman residence. "Here we are," said Lady Beach Mandarin, more capaciously Gaminesque than ever. "We've done it now." Mr. Brumley had an impression of a big house in the distended, stately homes of England style, and very necessarily and abundantly covered by creepers. And then he was assisting the ladies to descend, and the three of them were waiting clustered in the ample Victorian doorway. For some little interval there came no answer to the bell Mr. Brumley had rung, but all three of them had a sense of hurried, furtive and noiseless readjustments in progress behind the big and bossy oak door. Then it opened, and a very large, egg-shaped butler with sandy whiskers appeared and looked down himself at them. There was something paternal about this man. His professional deference was touched by the sense of ultimate responsibility. He seemed to consider for a moment whether he should permit Lady Harman to be in before he conceded that she was. They were ushered through a hall that resembled most of the halls in the world. It was dominated by a handsome oak staircase and scarcely gave Mrs. Shasper a point. And then, across a creation of the Victorian architect, a massive kind of conservatory with classical touches. There was an impluvium in the centre, and there were arches hung with manifestly costly Syrian rugs, into a large apartment looking through 4 French windows upon a veranda and a large floriferous garden. At a sideways glance, it seemed a very pleasant garden indeed. The room itself was like the rooms of so many prosperous people nowadays. It had an effect of being sedulously and yet irrelevantly over-furnished. It had none of the large vulgarity that Mr. Brumley would have considered proper to be a wealthy caterer, but it confessed a compilation of pieces, very carefully authenticated. Some of them were rather splendid pieces. 3 big bureaus, burly and brassy, dominated it. There was a Queen Anne cabinet, some exquisite coloured engravings, an ormolu mirror, and a couple of large French vases that set Miss Shasper, who had a keen eye for this traffic, confusedly cataloguing. And a little incongruously in the midst of this exhibit stood Lady Harman, as if she was trying to conceal the fact that she too was a visitor, in a creamy white dress and dark and defensive and yet entirely unabashed. The great butler gave his large vague impression of Lady Beach Mandarin's name and stood aside and withdrew. "I've heard so much of you," said Lady Beach Mandarin, advancing with hand upraised. "I had to call, Mr. Brumley." Lady Beach Mandarin met Sir Isaac at Blackstrand. Mr. Brumley intervened to explain. Miss Shasper was, as it were, introduced by default. "My vividest anticipations outdone," said Lady Beach Mandarin, squeezing Lady Harman's fingers with enthusiasm. "And what a charming garden you have, and what a delightful situation! Such air! And on the very verge of London, high on this delightful literary hill, and ready at any moment to sweep in that enviable great car of yours. I suppose you come a great deal into London, Lady Harman?" "No," reflected Lady Harman, "not very much." She seemed to weigh the accuracy of this very carefully. "No," she added in confirmation. "But you should, you ought to, it's your duty. You've no right to hide away from us. I was telling Sir Isaac. We look to him, we look to you. You've no right to bury your talents away from us, you who are rich and young and brilliant and beautiful." "But if I go on, I shall begin to flatter you," said Lady Beach Mandarin with a delicious smile. "I've begun upon Sir Isaac already. I've made him promise 100 guineas and his name to Shakespeare Dinners Society. Nothing he didn't mention Eton, you know, and all the profits of the national movement. And I want your name too. I know you will let us have your name too. Grant me that, and I'll subside into the most ordinary of callers." "But surely isn't his name enough?" asked Lady Harman. "Without yours, it's only half a name," cried Lady Beach Mandarin. If it were a business thing, different of course. But on my list, I'm like dear old Queen Victoria, you know. The wives must come too. In that case, hesitated Lady Harman. But really, I think Sir Isaac. She stopped, and then Mr. Brumley had a psychic experience. It seemed to him as he stood observing Lady Harman with an entirely unnecessary and unpremeditated intentness that for the briefest interval her attention flashed over Lady Beach Mandarin's shoulder to the end veranda window, and following her glance, he saw, and then he did not see, the arrested figure, the white face of Sir Isaac, bearing an expression in which anger and horror were extraordinarily intermingled. If it was Sir Isaac, he dodged back with amazing dexterity. If it was a phantom of the living, it vanished with an air of doing that. Without came the sound of a flower pot upset and a faint expletive. Mr. Brumley looked very quickly at Lady Beach Mandarin, who was entirely unconscious of anything but her own uncoiling and enveloping eloquence, and as quickly at Miss Shasper. But Miss Shasper was examining a blackish bureau through her glasses as though she were looking for birthmarks and meant, if she could find one, to claim the piece as her own long-lost connection. With a mild but gratifying sense of exclusive complicity, Mr. Brumley reverted to Lady Harman's entire self-possession. But dear Lady Harman, it's entirely unnecessary you should consult him, entirely, Lady Beach Mandarin was saying. I'm sure, said Mr. Brumley, with a sense that somehow he had to intervene, that Sir Isaac would not possibly object. I'm sure that if Lady Harman consults him. The sandy-whiskered butler appeared, hovering. Shall I place the tea things in the garden, milady? He asked, in the tone of one who knows the answer. Oh, please, in the garden, cried Lady Beach Mandarin. Please, and how delightful to have a garden, a London garden, in which one can have tea without being smothered in blacks. The southwest wind, the dear English wind. All your blacks come to us, you know. She led the way upon the veranda. Such a wonderful garden, the space, the breadth. Why, you must have acres. She surveyed the garden comprehensively. Her eye rested for a moment on a distant patch of black that ducked suddenly into a group of lilacs. Is dear Sir Isaac at home? She asked. He is very uncertain, said Lady Harman, with a quiet readiness that pleased Mr. Brumley. Yes, Snagsby, please, under the big cypress, and tell my mother and sister. Lady Beach Mandarin, having paused a moment or so upon the veranda, admiring the garden as a whole, now prepared to go into details. She gathered her ample skirts together and advanced into the midst of the large lawn, with very much of the effect of a fleet of captive balloons dragging their anchors. Mr. Brumley followed, as it were in attendance upon her and Lady Harman. Miss Shasper, after one last hasty glance at the room, rather like the last hasty glance of a still unprepared schoolboy at his book, came behind with her powers of observation strainingly alert. Mr. Brumley was aware of a brief mute struggle between the two ladies of title. It was clear that Lady Harman would have had them go to the left, to whom down a vista of pillar roses, a single large specimen cypress sounded a faint but unrecognizable Italian note, and he did his loyal best to support her. But Lady Beach Mandarin's attraction to that distant clump of lilac on the right was equally great and much more powerful. She flowed, a great and audible tide of socially influential womanhood, across the green spaces of the garden, and drew the others with her. And it seemed to Mr. Brumley, not that he believed his eyes, that beyond those lilacs something ran out, something black that crouched close to the ground and went very swiftly. It flashed like an arrow across a further space of flower bed, dropped to the ground, became two agitatedly receding boot soles, and was gone. Had it ever been? He glanced at Lady Harman, but she was looking back with the naive anxiety of a hostess to her cypress, at Lady Beach Mandarin, but she was proliferating compliments and decorative scrolls and flourishes like the engraved frontispiece to a 17th century book. I know I am inordinately curious, said Lady Beach Mandarin, but gardens are my joy. I want to go into every corner of this, peep into everything, and I feel somehow, and here she urged a smile on Lady Harman's attention, that I shan't begin to know you until I know all your environment. She turned the flank to the lilacs as she said these words and advanced the echelon with a stately swiftness upon the laurels beyond. Lady Harman said there was nothing beyond but sycamores and the fence, but Lady Beach Mandarin would press on through a narrow path that pierced the laurel hedge in order, she said, that she might turn back and get the whole effects of the ground. And so it was they discovered the mushroom shed. A mushroom shed, cried Lady Beach Mandarin, and if we look in, shall we see hosts and regiments of mushrooms? I must. I think it is locked, said Lady Harman. Mr. Brumley darted forward, tried the door and turned quickly. It's locked, he said, and barred Lady Beach Mandarin's advance. And besides, said Lady Harman, there's no mushrooms there. They won't come up. It's one of my husband's annoyances. Lady Beach Mandarin had turned round and now surveyed the house. What a splendid idea, she cried. That's wisteria, all mixed with the laburnum. I don't think I have ever seen such a charming combination of blossoms. The whole movement of the party swept about and faced Cypresswood. Away there, the sandy-whiskered butler and the footman and basket chairs and a tea table with a shining white cloth and two ladies were now grouping themselves. But the mind of Mr. Brumley gave little heed to these things. His mind was full of wonder, and the wonder was this, that the mushroom shed had behaved like a living thing. The door of the mushroom shed was not locked, and in that matter he had told a lie. The door of the mushroom shed had been locked quite recently, and the key and padlock had been dropped upon the ground, and when he had tried to open the mushroom shed, it had first of all yielded to his hand, and then it had closed again, with great strength, exactly as a living muscle will behave if one takes it unawares. But in addition to this passionate contraction, the mushroom shed had sworn in a hoarse whisper and breathed hard, which is more than your muscle can do. Mr. Brumley's interest in Lady Harman was to be almost too crowded by detail before that impulsive call was over. Superposed upon the mystery of the mushroom shed was the vivid illumination of Lady Harman by her mother and sister. They had an effect of having reluctantly become her social inferiors for her own good. The mother, her name he learnt was Mrs. Sawbridge, had all Lady Harman's tall slenderness, but otherwise resembled her only in the poise of her neck and an occasional gesture. She was fair and with a kind of ignoble and premeditated refinement in her speech and manner. She was dressed with the restraint of a prolonged and attenuated widowhood, in a rich and complicatedly quiet dress of mauve and grey. She was obviously a transitory visitor and not so much taking the opulence about her, and particularly the great butler, for granted, as pointedly and persistently ignoring it in an effort to seem to take it for granted. The sister, on the other hand, had Lady Harman's pale darkness, but none of her fineness of line. She missed altogether that quality of fineness. Her darkness was done with a quite perceptible heaviness. Her dignity passed into solidity, and her profile was, with an entire want of hesitation, handsome. She was evidently the elder by a space of some years, and she was dressed with severity in grey. These two ladies seemed to Mr. Brumley to offer a certain resistance of spirit to the effusion of Lady Beach Mandarin, rather as two small anchored vessels might resist the onset of a great and foaming tide. But after a time it was clear they admired her greatly. His attention was, however, a little distracted from them by the fact that he was the sole representative of the more serviceable sex among 5 women, and so in duty bound to stand by Lady Harman and assist with various handlings and offerings. The tea equipage was silver, and not only magnificent, but, as certain quick movements of Miss Shaspers' eyes and nose at its appearance betrayed, very genuine and old. Lady Beach Mandarin, having praised the house and garden all over again to Mrs. Sawbridge, and having praised the cypress and envied the tea things, resumed her efforts to secure the immediate establishment of permanent social relations with Lady Harman. She reverted to the question of the Shakespeare Dinner Society, and now, with a kind of large skillfulness, involved Mrs. Sawbridge in her appeal. "Won't you come on our committee?" said Lady Beach Mandarin. Mrs. Sawbridge gave a pinched smile and said she was only staying in London for quite a little time, and when pressed admitted that there seemed no need whatever for consulting Sir Isaac upon so obviously foregone a conclusion as Lady Harman's public adhesion to the great movement. "I shall put this 100 guineas down to Sir Isaac and Lady Harman," said Lady Beach Mandarin, with an air of conclusion. "And now I want to know, dear Lady Harman, whether we can't have you on our committee of administration. We want just one other woman to complete us." Lady Harman could only parry with doubts of her ability. "You ought to go on, Ella," said Miss Sawbridge suddenly, speaking for the first time and in a manner richly suggestive of great principles at stake. "Ella," thought the curious mind of Mr. Brumley, "and is that Eleanor now, or Ellen, or is there any other name that gives one Ella?" "Simply Ella?" "But what should I have to do?" fenced Lady Harman, resisting but obviously attracted. Lady Beach Mandarin invented a lengthy paraphrase for prompt acquiescences. "I shall be chairwoman," she crowned it with. "I can so easily see you through, as they say." "Ella doesn't go out half enough," said Miss Sawbridge suddenly to Miss Shasper, who was regarding her with furtive intensity as if she was surreptitiously counting her features. Miss Shasper, caught in mid-conversation, started and collected her mind. "One ought to go out," she said. "Certainly." "And independently," said Miss Sawbridge, with meaning. "Oh, independently," assented Miss Shasper. It was evident she would now have to watch her chance and begin counting all over again from the beginning. Mr. Brumley had an impression that Mrs. Sawbridge had said something quite confidential in his ear. He turned perplexed. Such charm repeated in the tone of one who doesn't wish so pleasant a little secret to be too generally discussed. "Never known a better summer," agreed Mr. Brumley. And then all these minor eddies were submerged in Lady Beach Mandarin's advance towards her next step, an invitation to lunch. "There," said she, "I'm not Victorian. I always separate husbands and wives by at least a week. You must come alone." It was clear to Mr. Brumley that Lady Harman wanted to come alone and was going to accept, and equally clear that she and her mother and sister regarded this as a very daring thing to do. And when that was settled, Lady Beach Mandarin went on to the altogether easier topic of her social friends, a society of smart and influential women who devoted a certain fragment of time every week to befriending respectable girls employed in London in a briskly amiable manner, having them to special teas, having them to special evenings with special light refreshments, knowing their names as far as possible and asking about their relations, and generally making them feel that society was being very frank and amiable to them, and had an eye on them and meant them well, and was better for them than socialism and radicalism and revolutionary ideas. To this, also, Lady Harman, it seemed, was to come. It had an effect to Mr. Brumley's imagination, as if the painted scene of that lady's life was suddenly bursting out into open doors everywhere. Many of them are quite ladylike, echoed Mrs. Sawbridge suddenly, picking up the whole thing instantly and speaking over her teacup in that quasi-confidential tone of hers to Mr. Brumley. Of course, they are mostly quite dreadfully sweated, said Lady Beach Mandarin, especially in the confectionery. She thought of her position in time. In the inferior class of confectioners' establishments, she said, and then hurried on to, of course, when you come to lunch, Agatha Alimony, I am most anxious for you and her to meet. Is that the Agatha Alimony? Asked Miss Sawbridge abruptly. The one and only, said Lady Beach Mandarin, flashing a smile at her. And what a marvel she is! I do so want you to know her, Lady Harman. She'd be a revelation to you. Everything had gone wonderfully so far, and now, said Lady Beach Mandarin, thrusting forward a face of almost exaggerated motherliness and with an unwanted tenderness suffusing her voice, show me the chicks. There was a brief interrogative pause. Your chicks, expanded Lady Beach Mandarin, on the verge of crooning. Your little chicks. Oh, cried Lady Harman, understanding. The children. Lucky woman, cried Lady Beach Mandarin. Yes. One hasn't begun to be friends, she added, until one has seen them. So true, Mrs. Sawbridge confided to Mr. Brumley with a look that almost languished. Certainly, said Mr. Brumley. Rather. He was a little distraught because he had just seen Sir Isaac step forward in a crouching attitude from beyond the edge of the lilacs, peer at the tea table with a serpent-like intenseness, and then dart back convulsively into cover. If Lady Beach Mandarin saw him, Mr. Brumley felt that anything might happen. Lady Beach Mandarin always let herself go about children. It would be unjust to the general richness of Lady Beach Mandarin to say that she excelled herself on this occasion. On all occasions, Lady Beach Mandarin excelled herself. But never had Mr. Brumley noted quite so vividly Lady Beach Mandarin's habitual self-surpassingness. She helped him, he felt, to understand better those stories of great waves that sweep in from the ocean and swamp islands and devastate whole littorals. She poured into the Harman nursery and filled every corner of it. She rose to unprecedented heights therein. It seemed to him at moments that they ought to make marks on the wall, like the marks one sees on the houses in the lower valley of the Main, to recall the more memorable floods. The dears, she cried, the little things, before the nursery door was fairly opened. The nursery revealed itself as a large, airy, white and green apartment, entirely free from old furniture, and done rather in the style of an aesthetically designed hospital, with a tremendously humorous decorative frieze of clocks and puppies, and very bright-coloured prints on the walls. The dwarfish furniture was specially designed in green-stained wood, and the floor was a cork carpet diversified by white furry rugs. The hospital quality was enhanced by the uniformed and disciplined appearance of the middle-aged and reliable head nurse and her subdued but intelligent subordinate. 3 sturdy little girls, with a year step between each of them, stood up to receive Lady Beach Mandarin's invasion. An indeterminate baby sprawled regardless of its dignity on a rug. Ah, cried Lady Beach Mandarin, advancing in open order. Come and to be hugged, you dears. Come and be hugged. Before she knelt down and enveloped their shrinking little persons, Mr. Brumley was able to observe that They were pretty little things, but not the beautiful children he could have imagined from Lady Harman. Peeping through their infantile delicacy, hints all too manifest of Sir Isaac's characteristically pointed nose gave Mr. Brumley a eugenic qualm. He glanced at Lady Harman, and she was standing over the ecstasies of her tremendous visitor, polite, attentive, with an entirely unemotional speculation in her eyes. Miss Sawbridge, stirred by the great waves of violent philoprogenitive enthusiasm that circled out from Lady Beach Mandarin, had caught up the baby and was hugging it and addressing it in terms of humorous rapture, and the nurse and her assistant were keeping respectful but wary eyes upon the handling of their four charges. Miss Shasper was taking in the children's characteristics with a quick expertness. Mrs. Sawbridge stood a little in the background and caught Mr. Brumley's eye and proffered a smile of sympathetic tolerance. Mr. Brumley was moved by a ridiculous impulse, which he just succeeded in suppressing, to say to Miss Sawbridge, "Yes, I admit it looks very well, but the essential point, is that it isn't so." That it wasn't so, indeed, entirely dominated his impression of that nursery. There was Lady Beach Mandarin winning Lady Harman's heart by every rule of the game, rejoicing effusively in those crowning triumphs of a woman's being. There was Miss Sawbridge vociferous in support, and Mrs. Sawbridge almost offering to join hands in rapturous benediction. And there was Lady Harman wearing her laurels, not indeed with indifference, but with a curious detachment. One might imagine her genuinely anxious to understand why Lady Beach Mandarin was in such a stupendous ebullition. One might have supposed her a mere cold-hearted intellectual if it wasn't that something in her warm beauty absolutely forbade any such interpretation. There came to Mr. Brumley again a thought that had occurred to him first when Sir Isaac and Lady Harman had come together to Blackstrand, which was that life had happened to this woman before she was ready for it, that her mind some years after her body was now coming into womanhood, was teeming with curiosity about all she had hitherto accepted, about Sir Isaac, about her children, and all her circumstances. There was a recapitulation of the invitations, a renewed offering of outlooks and vistas, and Agatha alimony. "You will not forget," insisted Lady Beach Mandarin. "You will not afterwards throw us over." "No," said Lady Harman, with that soft determination of hers. "I'll certainly come." "I'm so sorry, so very sorry, not to have seen Sir Isaac," Lady Beach Mandarin insisted. The raid had accomplished its every object and was drifting doorward. For a moment, Lady Beach Mandarin desisted from Lady Harman and threw her whole being into an eddying effort to submerge the already subjugated Mrs. Sawbridge. Miss Sawbridge was behind up the oak staircase, explaining Sir Isaac's interest in furniture buying to Miss Shasper. Mr. Brumley had his one moment with Lady Harman. "I gather," he said, abandoning that sentence. "I hope," he said, "that you will have my little house down there. I like to think of you walking in my garden." "I shall love that garden," she said, "but I shall feel unworthy. There are 100 little things I want to tell you about it." Then all the others seemed to come into focus again, and with a quick mutual understanding, Mr. Brumley was certain of its mutuality. They said no more to one another. He was entirely satisfied he had said enough. He had conveyed just everything that was needed to excuse and explain and justify his presence in that company. Upon the big table in the hall, he noticed that a silk hat and an umbrella had appeared since their arrival. He glanced at Miss Shasper, but she was keenly occupied with the table legs. He began to breathe freely again when the partings were over and he could get back to the automobile. The horn tooted, and he made a last grave salutation to the slender white figure on the steps. The great butler stood at the side of the entrance and a step or so below her, with the air of a man who has completed a difficult task. A small attentive valet hovered out of the shadows behind. A fragment of the conversation in Lady Beach Mandarin's returning automobile may be recorded in a parenthesis here. "But did you see Sir Isaac?" she cried abruptly. "Sir Isaac?" defended the startled Mr. Brumley. "Where?" "He was dodging about in the garden all the time." "Dodging about the garden?" "I saw a sort of gardener. I am sure I saw him," said Lady Beach Mandarin. "Positive. He hid away in the mushroom shed, the one you found locked." "But my dear Lady Beach Mandarin," protested Mr. Brumley, with the air of one who listens to preposterous suggestions. "What can make you think?" "Oh, I know I saw him," said Lady Beach Mandarin. "I know. He seemed all over the place, like a Boy Scout. Didn't you see him too, Susan?" Miss Shasper was roused from deep preoccupation. "What, dear?" she asked. "See Sir Isaac?" "Sir Isaac? Dodging about the garden when we went through it." The novelist reflected. "I didn't notice," she said. "I was busy observing things." Lady Beach Mandarin's car passed through the open gates and was swallowed up in the dusty stream of traffic down Putney Hill. The great butler withdrew. The little manservant vanished. Mrs. Sawbridge and her elder daughter had hovered and now receded from the back of the hall. Lady Harman remained standing thoughtfully in the large Bulwer-Lytton-esque doorway of her house. Her face expressed a vague expectation. She waited to be addressed from behind. Then she became aware of the figure of her husband standing before her. He had come out of the laurels in front. His pale face was livid with anger, his hair dishevelled. There was garden mould and greenness upon his knees and upon his extended hands. She was startled out of her quiet defensiveness. "Why, Isaac," she cried, "where have you been?" It enraged him further to be asked so obviously unnecessary a question. He forgot his knightly chivalry. "What the devil do you mean?" he cried. "By chasing me all round the garden?" "Chasing you all round the garden? You heard me breaking my shins on that infernal flower pot you put for me, and out you shot with all your pack of old women and chased me round the garden. What do you mean by it? I don't think you were in the garden. Any fool could have told you I was in the garden. Any fool might have known I was in the garden. If I wasn't in the garden, then where the devil was I, eh? Where else could I be? Of course I was in the garden, and what you wanted was to hunt me down and make a fool of me. And look at me. Look, I say, look at my hands." Lady Harman regarded the lord of her being and hesitated before she answered. She knew what she had to say would enrage him, but she had come to a point in their relationship when a husband's good temper is no longer a supreme consideration. "You've had plenty of time to wash them," she said. "Yes," he shouted, "and instead I kept them to show you. I stayed out here to see the last of that crew for fear I might run against them in the house, of all the infernal old women." His lips were providentially deprived of speech. He conveyed his inability to express his estimate of Lady Beach Mandarin by a gesture of despair. If anyone calls, I am at home. I have to receive them," said Lady Harman after a moment's deliberation. "Receiving them's one thing. Making a fool of yourself?" His voice was raising. "Isaac," said Lady Harman, leaning forward, and then in a low, penetrating whisper, "Snagsby." It was the name of the great butler. "Damn Snagsby," hissed Sir Isaac, but dropping his voice and drawing near to her. What his voice lost in height, it gained in intensity. "What I say is this. Ella, you oughtn't to have brought that old woman out into the garden at all. She insisted on coming. You ought to have snubbed her. You ought to have done anything. How the devil was I to get away once she was through the veranda? There I was, Bagged. You could have come forward. What, and meet her? I had to meet her. Sir Isaac felt that his rage was being frittered away upon details. If you hadn't gone fooling about looking at houses, he said, and now he stood very close to her and spoke with a confidential intensity. You wouldn't have got that holy terror on your track, see? And now, here we are. He walked past her into the hall, and the little manservant suddenly materialized in the middle of the space and came forward to brush him obsequiously. Lady Harman regarded that proceeding for some moments in a preoccupied manner, and then passed slowly into the classical conservatory. She felt that, in view of her engagements, the discussion of Lady Beach Mandarin was only just beginning. She reopened it herself in the long drawing room, into which they both drifted after Sir Isaac had washed the mould from his hands. She went to the French window, gathered courage, it seemed, by a brief contemplation of the garden, and turned with a little effort. I don't agree, she said, with you about Lady Beach Mandarin. Sir Isaac appeared surprised. He had assumed the incident was closed. How? He asked compactly. I don't agree, said Lady Harman. She seems friendly and jolly. She is a holy terror, said Sir Isaac. I've seen her twice, Lady Harman. A call of that kind, his wife went on, when there are cards left and so on, has to be returned. You won't, said Sir Isaac. Lady Harman took a blind tassel in her hand. She felt that she had to hold on to something. In any case, she said, I should have to do that. In any case? She nodded. It would be ridiculous not to. It is why we know so few people, because we don't return calls. Sir Isaac paused before answering. We don't want to know a lot of people, he said, and besides, why, anybody could make us go running about all over London calling on them by just coming and calling on us. No sense in it. She's come and she's gone, and there's an end of it. No, said Lady Harman, gripping her tassel more firmly. I shall have to return that call. I tell you, you won't. It isn't only a call, said Lady Harman. You see, I promised to go there to lunch. Lunch? And to go to a meeting with her. Go to a meeting? Of a society called the Social Friends, and something else. Oh, to go to the committee meetings of her Shakespeare Dinners movement. I've heard of that. She said you supported it, or else, of course. Sir Isaac restrained himself with difficulty. Well, he said at last, you'd better write and tell her you can't do any of these things, that's all. He thrust his hands into his trouser pockets and walked to the French window next to the one in which she stood, with an air of having settled this business completely and being now free from the tranquil contemplation of horticulture. But Lady Harman had still something to say. I am going to all these things, she said. I said I would and I will. He didn't seem immediately to hear her. He made a little noise with his teeth that was habitual to him. Then he came towards her. This is your infernal sister, he said. Lady Harman reflected. No, she decided, it's myself. I might have known when we were asked here, said Sir Isaac, with an habitual disregard of her judgments that was beginning to irritate her more and more. You can't take on all these people. They're not the sort of people we want to know. I want to know them, said Lady Harman. I don't. I find them interesting, Lady Harman said, and I've promised. Well, you oughtn't to have promised without consulting me. Her reply was the material of much subsequent reflection on the part of Sir Isaac. There was something in her manner. You see, Isaac, she said, you kept so out of the way. In the pause that followed her words, Mrs. Sawbridge appeared from the garden smiling with a determined amiability and bearing a great bunch of the best roses which Sir Isaac hated to have picked in her hands. Chapter 4. The Beginnings of Lady Harman. Lady Harman had been married when she was just 18. Mrs. Sawbridge was the widow of a solicitor who had been killed in a railway collision while his affairs, as she put it, were unsettled, and she had brought up her two daughters in a villa at Penge upon very little money, in a state of genteel protest. Ellen was the younger. She had been a sturdy, dark-eyed, doll-dragging little thing, and had then shot up very rapidly. She had gone to a boarding school at Wimbledon because Mrs. Sawbridge thought the Penge Day School had made Georgina opinionated and unladylike, besides developing her muscular system to an unrefined degree. The Wimbledon school was on less progressive lines, and anyhow Ellen grew taller and more feminine than her sister, and by 17 was already womanly, dignified and intensely admired by a number of schoolmates and a large circle of their cousins and brothers. She was generally very good and only now and then broke out with some venturesome enterprise that hurt nobody. She got out of a skylight, for example, and perambulated the roof in the moonshine to see how it felt, and did one or two other little things of similar kind. Otherwise, her conduct was admirable, and her temper in those days was always contagiously good. That attractiveness which Mr. Brumley felt was already very manifest, and a little hindered her in the attainment of other distinctions. Most of her lessons were done for her by willing slaves, and they were happy slaves because she abounded in rewarding kindnesses, but on the other hand, the study of English literature and music was almost forced upon her by the zeal of the two visiting professors of these subjects. And at 17, which is the age when girls most despise the boyishness of young men, she met Sir Isaac and filled him with an invincible covetousness. The school at Wimbledon was a large, hushed, faded place presided over by a lady of hidden motives with great exterior calm named Miss Beaton Clavier. She was handsome without any improper attractiveness, an associate in the arts of St. Andrew's University and a cousin of Mr. Blenker of the Old Country Gazette. She was assisted by several resident mistresses and two very carefully married visiting masters for music and Shakespeare, and playground and shrubbery and tennis lawn were all quite effectively hidden from the high road. The curriculum included Latin grammar. Nobody ever got to the reading of books in that formidable tongue. French by an English lady who had been in France. Hanoverian German by an irascible native. The more seemly aspects of English history and literature, arithmetic, algebra, political economy, and drawing. There was no hockey played within the precincts. Science was taught without the clumsy apparatus or objectionable diagrams that are now so common, and stress was laid upon the carriage of the young ladies and the iniquity of speaking in raised voices. Miss Beaton Clavier deprecated the modern craze for examinations, and released from such pressure, her staff did not so much give courses of lessons as circle in a thorough-looking and patient manner about their subjects. This turnspit quality was reflected in the school idiom. One did not learn algebra or Latin or so forth. One did algebra. One was put into Latin. The girls went through this system of exercises and occupations, evasively, and as it were, sotto voce, making friends, making enemies, making love to one another, following instincts that urged them to find out something about life, in spite of the most earnest discouragement. None of them believed for a moment that the school was preparing them for life. Most of them regarded it as a long, inexplicable passage of blank, grey occupations through which they had to pass. Beyond was the sunshine. Ellen gathered what came to her. She realized a certain beauty in music, in spite of the biographies of great musicians, the technical enthusiasms, and the general professionalism of her teacher. The literature master directed her attention to memoirs, and through these, she caught gleams of understanding when the characters of history did for brief intervals cease to be rigidly dignified and institutional like Miss Beaton Clavier and became human like schoolfellows. And one little spectacled mistress who wore art dresses and adorned her classroom with flowers took a great fancy to her, talked to her with much vagueness and emotion of high aims, and lent her with an impressive furtiveness the works of Emerson and Shelley, and by a pamphlet by Bernard Shaw. It was a little difficult to understand what these writers were driving at. They were so dreadfully clever, but it was clear they reflected criticism upon the silences of her mother and the rigidities of Miss Beaton Clavier. In that suppressed and evasive life beneath the outer forms and procedures of school and home, there came glimmerings of something that seemed charged with the promise of holding everything together. The key, religion. She was attracted to religion, much more attracted than she would confess even to herself, but every circumstance in her training dissuaded her from a free approach. Her mother treated religion with a reverence that was almost indistinguishable from huffiness. She never named the deity, and she did not like the mention of his name. She threw a spell of indelicacy over religious topics that Ellen never thoroughly cast off. She put God among objectionable topics, albeit a sublime one. Miss Beaton Clavier sustained this remarkable suggestion. When she read prayers in school, she did so with the balanced impartiality of one who offers no comment. She seemed pained as she read and finished with a sigh. Whatever she intended to convey, she conveyed that even if the divinity was not all he should be, if indeed he was a person almost primitive, having neither the restraint nor the self-obliteration of a refined gentlewoman, no word of it should ever pass her lips. And so Ellen, as a girl, never let her mind go quite uneasily into this reconciling core of life, and talked of it only very rarely and shyly with a few chosen coevals. It wasn't very profitable talk. They had a guilty feeling, they laughed a little uneasily, they displayed a fatal proclivity to stab the swelling gravity of their souls with some forced and silly jest, and so tumble back to ground again before they rose too high. Yet great possibilities of faith and devotion stirred already in the girl's heart. She thought little of God by day, but had a strange sense of him in the starlight, never under the moonlight, that was in no sense divine, but in the stirring darkness of the stars. And it is remarkable that over a course of astronomical enlightenment by a visiting master and descriptions of masses and distances, incredible aching distances, then even more than ever, she seemed to feel God among the stars. A fatal incident of a schoolfellow turned her mind for a time to the dark stillness of death. The accident happened away in Wales during the summer holidays. She saw nothing of it. She only knew of its consequence. Hitherto she had assumed it was the function of girls to grow up and go out from the grey, intermediate state of schoolwork into freedoms and realities beyond. Death happened, she was aware, to young people, but not, she had thought, to the people one knew. This termination came with a shock. The girl was no great personal loss to Ellen. They had belonged to different sets of classes. But the conception of her as lying very, very still forever was a haunting one. Ellen felt she did not want to be still forevermore in a confined space, with life and sunshine going on all about her and above her, and it quickened her growing appetite for living to think that she might presently have to be like that. How stifled one would feel. It couldn't be like that. She began to speculate about that future life upon which religion insists so much and communicates so little. Was it perhaps in other planets, under those wonderful many-mooned, silver-banded skies, she perceived more and more a kind of absurdity in the existence all about her. Was all this world a mere make-believe? And would Miss Beaton Clavier and everyone about her presently cast aside a veil? Manifestly there was a veil. She had a very natural disposition to doubt whether the actual circumstances of her life were real. Her mother, for instance, was so lacking in blood and fire, so very like the stiff paper wrapping of something else. But if these things were not real, what was real? What might she not presently do? What might she not presently be? Perhaps death had something to do with that. Was death perhaps no more than the flinging off of grotesque outer garments by the newly arrived guests at the feast of living? She had that feeling that there might be a feast of living. These preoccupations were a jealously guarded secret, but they gave her a quality of slight detachment that added a dreaming dignity to her dark, tall charm. There were moments of fine, deep excitement that somehow linked themselves in her mind with these thoughts as being set over against the things of every day. These too were moments quite different and separate in quality from delight, from the keen appreciation of flowers or sunshine or little vividly living things. Daylight seemed to blind her to them as they blinded her to starshine. They too had a quality of reference to things large and remote, distances, unknown mysteries of light and matter, the thought of mountains, cool white wildernesses, and driving snowstorms, or great periods of time. Such were the luminous transfigurations that would come to her at the evening service in church. The school used to sit in the gallery over against the organists, and for a year and more, Ellen had the place at the corner from which she could look down the hazy candlelit vista of the nave and see the congregation as ranks and ranks of dim faces and vaguely apprehended clothes, ranks that rose with a peculiar, deep and spacious rustle to sing, and sang with a massiveness of effect she knew in no other music. Certain hymns in particular seemed to bear her up and carry her into another, larger, more wonderful world. Heart's Abode, Celestial Salem, for example, a world of luminous, spiritualized sensuousness. Of such a quality, she thought the heavenly city must surely be, away there and away, but this persuasion differed from those of other mystical intimations in its detachment from any sense of the divinity, and remarkably mixed up with it, and yet not belonging to it, antagonistic and kindred-like, a silver dagger stuck through a mystically illuminated parchment, was the angelic figure of a tall, fair boy in a surplice who stood out amidst the choir below and sang, it seemed to her, alone. She herself on these occasions of exaltation would be far too deeply moved to sing. She was inundated by a swimming sense of boundaries nearly transcended, as though she was upon the threshold of a different life altogether, the real enduring life, and as though if she could only maintain herself long enough in this shimmering exaltation, she would get right over. Things would happen, things that would draw her into that music and magic, and prevent her ever returning to everyday life again. There one would walk through music, between great candles, under eternal stars, hand in hand with a tall white figure. But nothing ever did happen to make her cross that boundary. The hymn ceased. The Amen died away, as if a curtain fell. The congregation subsided. Reluctantly, she would sink back to her seat. But all through the sermon, to which she never gave the slightest attention, her mind would feel mute and stilled, and she used to come out of the church, silent and preoccupied, returning unwillingly to the commonplaces of life. Ellen met Sir Isaac in the days before he was Sir Isaac, at the house of a school friend with whom she was staying at Hythe, and afterwards her mother and sister came down and joined her for a fortnight at a Folkestone boarding house. Mr. Harman had caught a chill while inspecting his North Wales branches and had come down with his mother to recuperate. He and his mother occupied a suite of rooms in the most imposing hotel upon the Leas. Ellen's friends' people were partners in a big flower firm and had a pleasant new aesthetic white and green house on the rough cast and slates in the pretty country beyond the Hythe golf links, and Ellen's friend's father was deeply anxious to develop amiable arrangements with Mr. Harman. There was much tennis, much croquet, much cycling to the Hythe sea wall, and bathing from little tents and sitting about in the sunshine. And Mr. Harman had his first automobile with him. They were still something of a novelty in those days, and was urgent to take picnic parties to large lonely places on the downs. There were only 2 young men in that circle. One was engaged to Ellen's friend's sister, and the other was bound to a young woman remote in Italy. Neither was strikingly attractive, and both regarded Harman with that awe, tempered by undignified furtive derision, which wealth and business capacity so often inspire in the young male. At first he was quiet and simply looked at her, as it seemed anyone might look. Then she perceived he looked at her intently and continuously, and was persistently close to her, and seemed always to be trying to do things to please her and attract her attention. And then from the general behaviour of the women about her, her mother and Mrs. Harman, and her friend's mother, and her friend's sister, rather than from any one specific thing they said, it grew upon their consciousness that this important and fabulously wealthy person, who was also, it seemed to her, so modest and quiet and touchingly benevolent, was in love with her. "Your daughter," said Mrs. Harman repeatedly to Mrs. Sawbridge, "is charming, perfectly charming." "She's such a child," said Mrs. Sawbridge repeatedly in reply. And she told Ellen's friend's mother, apropos of Ellen's friend's engagement, that she wanted all her daughters to marry for love. She didn't care what the man had, so long as they loved each other, and meanwhile she took the utmost care that Isaac had undisputed access to the girl, was watchfully ready to fend off anyone else, made her take everything he offered, and praised him quietly and steadily to her. She pointed out how modest and unassuming he was, in spite of the fact that he was controlling an immense business, and in his own particular trade, a perfect Napoleon. For all one sees to the contrary, he might be just a private gentleman, and he feeds thousands and thousands of people. "Sooner or later," said Mrs. Harman, "I suppose Isaac will marry. He's been such a good son to me that I shall feel it dreadfully. And yet, I wish I could see him settled. Then I shall settle in a little house of my own somewhere. Just a little place. I don't believe in coming too much between son and daughter-in-law." Harman's natural avidity was tempered by a proper modesty. He thought Ellen so lovely and so infinitely desirable, and indeed she was, that it seemed incredible to him that he could ever get her. And yet he had got the most of the things in life he had really and urgently wanted. His doubts gave his love-making an eager, lavish and pathetic delicacy. He watched her minutely in an agony of appreciation. He felt ready to give or promise anything. She was greatly flattered by his devotion, and she liked the surprises and presents he heaped upon her extremely. Also, she was sorry for him beyond measure. In the deep recesses of her heart was an oleographic ideal of a large, brave man with blue eyes, a wave in his fair hair, a wonderful tenor voice, and she could not help it. She tried to look away and not think of it. A broad chest. With him, she intended to climb mountains. So clearly, she could not marry Mr. Harman. And because of that, she tried to be very kind indeed to him. And when he faltered that she could not possibly care for him, she reassured him so vaguely as to fill him with wild gusts of hope and herself with a sense of pledges. He told her one day between two sets of tennis, which he played with a certain tricky skill, that he felt that the very highest happiness he could ever attain would be to die at her feet. Presently her pity and her sense of responsibility had become so large and deep that the dream hero with the blue eyes was largely overlaid and hidden by them. Then, at first a little indirectly and then urgently with a voice upon the edge of tears, Harman implored her to marry him. She had never before in the whole course of her life seen a grown-up person on the very verge of tears. She felt that the release of such deep fountains as that must be averted at any cost. She felt that for a mere schoolgirl like herself, a backward schoolgirl who had never really mastered quadratics, to cause these immense and tragic distresses was abominable. She was sure her former headmistress would disapprove very highly of her. "I will make you a queen," said Harman. "I will give all my life to your happiness." She believed he would. She refused him for the second time, but with a weakening certainty in a little white summer house that gave a glimpse of the sea between green and wooded hills. She sat and stared at the sea after he had left her, through a mist of tears, so pitiful did he seem. He had beaten his poor fists on the stone table and then caught up her hand, kissed it, and rushed out. She had not dreamt that love could hurt like that. And all that night, that is to say for a full hour before her wet eyelashes closed in slumber, she was sleepless with remorse for the misery she was causing him. The third time, when he said with suicidal conviction that he would not live without her, she burst into a pity and yielded. And instantly, amazingly, with the famished swiftness of a springing panther, he caught her body into his arms and kissed her on the lips. They were married with every circumstance of splendor, with very expensive music, and portraits in the illustrated newspapers, and a great glitter of favours and carriages. The bridegroom was most thoughtful and generous about the Sawbridge side of the preparations. Only one thing was a little perplexing. In spite of his impassioned impatience, he delayed the wedding. Full of dark hints and a portentous secret, he delayed the wedding for 25 whole days in order that it should follow immediately upon the publication of the birthday honours list. And then they understood. "You will be Lady Harman," he exulted. "Lady Harman, I would have given double. I have had to back the old country gazette, and I don't care a rap. I'd have done anything. I'd have brought the rotten thing out right. Lady Harman." He remained lover-like until the very eve of their marriage. Then suddenly it seemed to her that all the people she cared for in the world were pushing her away from them towards him, giving her up, handing her over. He became possessive. His objection changed to pride. She perceived that she was going to be left tremendously alone with him, with an effect as if she had stepped off a terrace onto what she believed to be land and had abruptly descended into very deep water. And while she was still feeling quite surprised by everything and extremely doubtful whether she wanted to go any further with this business, which was manifestly more serious, far more serious, out of all proportion, more serious than anything that had ever happened to her before, and unpleasant, abounding indeed in crumpling indignities and horrible nervous stresses, it dawned upon her that she was presently to be that strange, grown up and preoccupied thing, a mother, and that girlhood and youth and vigorous games, mountains and swimming and running and leaping were over for her, as far as she could see, forever. Both the prospective grandmothers became wonderfully kind and helpful and intimate, preparing with gusto and an agreeable sense of delegated responsibility for the child that was to give them all the pride of maternity again, and none of its inconveniences. Chapter 5. The World According to Sir Isaac. Her marriage had carried Ellen out of the narrow world of home and school into another that had seemed at first vastly larger, if only on account of its freedom from the perpetual achievement of small economies. Hitherto the urgent necessity of these had filled life with irksome precautions and clipped the wings of every dream. This new life into which Sir Isaac led her by the hand promised not only that release, but more light, more colour, more movement, more people. There was to be at any rate so much in the way of rewards and compensation for her pity of him. She found the establishment at Putney ready for her. Sir Isaac had not consulted her about it. It had been his secret. He had prepared it for her with meticulous care as a surprise. They returned from a honeymoon in Skye, in which the attentions of Sir Isaac and the comforts of a first-class hotel had obscured a marvellous background of sombre mountain and wide stretches of shining sea. Sir Isaac had been very fond and insistent and inseparable, and she was doing her best to conceal a strange, distressful jangling of her nerves, which she now feared might presently dispose her to scream. Sir Isaac had been goodness itself, but how she craved now for solitude. She was under the impression now that they were going to his mother's house in Highbury. Then she thought he would have to go away to business for part of the day at any rate, and she could creep into some corner and begin to think of all that had happened to her in these short summer months. They were met at Euston by his motor car. "Home," said Sir Isaac, with a little gleam of excitement, when the more immediate luggage was aboard. As they hummed through the West End afternoon, Ellen became aware that he was whistling through his teeth. It was his invariable indication of mental activity, and her attention came drifting back from her idle contemplation of the shoppers and strollers of Piccadilly to link this already alarming symptom with the perplexing fact that they were manifestly travelling west. "But this," she said presently, "is Knightsbridge." "Goes to Kensington," he replied with attempted indifference. "But your mother doesn't live this way." "We do," said Sir Isaac, shining at every point of his face. "But," she halted, "Isaac, where are we going?" "Home," he said. "You've not taken a house?" "Bought it." "But it won't be ready." "I've seen to that." "Servants?" she cried in dismay. "That's all right." His face broke into an excited smile. His little eyes danced and shone. "Everything," he said. "But the servants?" she said. "You'll see," he said. "There's a butler and everything." "A butler?" He could now no longer restrain himself. "I was weeks," he said, getting it ready. Weeks and weeks. It's a house. I'd had my eye on it ever before I met you. But it's a real good house, Ellie. The fortunate girl wife went on through Brompton to Walham Green with a stunned feeling. So women have felt in Tumbrils. A nightmare of butlers, a galaxy of possible butlers, filled her soul. No one was quite so big and formidable as Snagsby, towering up to receive her upon the steps of the home her husband was so amazingly giving her. The reader has already been privileged to see something of this house in the company of Lady Beach Mandarin. At the top of the steps stood Mrs. Crumble, the new and highly recommended cook housekeeper, in her best black silk, flounced and expanded, and behind her peeped several neat maids in caps and aprons. A little valet-like under-butler appeared and tried to balance Snagsby by hovering 2 steps above him on the opposite side of the Victorian medieval porch. Assisted officiously by Snagsby, and amidst the deferential, unhelpful gestures of the under-butler, Sir Isaac handed his wife out of the car. "Everything all right, Snagsby?" he asked, brusquely, if a little breathless. "Everything in order, Sir Isaac. And here, this is her ladyship. I hope her ladyship had a pleasant journey to her new home. I'm sure, if I may presume, Sir Isaac, we shall all be very glad to serve her ladyship." Like all well-trained English servants, Snagsby always dropped as many H's as he could when conversing with his superiors. He did this as a mark of respect and to prevent social confusion, just as he was always careful to wear a slightly misfitting dress coat and fold his trousers so they creased at the sides and had a wide, flat effect in front. Lady Harman bowed a little shyly to his good wishes and was then led up to Mrs. Crumble in a stiff black silk, who curtsies with a submissive amiability to her new mistress. "I'm sure, milady," he said, "I'm sure." There was a little pause. "Here they are, you see, right and ready," said Sir Isaac, and then with an inspiration, "Got any tea for us, Snagsby?" Snagsby, addressing his mistress, inquired if he should serve tea in the garden or in the drawing-room, and Sir Isaac decided for the garden. "There's another hall beyond this," he said, and took his wife's arm, leaving Mrs. Crumble still bowing amiably before the hall table. And every time she bowed, she rustled richly. "It's quite a big garden," said Sir Isaac. And so the woman who had been a girl 3 weeks ago, this tall, dark-eyed, slightly perplexed and very young-looking lady, was introduced to the home that had been made for her. She went about it with an alarmed sense of strange responsibilities, not in the least feeling that anything was being given to her. And Sir Isaac led her from point to point, full of the pride and joy of new possession, for it was his first own house, as well as hers, rejoicing over it and exacting gratitude. "It's all right, isn't it?" he asked, looking up at her. "It's wonderful. I'd no idea." "See," he said, indicating a great brass full of perennial sunflowers on the landing. "Your favourite flower." "My favourite flower? You said it was in that book, Perennial Sunflower." She was perplexed and then remembered. She understood now why he had said downstairs, when she had glanced at a big photographic enlargement of a portrait of Dr. Bernardo, "your favourite hero in real life." He had brought her at Hythe one day a popular Victorian device, a confession album, in which she had had to write down on a neat rose-tinted page her favourite author, her favourite flower, her favourite colour, her favourite hero in real life, her pet aversion, and quite a number of such particulars of her subjective existence. She had filled this page in a haphazard manner late one night, and she was disconcerted to find how thoroughly her careless replies had come home to roost. She had put down pink as her favorite color because the page she was writing upon suggested it, and the paper room was pale pink, the curtains strong pink with a pattern of paler pink and tied with large pink bows, and the lampshades, the bedspread, the pillowcases, the carpets, the chairs, the very crockery, everything but the omnipresent perennial sunflowers was pink. Confronted with this realization, she understood that pink was the least agreeable of all possible hues for a bedroom. She perceived she had to live now in a chromatic range between rather undone mutton and salmon. She had said that her favorite musical composers were Bach and Beethoven. She really meant it, and a bust of Beethoven materialized that statement. But she had made Dr. Bernardo her favorite hero in real life because his name also began with a B, and she had heard someone say somewhere that he was a very good man. The predominance of George Eliot's pensive rather than delightful countenance in her bedroom and the array of all that lady's works in a lusciously tooled pink leather was due to her equally reckless choice of a favorite author. She had said too that Nelson was her favorite historical character, but Sir Isaac, with a delicate jealousy, had preferred to have this heroic but regrettably immoral personality represented in his home only by an engraving of the Battle of Copenhagen. She stood surveying this room, and her husband watched her eagerly. She was, he felt, impressed at last. Certainly, she had never seen such a bedroom in her life. By comparison, even with the largest of the hotel apartments they had occupied, it was vast. It had writing tables and a dainty bookcase and a blushing sofa and dressing tables and a bureau and a rose-red screen and 3 large windows. Her thoughts went back to the narrow little bedroom at Penge, with which she had hitherto been so entirely content. Her own few little books, a photograph or so, they'd never dare to come here, even if she dared to bring them. "Here," said Sir Isaac, flinging open a white door, "is your dressing room." She was chiefly aware of a huge white bath standing on a marble slab under a window of crinkled pink-stained glass, and of a wide space of tiled floor with white fur rugs. "And here," he said, opening a panel that was covered by wallpaper, "is my door." "Yes," he said, to the question in her eyes. "That's my room. You got this one for your own. It's how people do now, people of our position. There's no lock." He shut the door slowly again and surveyed the splendors he had made with infinite satisfaction. "All right," he said, "isn't it?" He turned to the pearl for which the casket was made and slipped an arm about her waist. His arm tightened. "Got a kiss for me, Ellie?" he whispered. At this moment, a gong almost worthy of Snagsby summoned them to tea. It came booming to them with a vast officious arrogance that brooked no denial. It made one understand the imperatives of the last trump, albeit with a greater dignity. There was a little awkward pause. "I'm so dirty and trainy," she said, disengaging herself from his arm, "and we ought to go to tea." The same exceptional aptitude of Sir Isaac for detailed administration that had relieved his wife from the need of furnishing and arranging a home made the birth of her children and the organization of her nursery an almost detached affair for her. Sir Isaac went about in a preoccupied way, whistling between his teeth and planning with expert advice the equipment of an ideal nursery, and her mother and his mother became, as it were, voluminous clouds of uncommunicative wisdom and precaution. In addition, the conversation of Miss Krupp, the extremely skilled and costly nurse who arrived a full advent before the child, fresh from the birth of a viscount, did much to generalize whatever had remained individual of this thing that was happening. With so much intelligence focused, there seemed to Lady Harman no particular reason why she should not do her best to think as little as possible about the impending affair, which meant for her, she now understood quite clearly, more and more discomfort, culminating in agony. The summer promised to be warm, and Sir Isaac took a furnished house for the great event in the hills behind Torquay. The maternal instinct is not a magic thing. It has to be evoked and developed, and I decline to believe it is indicative of any peculiar unwomanliness in Lady Harman that when at last she beheld her newborn daughter in the hands of the experts, she moaned druggishly, "Oh, please take it away. Oh, take it away, anywhere, anywhere." It was very red and wrinkled and aged-looking, and, except when it opened its mouth to cry, extraordinarily like its father. This resemblance disappeared, along with a crop of darkish red hair, in the course of a day or two, but it left a lurking dislike to its proximity in her mind long after it had become an entirely infantile and engaging baby. Those early years of their marriage were the happiest period of Sir Isaac's life. He seemed to have everything that a man could desire. He was still only just 40 at his marriage. He had made for himself a position altogether dominant in the world of confectionery and popular refreshment. He had won a title. He had a home after his own heart, a beautiful young wife, and presently delightful children in his own image. And it was only after some years of contentment and serenity, and with a certain incredulity, that he discovered that something in his wife, something almost in the nature of discontent with her lot, was undermining and threatening all the comfort and beauty of his life. Sir Isaac was one of those men whom modern England delights to honour, a man of unpretentious acquisitiveness, devoted to business and distracted by no aesthetic or intellectual interests. He was the only son of his mother, the widow of a bankrupt steam miller, and he had been a delicate child to rear. He left Mr. Gambard's college at Ealing after passing the second-class examination of the College of Preceptors at the age of 16, to go into a tea office as clerk without a salary, a post he presently abandoned for a clerkship in the office of a large refreshment catering firm. He attracted the attention of his employers by suggesting various administrative economies, and he was already drawing a salary of £250 a year when he was 21. Many young men would have rested satisfied with so rapid an advancement, and would have devoted themselves to the amusements that are now considered so permissible to youth. But young Harman was made of sterner stuff, and it only spurred him to further efforts. He contrived to save a considerable portion of his salary for some years, and at the age of 27, he started, in association with a firm of flour millers, the international bread and cake stores, which spread rapidly over the country. They were not in any sense of the word international, but in a search for inflated and inflating adjectives, the word attracted him most, and the success of the enterprise justified his choice. Originally conceived as a syndicated system of bakers' shops running a specially gritty and nutritious line of bread, the staminal bread, in addition to the ordinary descriptions, it rapidly developed a catering side, and in a little time there were few centres of clerkly employment in London or the Midlands where an international could not be found, supplying the midday scone or poached egg, washed down by a cup of tea or coffee or lemonade. It meant hard work for Isaac Harman. It drew lines on his cheeks. sharpened his always rather pointed nose to an extreme efficiency, greyed his hair, and gave an acquired firmness to his rather retreating mouth. All his time was given to the details of this development. Always he was inspecting premises, selecting and dismissing managers, making codes of rules and fines for his growing army of employees, organizing and reorganizing his central offices and his central bakeries, hunting up cheaper and cheaper supplies of egg and flour and milk and ham, devising advertisements and agency developments. He had something of an artist's passion in these things. He went about, a little bent and peaky, calculating and planning and hissing through his teeth, and feeling not only that he was getting on, but that he was getting on in his most exemplary way. Manifestly, anybody in his line of business who wanted to be leisurely or to be generous, who possessed any broader interest than the shop, who troubled to think about the nation or the race or any of the deeper mysteries of life, was bound to go down before him. He dealt privately with every appetite. Until his marriage, no human being could have suspected him of any appetite but business. He disposed of every distracting impulse with unobtrusive decision, and even his political inclination towards radicalism sprang chiefly from an irritation with the legal advantages and landlordisms natural to a man who is frequently leasing shops. At school, Sir Isaac had not been a particularly prominent figure. His disposition at cricket to block and to bowl, sneaks and twisters, underarm, had raised his average rather than his reputation. He had evaded fights and dramatic situations, and protected himself from occasions of unavoidable violence by punching with his white knuckles held in a peculiar and vicious manner. He had always been a little insensitive to those graces of style, in action if not in art, which appeal so strongly to the commoner sort of English mind. He played first for safety, and that assured for the utmost advantage. These tendencies became more marked with maturity. When he took up tennis for his health's sake, he developed at once an ungracious service that had to be killed like vermin. He developed an instinct for the deadest ball available, and his returns close up to the net were like assassinations. Indeed, he was inherently incapable of any vision beyond the express prohibitions and permissions of the rules of the games he played, or beyond the laws and institutions under which he lived. His idea of generosity was the undocumented and unqualified purchase of a person by payments made in the form of a gift. And this being the quality of Sir Isaac's mind, it followed that his interpretations of the relationship of marriage were simple and strict. A woman, he knew, had to be wooed to be won, but when she was won, she was won. He did not understand wooing after that was settled. There was the bargain and her surrender. He on his side had to keep her, dress her, be kind to her, give her the appearances of pride and authority, and in return he had his rights and privileges and undefined powers of control. That, by the existing rules, is the reality of marriage where there are no settlements and no private property of the wife's. That is to say, it is the reality of marriage in 99 cases out of 100. And it would have shocked Sir Isaac extremely, and as a matter of fact it did shock him, for anyone to suggest the slightest revision of so entirely advantageous an arrangement. He was confident of his good intentions, and resolved to the best of his ability to make his wife the happiest of living creatures, subject only to reasonable acquiescences and general good behaviour. Never before had he cared for anything so much as he did for her, not even for the international bread and cake stores. He gloated upon her, She distracted him from business. He resolved from the outset to surround her with every luxury and permit her no desire that he had not already anticipated. Even her mother and Georgina, whom he thought extremely unnecessary persons, were frequent visitors to his house. His solicitude for her was so great that she found it difficult even to see her doctor, except in his presence. And he bought her a pearl necklace that cost £600. He was, in fact, one of those complete husbands who grow rare in these decadent days. The social circle to which Sir Isaac introduced his wife was not a very extensive one. The business misadventures of his father had naturally deprived his mother of most of her friends. He had made only acquaintances at school, and his subsequent concentration upon business had permitted very few intimacies. Renewed prosperity had produced a certain revival of cousins, but Mrs. Harman, established in a pleasant house at Highbury, had received their attentions with a well-merited stiffness. His chief associates were his various business allies, and these and their wives and families formed the nucleus of the new world to which Ellen was gradually and temperately introduced. There were a few local callers, but Putney is now too deeply merged with London for this practice of the countryside to have any great effect upon a newcomer's visiting circle. Perhaps Mr. Charterson might claim to be Sir Isaac's chief friend at the time of that gentleman's marriage. Transactions in sugar had brought them together originally. He was Sir Isaac's best man, and the new knight entertained a feeling of something very like admiration for him. Moreover, Mr. Charterson had very large ears. More particularly was the left one large, extraordinarily large, and projecting upper teeth, which he sought vainly to hide beneath an extravagant moustache, and a harsh voice, characteristics that did much to allay the anxieties natural to a newly married man. Mr. Charterson was moreover adequately married to a large, attentive, enterprising, swarthy wife, and possessed a splendid house in Belgravia. Not quite so self-made as Sir Isaac, he was still sufficiently self-made to take a very keen interest in his own social advancement, and in social advancement generally, and it was through him that Sir Isaac's attention had been first directed to those developing relations with politics that arise as a business grows to greatness. "I'm for Parliament," said Charterson. "Sugar's in politics, and I'm after it. You'd better come too, Harman. Those chaps up there, they'll play jiggery-pokery with sugar if we aren't careful. And it won't be only sugar, Harman." Pressed to expand this latter sentence, he pointed out to his friend that any amount of interfering with employment was in the air. Any amount. "And besides," said Mr. Charterson, "men like us have a stake in the country, Harman. We're getting biggish people. We ought to do our share. I don't see the fun of leaving everything to the landlords and lawyers. Men of our sort have got to make ourselves felt. We want a business government, of course, one pays. So long as I get a voice in calling the tune, I don't mind paying the piper a bit. There's going to be a lot of interference with trade. All this social legislation, and there's what you were saying the other day about these leases." "I'm not much of a talker," said Harman. "I don't see myself gassing in the House." "Oh, I don't mean going into Parliament," said Charterson. "That's for some of us, perhaps, but come into the party, make yourself felt." Under Charterson's stimulation it was that Harman joined the National Liberal Club, and presently went on to the climax, and through him he came to know something of that inner traffic of arrangements and bargains which does so much to keep a great historical party together and maintain its vitality. For a time he was largely overshadowed by the sturdy radicalism of Charterson, but presently, as he understood this interesting game better, he embarked upon a line of his own. Charterson wanted a seat and presently got it. His maiden speech on the sugar bounties won a compliment from Mr. Evesham, and Harman, who would have piloted a monoplane sooner than addressed the House, decided to be one of those silent influences that work outside our National Assembly. He came to the help of an embarrassed Liberal weekly, and then, in a Fleet Street crisis, undertook the larger share of backing the Old Country Gazette, that important social and intellectual party organ. His knighthood followed almost automatically. Such political development introduced a second element into the intermittent social relations of the Harman household. Before his knighthood and marriage, Sir Isaac had participated in various public banquets and private parties, and little dinners in the vaults of the house and elsewhere, arising out of his political inventions. And with the appearance of Lady Harman, there came a certain urgency on the part of those who maintain a state of hectic dullness, the social activities of the great Liberal party. Horatio Blenker, Sir Isaac's editor, showed a disposition to be socially very helpful, and after Miss Blenker had called in a state of worldly instructiveness, there was a little dinner at the Blenkers to introduce young Lady Harman to the great political world. It was the first dinner party of her life, and she found it dazzling, rather than really agreeable. She felt very slender and young and rather unclothed about the arms and neck. In spite of the £600 pearl necklace that had been given to her just as she stood before the mirror in her white and gold dinner dress, ready to start. She had to look down at that dress ever and again, and her shining arms, to remind herself that she wasn't still in schoolgirl clothes, and it seemed to her there was not another woman in the room who was not fairly entitled to send her off to bed at any moment. She had been a little nervous about the details of the dinner, but there was nothing strange or difficult but caviar. And in that case, she waited for someone else to begin. The Chartersons were there, which was very reassuring, and the abundant flowers on the table were a sort of protection. The man on her right was very nice, very voluble, and evidently quite deaf, so that she had merely to make kind, respectful faces at him. He talked to her most of the time and described the peasant costumes in Marken and Walcherine. And Mr. Blenker, with a fine appreciation of Sir Isaac's watchful temperament and his own magnetism, spoke to her 3 times and never looked at her once through all the entertainment. A few weeks later they went to dinner at the Chartersons, and then she gave a dinner, which was arranged very skillfully by Sir Isaac and Snagsby and the cook housekeeper, with a little outside help. And then came a big party reception at Lady Barleypound's, a multitudinous, miscellaneous assembly in which the obviously wealthy rubbed shoulders with the obviously virtuous and the not quite so obviously clever. It was a great orgy of standing about and seeing the various Blenkers and the Cramptons and the Weston Massinghays and the Daytons and Mrs. Millingham with her quivering lorgnette, and her last tame genius and Lewis, and indeed all the tapirs and tadpoles of liberalism, being tremendously active and influential and important throughout the evening. The house struck Ellen as being very splendid, the great staircase particularly so, and never before had she seen a great multitude of people in evening dress. Lady Barleypound in the golden parlour at the head of the stairs shook hands automatically, lest it would seem in some amiable dream. Mrs. Blapton and a daughter rustled across the gathering in a hasty, vindictive manner and vanished, and a number of handsome, glittering, dark-eyed, splendidly dressed women kept together in groups and were tremendously but occultly amused. The various blenkers seemed everywhere. Horatio, in particular, with his large, fluent person and his luminous tenor, was like a shop walker taking customers to the departments. One felt he was weaving all these immiscibles together into one great liberal purpose, and that he deserved quite wonderful things from the party. He even introduced 5 or 6 people to Lady Harman, looking sternly over her head and restraining his charm as he did so on account of Sir Isaac's feelings. The people he brought up to her were not very interesting people, she thought, but then that was perhaps due to her own dreadful ignorance in politics. Lady Harman ceased even to dip into the vortex of London society after March, and in June she went with her mother and a skilled nurse to that beautiful furnished house Sir Isaac had found near Torquay, in preparation for the birth of their first little daughter. It seemed to her husband that it was both unreasonable and ungrateful of her to become a tearful young woman after their union, and for a phase of some months she certainly was a tearful young woman, but his mother made it clear to him that this was quite a correct and permissible phase for her, as she was, and so he expressed his impatience with temperance, and presently she was able to pull herself together and begin to readjust herself to a universe that had seemed for a time almost too shattered for endurance. She resumed the process of growing up that her marriage had for a time so vividly interrupted, and if her school days were truncated and the college phase omitted, she had at any rate a very considerable amount of fundamental experience to replace these now customary completions. These little girls she brought into the world in the first 3 years of her married life. Then after a brief interval of indifferent health, she had a 4th baby girl of a physique quite obviously inferior to its predecessors, and then, after, and perhaps as a consequence of much whispered conversation of the 2 mother-in-laws, protests and tactful explanation on the part of the elderly and trustworthy family doctor, and remarks of extraordinary breadth, and made at table too, almost before the door had closed on Snagsby, from Ellen's elder sister there came a less reproductive phase. But by that time Lady Harman had acquired the habit of reading and the habit of thinking over what she read, and from that it is an easy step to thinking over oneself and the circumstances of one's own life. The one thing trains for the other. Now, the chief circumstance in the life of Lady Harman was Sir Isaac. Indeed, as she grew to a clear consciousness of herself and her position, it seemed to her he was not so much a circumstance as a circumvallation. There wasn't a direction in which she could turn without immediately running up against him. He had taken possession of her extremely. And from her first resignation to this, as an inevitable fact, she had come, she hardly knew how, to a renewed disposition to regard this large and various universe beyond him and outside him with something of the same slight adventurousness she had felt before he so comprehensively happened to her. After her first phase of despair, she had really done her best to honour the bargain. She had rather unwittingly made and to love and to devote herself and to be loyal and a happy wife to this clutching, hard-breathing little man who had got her, and it was the insatiable excesses of his demands quite as much as any outer influence that made her realize the impossibility of such a concentration. His was a supremely acquisitive and possessive character, so that he insulted her utmost subjugations by an obtrusive suspicion and jealousy. He was jealous of her childish worship of her dead father, jealous of her disposition to go to church, jealous of the poet Wordsworth because she liked to read his sonnets, jealous because she loved great music, jealous when she wanted to go out. If she seemed passionless and she seemed more and more passionless, he was jealous. and the slightest gleam of any warmth of temperament filled him with a violent, furious dread of dishonoring possibilities. And the utmost resolution to believe in him could not hide from her forever the fact that his love manifested itself almost wholly as a parade of ownership and a desire, without kindliness, without any self-forgetfulness. All his devotion, his self-abjection, had to be mere qualms of a craving, the flush of eager courtship. Do as she would to overcome these realizations, forces within her stronger than herself, primordial forces with the welfare of all life in her keeping, cried out upon the meanness of his face, the ugly pointed nose and the thin compressed lips, the weak neck, the clammy hands, the ungainly nervous gestures, the tuneless whistling between the clenched teeth. He would not let her forget a single detail. Whenever she tried to look at any created thing, he thrust himself like one of his own open-air advertisements athwart the attraction. As she grew up to an achieved womanhood, and it was even a physical growing up, for she added more than an inch of stature after her marriage, her life became more and more consciously like a fencing match in which her vision flashed over his head and under his arms and this side of him and that, while with a toiling industry he fought to intercept it. And from the complete acceptance of her matrimonial submission, she passed on by almost insensible degrees towards a conception of her life as a struggle that seemed at first entirely lonely and unsupported to exist against him. In every novel, as in every picture, there must be an immense simplification, and so I tell the story of Lady Harman's changing attitude without any of those tangled leaping forwards or harpings back. Those moods and counter-moods and relapses which made up the necessary course of her mind. But sometimes she was here and sometimes she was there. Sometimes quite back to the beginning as obedient, scrupulously loyal and up-looking young wife. Sometimes a wife concealing the humiliation of an unhappy choice in a spurious satisfaction and affection. And mixed up with widening spaces of criticism and dissatisfaction and hostility, there were, you must understand, moments of real liking for this outrageous little man and streaks of an absurd maternal tenderness for him. They had been too close together to avoid that. She had a woman's affection of ownership too, and disliked to see him despised or untidy. Even those ridiculous muddy hands had given a strange twinge of solicitude. And all the while she was trying to see the universe also, the great background of their two little lives, and to think what it might mean for her over and above their too obliterating relationship. It would be like counting the bacteria of an infection to trace how ideas of insubordination came drifting into Sir Isaac's paradise. The epidemic is in the air. There is no tempter nowadays, no definitive apple. The disturbing force has grown subtler, blows in now like a draught, creeps and gathers like the dust, a disseminated serpent. Sir Isaac brought home this young, beautiful and rather crumpled and astonished Eve, and by all his standards, he was entitled to be happy ever afterwards. He knew of one danger, but against that he was very watchful. Never once for 6 long years did she have a private dialogue with another male. But Muddy and Sir Jessie Boot sent parcels to the house unchecked. The newspaper drifted in, not even censored. The nurses who guided Ellen through the essential incidents of a feminine career talked of something called a movement. And there was Georgina. The thing they wanted, they called the vote. But that demand, so hollow, so eyeless, had all the terrifying effect of a mask. Behind that mask was a formless, invincible discontent with the lot of womanhood. It wanted, it was not clear what it wanted, but whatever it wanted, all the domestic instincts of mankind were against admitting there was anything it could want. That remarkable agitation had already worked up to a thunderous pitch. There had been demonstrations at public meetings, scenes in the ladies' gallery, and something like rioting in the Parliament Square before it ever occurred to Sir Isaac that this was a disturbance that touched his home. He had supposed suffragettes were ladies of all too certain an age, with red noses and spectacles and a masculine style of costume, who wished to be hugged by policemen. He said as much rather knowingly and wickedly to Chartism. He could not understand any woman not coveting the privileges of Lady Harman. And then one day, while Georgina and her mother were visiting them, as he was looking over the letters at the breakfast table, according to his custom before giving them out, he discovered 2 identical newspaper packets addressed to his wife and his sister-in-law, and upon them were these words printed very plainly: "Votes for women." "Good Lord," he cried. "What's this? It oughtn't to be allowed." And he pitched the newspapers to the wastepaper basket under the sideboard. "I'll thank you," said Georgina, "not to throw away our votes for women. We subscribe to that." "Eh?" cried Sir Isaac. "We're subscribers. Snagsby, just give us those papers." A difficult moment for Snagsby. He picked up the papers and looked at Sir Isaac. "Put 'em down there," said Sir Isaac, waving to the sideboard, and then, in an ensuing silence, handed 2 letters of no importance to his mother-in-law. His face was pale and he was breathless. Snagsby, with an obvious tactfulness, retired. Sir Isaac watched the door close. His remark pointedly ignored Georgina. "What you been thinking about, Ellie?" he asked. "Subscribing to that thing." "I wanted to read it." "But you don't hold with all that rubbish." "Rubbish?" said Georgina, helping herself to marmalade. "Well, rot then, if you like," said Sir Isaac, unamiably and panting. With that, as Snagsby afterwards put it, for the battle raged so fiercely as to go on even when he presently returned to the room. The fat was in the fire. The Harman breakfast table was caught up into the great controversy with heat and fury like a tree that is overtaken by a forest fire. It burnt for weeks and smouldered still when the first white heats had abated. I will not record the arguments of either side. They were abominably bad, and you have heard them all the time after time. I do not think that whatever side you have taken in this matter, you would find much to please you in Sir Isaac's goadings or Georgina's repartees. Sir Isaac would ask if women were prepared to go as soldiers, and Georgina would inquire how many years of service he had done, or horrify her mother by manifest allusion to the agonies and dangers of maternity, things like that. It gave a new interest for breakfast for Snagsby, and the peculiar ladylike qualities of Mrs. Sawbridge, a gift for silent, pallid stiffness, a disposition, tactful but unsuccessful, to change the subject, an air of being about to leave the room in disdain, had never shone with such baleful splendour. Our interest here is rather in the effect of these remarkable disputes, which echoed in Sir Isaac's private talk long after Georgina had gone again upon Lady Harman. He could not leave this topic of feminine emancipation alone. once it had been set going, and though Ellen would always preface her remarks by, "Of course, Georgina goes too far," he worried her slowly into a series of definite insurgent positions. Sir Isaac's attacks on Georgina certainly brought about a good deal of absurdity in her positions, and Georgina at times left Sir Isaac without a leg to stand on, and the net result of their disputes, as of most human controversies, was not conviction for the hearer, but release. Her mind escaped between them and went exploring for itself through the great gaps they had made in the simple obedient assumptions of her girlhood. That question, originally put in paradise, "Why shouldn't we?" came into her mind and stayed there. It is a question that marks a definite stage in the departure of innocence. Things that had seemed opaque and immutable appeared translucent and questionable. She began to read more and more in order to learn things and get a light upon things, and less to pass the time. Ideas came to her that seemed at first strange altogether, and then grotesquely justifiable, and then crept to a sort of acceptance by familiarity, and a disturbing, intermittent sense of a general responsibility increased and increased in her. You will understand this sense of responsibility which was growing up in Lady Harman's mind if you have felt it yourself. But if you have not, then you may find it a little difficult to understand. You see, it comes, when it comes at all, out of a phase of disillusionment. All children, I suppose, begin by taking for granted the rightness of things in general, the soundness of accepted standards, and many people are at least so happy that they never really grow out of this assumption. They go to the grave with an unbroken confidence that somewhere behind all the immediate injustices and disorders of life, behind the antics of politics, the rigidities of institutions, the pressure of custom, and the vagaries of law, there is wisdom and purpose and adequate provision. They never lose that faith in the human household they acquired amongst the directed securities of home. But for more of us, the more there comes a dissolution of these assurances, there comes illumination as the day comes into a candlelit, uncurtained room. The warm lights that once rounded off our world so completely are betrayed for what they are, smoky and guttering candles. Beyond what once seemed a casket of dutiful security is now a limitless and indifferent universe. Ours is the wisdom, or there is no wisdom. Ours is the decision, or there is no decision. That burthen is upon each of us in the measure of our capacity. The talent has been given us, and we may not bury it. And as we reckon up the disturbing influences that were stirring Lady Harman out of that life of acquiescences to which women are perhaps even more naturally disposed than men, we may pick up out of the conversation of Susan Burnett as something a little apart from the others, as something with a peculiar barbed pointedness of its own that was yet in other respects very representative of a multitude of nudges and nips and pricks and indications that life was giving Lady Harman's awaking mind. Susan Burnett was a woman who came to renovate and generally do up the Putney curtains and furniture and loose covers every spring. She was discovery. She was sturdy and short, and she had open blue eyes and an engaging simplicity of manner that attracted Lady Harman from the outset. She was stuck away in one of the spare bedrooms, and there she was available for anyone so long, she explained, as they didn't fluster her when she was cutting out, with a flow of conversation that not even a mouthful of pins seemed to interrupt. and Lady Harman would go and watch Susan Barnett by the hour together and think what an enviably independent young woman she was, and listen with interest and something between horror and admiration to the various impressions of life she had gathered during a hardy and adventurous career. Their early conversations were about Susan Barnett's business and the general condition of things in that world of upholsterers' young women in which Susan had lived until she perceived the possibilities of a connection and set up for herself. And the condition of things in that world, as Susan described it, brought home to Lady Harman just how sheltered and limited her own upbringing had been. "It isn't right," said Susan, "the way they send girls out with fellas into empty houses. Naturally, the men get persecuting them. They don't seem hardly able to help it, some of them. And I will say this for them, that a lot of the girls go more than halfway with them, leading them on. They're still a sort of man that won't leave you alone. One I used to be sent out with, and a married man he was too. Oh, he used to give me a time. Why, I've bit his hands before now, bit hard, before he'd let go of me. It's my opinion the married men are worse than the single. Bolder they are. I pushed him over a scuttle once and he hit his head against a bookcase. I was fair frightened of him. "You little devil," he says. "I'll be even with you. Yet, oh, I've been called worse things than that. Of course, a respectable girl gets through with it, but it's trying, and to some it's a sort of temptation." I should have thought, reflected Lady Harman, you could have told someone. "It's queer," said Susan, "but it never seemed to me the sort of thing a girl ought to go telling. It's a kind of private thing, and besides, it isn't exactly easy to tell. I suppose the firm didn't want to be worried by complaints and disputes about that sort of thing. And it isn't always easy to say just which of the two is to blame." "But how old are the girls they send out?" asked Lady Harman. "Some's as young as 17 or 18. It all depends on the sort of work that's wanted to be done. Of course, a lot of them have to marry." This lurid little picture of vivid happenings in unoccupied houses, and particularly of the prim, industrious, capable Susan Burnett biting aggressive wrists, stuck in Lady Harman's imagination. She seemed to be looking into hitherto unsuspected pits of simple and violent living just beneath her feet. Susan told some upholsteresses love tales, real love tales with a warmth and honesty of passion in them that seemed at once dreadful to fine Lady Harman's underfed imagination. Under encouragement, Susan expanded the picture. Beyond these mere glimpses of workshop and piecework and furtive lust, it appeared that she was practically the head of the family. There was a mother who had specialized in ill health, a sister of defective ability who stayed at home, a brother in South Africa who was very good and sent home money, and 3 younger sisters growing up. And father, she evaded the subject of father at first. Then presently Lady Harman had some glimpses of an earlier phase in Susan Burnett's life, before any of us were earning money. Father appeared as a kindly, ineffectual, insolvent figure struggling to conduct a baker's and confectioner's business in Walthamstow. Mother was already specializing. There were various brothers and sisters being born and dying. "How many were there of you altogether?" asked Lady Harman. 13 there was. Father always used to laugh and say he'd had a fair baker's dozen. There was Luke to begin with. Susan began to count on her fingers and recite braces of scriptural names. She could only make up her tell to 12. She became perplexed. Then she remembered. "Of course," she cried, There was Nicodemus. He was stillborn. I always forget Nicodemus. Poor little chap. But he came. Was it 6th or 7th? 7th after Anna. She gave some glimpses of her father, and then there was a collapse of which she fought shy. Lady Harman was too delicate to press her to talk over that. But one day in the afternoon, Susan's tongue ran. She was telling how first she went to work before she was 12. But I thought the board schools, said Lady Harman. I had to go before the committee, said Susan. I had to go before the committee to ask to be let go to work. There they was, sitting round a table in a great big room, and they was as kind as anything. One old gentleman with a great white beard, he was as kind as could be. Don't you be frightened, my dear, he says. You tell us why you want to go out working. Well, I says, somebody got to earn something, and that made them laugh in a sort of fatherly way. And after that, there wasn't any difficulty. You see, it was after Father's inquest, and everybody was disposed to be kind to us. Pity they can't all go instead of this educational tommy rot, the old gentleman says. You learn to work, my dear. And I did. She paused. Father's inquest? Said Lady Harman. Susan seemed to brace herself to the occasion. Father, she said, was drowned. I know I hadn't told you that before. He was drowned in the Lee. It's always been a distress and humiliation to us. There had to be an inquest, and they threw things out. It's why we moved to Haggerston. It's the worst that's ever happened to us in all our lives. Far worse. Worse than having the things sold or the children with scarlet fever and having to burn everything. I don't like to talk about it. I can't help it, but I don't. I don't know why I talk to you as I do, Lady Harman, but I don't seem to mind talking to you. I don't suppose I've opened my mouth to anyone about it. Not for years. Except to one dear friend I've got, her who persuaded me to be a church member. But what I've always said, and what I will always say, is this: that I don't believe any evil of Father. I won't ever believe he took his life. I won't even believe he was in drink. I don't know how he got in the river, but I'm certain it wasn't so. He was a weak man, Father. I've never denied he was a weak man, but a harder working man than he was never lived. He worried. Anyone would have worried, seeing the worries he had. The shop wasn't paying as it was. Often we never tasted meat for weeks together. And then there came one of these internationals giving overweight and underselling. One of these internationals? Yes, I don't suppose you've ever heard of them. They're in the poorer neighbourhoods chiefly. They sell teas and things mostly now, but they began as bakers' shops, and what they did was to come to a place and undersell until all the old shops were ruined and shut up. That was what they tried to do, and Father hadn't no more chance amongst them than a mouse in a trap. It was just like being run over. All the trade that stayed with us after a bit was bad debts. You can't blame people, I suppose, for going where they get more and pay less. And it wasn't till we'd all gone right away to Haggerston that they altered things and put the prices up again. Of course, Father lost heart and all that. He didn't know what to do. He'd sunk all he had into the shop. He just sat and moped about. Really, he was pitiful. He wasn't able to sleep. He used to get up at nights and go about downstairs. Mother says she found him once sweeping out the bakehouse at 2 o'clock in the morning. He got it into his head that getting up like that would help him, But I don't believe, and I won't believe, he wouldn't have seen it through if he could. Not to my dying day will I believe that. Lady Harman reflected. But couldn't he have got work again as a baker? It's hard after you've had a shop. You see, all the younger men have come on. They know the new ways. And a man who's had a shop and failed, he's lost heart. And these stores setting up make everything harder. They do things a different way. They make it harder for everyone. Both Lady Harman and Susan Burnett reflected in silence for a few seconds upon the international stores. The sewing woman was the first to speak. Things like that, she said, didn't ought to be. One shop didn't ought to be allowed to set out to ruin another. It isn't fair trading. It's a sort of murder. It oughtn't to be allowed. How was father to know? There's got to be competition, said Lady Harman. I don't call that competition, said Susan Burnett. But I suppose they give people cheaper bread. They do for a time. Then when they've killed you, they do what they like. Luke, he's one of those who'll say anything. Well, he used to say it was a regular monopoly. But it's hard on people who set out to live honest and respectable and bring up a family plain and decent to be pushed out of the way like that. I suppose it is, said Lady Harman. What was father to do? Said Susan, and turned to Sir Isaac's armchair from which this discourse had distracted her. And then suddenly, in a voice thick with rage, she burst out. And then Alice must needs go and take their money. That's what sticks in my throat. Still on her knees, she faced about to Lady Harman. Alice goes into one of their Holborn branches as a waitress. Do what I could to prevent her. It makes one mad to think of it. Time after time I've said to her, Alice, I've said, sooner than touch their dirty money, I'd starve in the streets. And she goes. She says it's all nonsense of me to bear a spite, laughs at me. Alice, I told her, it's a wonder the spirit of poor father don't rise up against you. And she laughs, calls that bearing a spite. Of course, she was little when it happened. She can't remember, not as I remember. Lady Harman reflected for a time. I suppose you don't know, she began, addressing Susan's industrious back. You don't know who owns these international stores? I suppose it's some company, said Susan. I don't see that it lets them off being in the company. We have done much in the last few years to destroy the severe limitations of Victorian delicacy, and all of us, from princesses to prime ministers' wives downward, talk of topics that would have been considered quite gravely improper in the 19th century. Nevertheless, some topics have, if anything, become more indelicate than they were, and this is especially true of the discussion of income, of any discussion that tends, however remotely, to inquire, who is it at the base of everything who really pays in blood and muscle and involuntary submissions for your freedom and magnificence? This indeed is almost the ultimate surviving indecency, so that it was with considerable private shame and discomfort that Lady Harman pursued, even in her privacy, the train of thought that Susan Burnett had set going. It had been conveyed into her mind long ago, and it had settled down there and grown into a sort of security, that the international bread and cake stores were a very important contribution to progress, and that Sir Isaac, outside the gates of his home, was a very useful and beneficial personage, and richly meriting a baronetcy. She hadn't particularly analysed this persuasion, but she supposed he engaged in a kind of daily repetition, but upon modern scientific lines of the miracle of the loaves and the fishes, feeding a great multitude that would otherwise have gone hungry. She knew too from the advertisements that flowered about her path through life that this bread in question was exceptionally clean and hygienic. Whole front pages of the Daily Messenger headed the fauna of small bakehouses and adorned with a bordering of Blatta orientalis. The common cockroach had taught her that, and she knew that Sir Isaac's passion for purity had also led to the Old Country Gazette's spirited and successful campaign for a non-party measure securing additional bakehouse regulation and inspection. And her impression had been that the growing and developing refreshment side of the concern was almost a public charity. Sir Isaac gave, he said, a larger, heavier scone, a bigger pat of butter, a more elegant teapot, ham more finely cut and less questionable pork pies than any other system of syndicated tea shops. She supposed that whenever he sat late at night going over schemes and papers, or when he went off for days together to Cardiff or Glasgow or Dublin or such like centres, or when he became preoccupied at dinner and whistled thoughtfully through his teeth, he was planning to increase the amount or diminish the cost of tea and cocoa-drenched farinaceous food in the stomachs of that section of our national adolescence which goes out daily into the streets of our great cities to be fed. And she knew his vans and catering were indispensable to the British Army upon its manoeuvres. Now, the smashing up of the Burnett family by the international stores was disagreeably not in the picture of these suppositions. And the remarkable thing is that this one little tragedy wouldn't for a moment allow itself to be regarded as an exceptional accident in an otherwise fair, vast development. It remained obstinately a specimen of the other side of the great syndication. It was just as if she had been doubting subconsciously all along. In the silence of the night, she lay awake and tried to make herself believe that the Burnett case was just a unique overlooked disaster, that it needed only to come to Sir Isaac's attention to be met by the fullest reparation. After all, she did not bring it to Sir Isaac's attention. But one morning, while this phase of new doubts was still lively in her mind, Sir Isaac told her he was going down to Brighton and then along the coast road in the car to Portsmouth to pay a few surprise visits and see how the machine was working. He would be away a night, an unusual breach in his habits. "Are you thinking of any new branches, Isaac? I may have a look at Arundel. Isaac," she paused to frame her question carefully, "I suppose there are some shops at Arundel now. I've got to see to that. If you open, I suppose the old shops get hurt. What becomes of the people if they do get hurt?" "That's their outlook," said Sir Isaac. "Isn't it bad for them? Progress is progress, Ellie." "It's bad for them, I suppose. Wouldn't it be sometimes kinder if you took over the old shop, made a sort of partner of him or something?" Sir Isaac shook his head. "I want younger men," he said. "You can't get a move on the older hands." "But then, it's rather bad, I suppose, these little men you shut up. Some of them must have families." "You're theorizing a bit this morning, Ellie," said Sir Isaac, looking up over his coffee cup. "I've been thinking about these little people." "Someone's been talking to you about my shops," said Sir Isaac, and stuck out an index finger. "If that's Georgina—" "It isn't Georgina," said Lady Harman, but she had it very clear in her mind that she must not say who it was. "You can't make a business without squeezing somebody," said Sir Isaac. "It's easy enough to make a row about any concern that grows a bit. Some people would like to have every business tied down to a maximum turnover and so much a year profit. I dare say you've been hearing of these articles in the London Lion. Pretty stuff it is, too. This fuss about the little shopkeepers, that's a new racket. I've had all that row about the waitresses before. And the yarn about the Normandy eggs and all that. But I don't see that you need to go reading it against me and bringing it up at the breakfast table. A business is a business. It isn't a charity. And I'd like to know where you and I would be if we didn't run the concern on business lines. Why, that London Lion fellow came to me with the first two of those articles before the thing began. I could have had the whole thing stopped if I liked. If I'd chosen to take the back page of his beastly cover. That shows the stuff the whole thing is made of. That shows you. Why, he's just a blackmailer. That's what he is. Much he cares for my waitresses if he can get the dibs. Little shopkeepers indeed, I know 'em. Nice martyrs they are. There isn't one who wouldn't skin all the others if he got half a chance. Sir Isaac gave way to an extraordinary fit of nagging anger. He got up and stood upon the hearthrug to deliver his soul the better. It was an altogether unexpected and illuminating outbreak. He was flushed with guilt. The more angry and eloquent he became, the more profoundly thoughtful grew the attentive lady at the head of his table. When at last Sir Isaac had gone off in his car to Victoria, Lady Harman rang for Snagsby. "Isn't there a paper," she asked, "called The London Lion?" "It isn't one I think your ladyship would like," said Snagsby, gently but firmly. "I know, but I want to see it. I want copies of all the issues in which there have been articles upon the international stores." "They're thoroughly vulgar, milady," said Snagsby with a large, dissuasive smile. "I want you to go out into London and get them now." Snagsby hesitated and went. Within 5 minutes he reappeared with a handful of buff-covered papers. "There happen to be copies in the pantry, milady," he said. "We can't imagine how they got there. Someone must have brought them in. But here, they are quite at your service, milady." He paused for a discreet moment. Something indescribably confidential came into his manner. "I doubt if Sir Isaac will quite like to have 'em left about, milady, after you're done with them." She was in a mood of discovery. She sat in the room that was all furnished in pink, her favourite colour, and read a bitter, malicious, coarsely written and yet insidiously credible account of her husband's business methods. Something within herself seemed to answer, "But didn't you know this all along?" That large conviction that her wealth and position were but the culmination of a great and honourable social service, a conviction that had been her tacit comfort during much distasteful loyalty, seemed to shrivel and fade. No doubt the writer was a thwarted blackmailer. Even her accustomed mind could distinguish a twang of some such vicious quality in his sentences. But that did not alter the realities he exhibited and exaggerated. There was a description of how Sir Isaac pounced on his managers that was manifestly derived from a manager he had dismissed. It was dreadfully like him, convincingly like him. There was a statement of the wages he paid his girl assistants, and long extracts from his codes and rules and schedules of fines. When she put down the paper, she was suddenly afflicted by a vivid vision of Susan Burnett's father, losing heart and not knowing what to do. She had an unreasonable feeling that Susan Burnett's father must have been a small, kindly, furry, bunnyish little man. Of course, there had to be progress and the survival of the fittest. She found herself weighing what she imagined Susan Burnett's father to be like against the ferrety face, stooping shoulders, and scheming whistle of Sir Isaac. There were times now when she saw her husband with an extreme distinctness. As this cold, embracing realization that all was not right with her position, with Sir Isaac's business procedure, and the world generally, took possession of Lady Harman's thoughts, there came also with it, and arising out of it, quite a series of new moods and dispositions. At times she was very full of the desire to do something, something that would, as it were, satisfy and assuage this growing uneasiness of responsibility in her mind. At times her consuming wish was not to assuage but escape from this urgency. It worried her and made her feel helpless, and she wanted beyond anything else to get back to that child's world where all experiences were adventurous and everything is finally right. She felt, I think, that it was a little unfair to her that this something within her should be calling upon her to take all sorts of things gravely. Hadn't she been a good wife and brought 4 children into the world? I am setting down here as clearly as possible what wasn't by any means clear in Lady Harman's mind. I am giving you side-by-side phases that never came side by side in her thoughts, but which followed and outstared and obliterated one another. She had moods of triviality. She had moods of magnificence. She had moods of intense secret hostility to her urgent little husband, and moods of genial tolerance for everything there was in her life. She had moods, and don't we all have moods? Of skepticism and cynicism, much profounder than the conventions and limitations of novel writing permit us to tell here. And for hardly any of these moods had she terms and recognitions. It isn't a natural thing to keep on worrying about the morality of one's material prosperity. These are proclivities, superinduced by modern conditions of the conscience. There is a natural resistance in every healthy human being to such distressful heart-searchings. Strong instincts battled in Lady Harman against this intermittent sense of responsibility that was beginning to worry her. An immense lot of her was for simply running away from these troublesome considerations, for covering herself up from them, for distraction. And about this time she happened upon Elizabeth in her German garden, and was very greatly delighted and stimulated by that little sister of Montaigne. She was charmed by the book's fresh gaiety, by its gallant resolve to set off all the good things there are in this world, the sunshine and flowers and laughter, against the limitations and thwartings and disappointments of life. For a time it seemed to her that these brave consolations were solutions, and she was stirred by an imitative passion. How stupid had she not been to let life and Sir Isaac overcome her? She felt that she must make herself like Elizabeth, exactly like Elizabeth, and tried forthwith, and a certain difficulty she found, a certain deadness she ascribed to the square modernity of her house and something in the Putney air. The house was too large, it dominated the garden and controlled her. She felt she must get away to some place that was chiefly exterior, in the sunshine, far from towns and struggling, straining, angry and despairing humanity, from syndicated shops and all the embarrassing challenges of life. Somehow there it would be possible to keep Sir Isaac at arm's length, and the ghost of Susan Burnet's father could be left behind to haunt the square rooms of the London house, and there she would live, horticultural, bookish, whimsical, witty, defiant, happily careless. And it was this particular conception of evasion that had set her careering about the countryside in her car, looking for conceivable houses of refuge from this dark novelty of social and personal care, and that had driven her into the low, long room of Black Strand and the presence of Mr. Brumley. Of what ensued, and the appearance and influence of Lady Beach Mandarin, and how it led, among other things, to a lunch invitation from that lady, the reader has already been informed. Chapter 6: The Adventurous Afternoon. You will perhaps remember that before I fell into this extensive digression about Lady Harman's upbringing, we had got to the entry of Mrs. Sawbridge into the house bearing a plunder of Sir Isaac's best roses. She interrupted a conversation of some importance. Those roses at this point are still unwithered and fragrant, and moreover, they are arranged according to Mrs. Sawbridge's ideas of elegance about Sir Isaac's home, and Sir Isaac, when that conversation could be renewed, categorically forbade Lady Harman to go to Lady Beach Mandarin's lunch, and Lady Harman went to Lady Beach Mandarin's lunch. She had some peculiar difficulties in getting to that lunch. It is necessary to tell certain particulars. They are particulars that will distress the delicacy of Mrs. Sawbridge unspeakably if ever she chances to read this book. But a story has to be told. You see, Sir Isaac Harman never considered it advisable to give his wife a private allowance. Whatever she wished to have, he maintained she could have. The bill would afterwards be paid by his cheque on the first day of the month following the receipt of the bill. He found a generous pleasure in writing these cheques, and Lady Harman was magnificently housed, fed, and adorned. Moreover, when she chose to ask for money, he gave her money, usually double of what she demanded, and often a kiss or so into the bargain. But after he had forbidden her to go to Lady Beach Mandarin's, so grave an estrangement ensued that she could not ask him for money. A door closed between them, and the crisis had come to an unfortunate moment. She possessed the sum of 5 shillings and 8 pence. She perceived quite early that this shortness of money would greatly embarrass the rebellion she contemplated. She was exceptionally ignorant of most worldly things, but she knew there was never yet a campaign without a war chest. She felt entitled to money. She planned several times to make a demand for replenishment with a haughty dignity. The haughty dignity was easy enough to achieve, but the demand was not. A sensitive dread of her mother's sympathetic curiosity barred all thoughts of borrowing in that direction. She and her mother never discussed money matters. She did not want to get Georgina into further trouble, and besides, Georgina was in Devonshire. Even to get to Lady Beach Mandarin's became difficult under these circumstances. She knew that Clarence, though he would take her into the country quite freely, had been instructed, on account of Sir Isaac's expressed dread of any accident happening to her while alone, not to plunge with her into the vortex of London traffic. Only under direct orders from Sir Isaac would Clarence take her down Putney Hill, though she might go up and away to anywhere. She knew nothing of pawn shops or any associated methods of getting cash advances, and the possibility of using the telephone to hire an automobile never occurred to her. But she was fully resolved to go. She had one advantage in the fact that Sir Isaac didn't know the precise date of the disputed engagement. When that arrived, she spent a restless morning and dressed herself at last with great care. She instructed Peters, her maid, who participated in these preparations with a mild astonishment that she was going out to lunch, asked her to inform Mrs. Sawbridge of the fact, and, outwardly serene, made a bolt for it down the staircase and across the hall. The great butler appeared. She had never observed how like a large note of interrogation his forward contours could be. "I shall be out to lunch, Snagsby," she said, and went past him into the sunshine. She left a discreetly astonished Snagsby behind her. Now, where are we going to lunch? Said Snagsby presently to Peters. I've never known her so particular with her clothes, said the maid. Never before, not in the same way. It's something new and special to this affair, Snagsby reflected. I wonder now if Sir Isaac. One can't help observing things, said the maid, after a pause, mute though we be. Lady Harman had the whole 5 and 8 pence with her. She had managed to keep it intact in her jewel case, declaring she had no change when any small demands were made of her. With an exhilaration so great that she wanted sorely to laugh aloud, she walked out through her big open gates and into the general publicity of Putney Hill. Why had she not done as much years ago? How long she had been working up to this obvious thing. She hadn't been out in such complete possession of herself since she had been a schoolgirl. She held up a beautifully gloved hand to a private motor car going downhill, and then to an engaged taxi going up, and then with a slightly dashed feeling, picked up her skirt and walked observantly downhill. Her reason dispelled a transitory impression that these 2 vehicles were on Sir Isaac's side against her. There was quite a nice taxi on the rank at the bottom of the hill. The driver, a pleasant-looking young man in a white cap, seemed to have been waiting for her in particular. He met her timid invitation halfway and came across the road to her and jumped down and opened the door. He took her instructions as though they were after his own heart, and right in front of her, as she sat, was kind of a tin cornucopia full of artificial flowers that seemed like a particular attention to her. His fare was 2 and 8 pence, and she gave him 4 shillings. He seemed quite gratified by her largesse. His manner implied he had always thought as much of her. From first to last their relations had been those of sunny contentment, and it was only as she ascended the steps of Lady Beach Mandarin's portico that it occurred to her that she now had insufficient money for an automobile to take her home. But there were railways and buses and all sorts of possibilities. The day was an adventure, and she entered the drawing room with a brow that was beautifully unruffled. She wanted to laugh still. It animated her eyes and lips with the pleasantest little stir you can imagine. "Ah!" cried Lady Beach Mandarin in a high note and throughout. It had an effect of being quite a number of arms, as though she was one of those brass Indian goddesses one sees. Lady Harman felt taken in at once to all that capacious bosom involved and contained. It was quite an amusing lunch, but any lunch would have been amusing to Lady Harman in the excitement of her first act of deliberate disobedience. She had never been out to lunch alone in all her life before. She experienced a kind of sacred happiness. She felt like someone at Lourdes who had just thrown away crutches. She was seated between a pink young man with an eyeglass, whose place was labelled Bertie Trevor, and who was otherwise unexplained, and Mr. Brumley. She was quite glad to see Mr. Brumley again, and no doubt her eyes showed it. She had hoped to see him. Miss Shaspur was sitting nearly opposite to her, a real live novelist pecking observations out of life as a hen pecks seeds amid scenery. And next, beyond, was a large-headed, inattentive, fluffy person who was Mr. Keystone, the well-known critic. And there was Agatha Alimony, under a rustling vast hat of green-black cock feathers, next to Sir Markham Crosby, with whom she had been having an abusive controversy in the Times, and to whom, quite elaborately, she wouldn't speak. And there was Lady Viping, with her Lorgnette and Adolphus Blenker, Horatio's younger and, if possible, more gentlemanly brother. Horatio of the Old Country Gazette, that is, sole reminder that there was such a person as Sir Isaac in the world. Lady Beach Mandarin's mother and the Swiss governess and the tall but retarded daughter, Phyllis, completed the party. The reception was lively and cheering. Lady Beach Mandarin enfolded her guests in generosities and kept them all astir like a sea swell under a squadron, and she introduced Lady Harman to Miss Alimony by public proclamation right across the room because there were two lavish tables of bric-a-brac, a marble bust of old Beach Mandarin, and most of the rest of the party in the way. And at the table, conversation was like throwing bread. You never knew whom you might hit or who might hit you. But Lady Beach Mandarin produced an effect of throwing whole loaves. Bertie Trevor was one of those dancing young men who talked to a woman as though they were giving a dog biscuits. And mostly it was Mr. Brumley who did such talking as reached Lady Harman's ear. Mr. Brumley was in very good form that day. He had contrived to remind her of all their Black Strand talk while they were still eating petites bouchées à la reine. Have you found that work yet? He asked, and carried her mind to the core of her situation. Then they were snatched up into a general discussion of bazaars. Sir Markham spoke of a great bazaar that was to be held on behalf of one of the many Shakespeare theatre movements that were then so prevalent. Was Lady Beach Mandarin implicated? Was anyone? He told of novel features in contemplation. He generalized about bazaars and, with an air of having forgotten the presence of Miss Alimony, glanced at the suffrage bazaar. It was the season of bazaars. He thought poorly of the suffrage bazaar. The hostess of her own cynical day, Miss Jasper, offered fragments of a reminiscence about signing one of her own books for a bookstall. Blenker told a well-known bazaar anecdote brightly and well, and the impending skirmish was averted. While the bazaar talk still whacked to and fro about the table, Mr. Brumley got at Lady Harman's ear again. Rather tantalizing, these meetings at tables, he said. It's like trying to talk while you swim in a rough sea. Then Lady Beach Mandarin intervened with demands for support of her own particular bazaar project, and they were eating salad before there was a chance of another word between them. I must confess that when I want to talk to people, I like to get them alone, said Mr. Brumley, and gave form to thoughts that were already on the verge of crystallization in her own mind. She had been recalling that she had liked his voice before, noting something very kindly and thoughtful and brotherly about his right profile, and thinking how much an hour's talk with him would help to clear up her ideas. But it's so difficult to get one alone, said Lady Harman, and suddenly an idea of the utmost daring and impropriety flashed into her mind. She was on the verge of speaking it forthwith, and then didn't. She met something in his eye that answered her own, and then Lady Beach Mandarin was foaming over them like a dam burst over an American town. What do you think, Mr. Brumley? Demanded Lady Beach Mandarin. About Sir Markham's newspaper symposium. They asked him what allowance he gave his wife. Sent a prepaid reply telegram. But he hasn't got a wife. They don't stick at a little thing like that, said Sir Markham grimly. I think a husband and wife ought to have everything in common like the early Christians, said Lady Beach Mandarin. We always did, and so got the discussion afloat again off the sandbank of Mr. Brumley's inattention. It was quite a good discussion, and Lady Harman contributed an exceptionally alert and intelligent silence. Sir Markham distrusted Lady Beach Mandarin's communism and thought that Anyhow, it wouldn't do for a financier or businessman. He favoured an allowance. So did Sir Joshua, said the widow Viping. This roused Agatha Alimony. Allowance indeed, she cried. Is a wife to be on no better footing than a daughter? The whole question of a wife's financial autonomy needs reconsidering. Adolphus Blenker became learned and lucid upon pin money and dowry and the customs of savage tribes, and Mr. Brumley helped with corroboration. Mr. Brumley managed to say just one thing to Lady Harman before the lunch was over. It struck her for a moment as being irrelevant. The gardens at Hampton Court, he said, are delightful just now. Have you seen them? Autumnal fires. All the September perennials lifting their spears in their last great chorus. It's the Götterdämmerung of the year. She was going out of the room before she appreciated his possible intention. Lady Beach Mandarin delegated Sir Markham to preside over the men's cigars, and bounced and slapped her 4 ladies upstairs to the drawing room. Her mother disappeared, and so did Phyllis and the governess. Lady Harman heard a large aside to Lady Viping. Isn't she perfectly lovely? Glanced to discover the lorgnette in appreciative action, and then found herself drifting into a secluded window seat and dialogue with Miss Agatha Alimony. Miss Alimony was one of that large and increasing number of dusky, grey-eyed ladies who would go through life with an air of darkly incomprehensible significance. She led off Lady Harman as though she took her way to reveal unheard-of mysteries, and her voice was a contralto undertone that she emphasized in some inexplicable way by the magnetic use of her eyes. Her hat of cock's feathers, which rustled like familiar spirits, greatly augmented the profundity of her effect. As she spoke, she glanced guardedly at the other ladies at the end of the room, and from first to last she seemed undecided in her own mind whether she was a conspirator or a prophetess. She had heard of Lady Harman before. She had been longing impatiently to talk to her all through the lunch. You are just what we want, said Agatha. What who want? Asked Lady Harman, struggling against the hypnotic influence of her interlocutor. We, said Miss Agatha. The cause, the GSWS. We want such people as you, she repeated, and began in panting rhetorical sentences to urge the militant cause. For her, it was manifestly a struggle against the men. Miss Alimony had no doubt of her sex. It had nothing to learn, nothing to be forgiven. It was compact of obscured and persecuted marvels. It needed only revelation. They know nothing, she said, of the antagonist males, bringing deep notes out of the melodious caverns of her voice. They know nothing of the deeper secrets of woman's nature. Her discourse of a general feminine insurrection fell in very closely with the spirit of Lady Harman's private revolt. We want the vote, said Agatha, and we want the vote because the vote means autonomy, and then she paused voluminously. She had already used that word autonomy at the lunch table, and it came to her hearer to supply a long-felt want. Now she poured meanings into it, and Lady Harman, with each addition, realized more clearly that it was still a roomy sack for more. A woman should be absolute mistress of herself, said Miss Alimony. Absolute mistress of her person. She should be free to develop. Germinating phrases, these were in Lady Harman's ear. She wanted to know about the suffrage movement from someone less generously impatient than Georgina, for Georgina always lost her temper about it, and, to put it fairly, ranted. This, at any rate, was serene and confident, and she asked tentative, ill-formed questions and felt her way among Miss Alimony's profundities. She had her doubts, her instinctive doubts about this campaign of violence. She doubted its wisdom, she doubted its rightness, and she perceived, but she found it difficult to express her perception, that Miss Alimony wasn't so much answering her objections as trying to swamp her with exalted emotion. And if there was any flaw whatever in her attention to Miss Alimony's stirring talk, it was because she was keeping a little lookout in the tail of her eye for the reappearance of the men, and more particularly for the reappearance of Mr. Brumley, with whom she had a peculiar feeling of uncompleted relations. And at last the men came, and she caught his glance and saw that her feeling was reciprocated. She was presently torn from Agatha, who gasped with pain at the parting and pursued her with a sedulous gaze, as a doctor might watch an injected patient. She parted with Lady Beach Mandarin with a vast splash of enthusiasm and mutual invitations, and Lady Viping came and pressed her to come to dinner and rapped her elbow with her lorgnette to emphasize her invitation. And Lady Harman, after a still moment for reflection or thought which the word autonomy flickered, accepted this invitation also. Mr. Brumley hovered for a few moments in the hall, conversing with Lady Beach Mandarin's butler, whom he had known for some years and helped about a small investment, and who was now being abjectly polite and grateful to him for his attention. It gave Mr. Brumley a nice feudal feeling to establish and maintain such relationships. The furry-eyed boy fumbled with the sticks and umbrellas in the background and wondered if he too would ever climb to these levels of respectful, guilt-tipped friendliness. Mr. Brumley hovered the more readily because he knew Lady Harman was with the looking-glass in the little parlour behind the dining room on her way to the outer world. At last she emerged. It was instantly manifest to Mr. Brumley that she had expected to find him there. She smiled frankly at him, with the faintest admission of complicity in her smile. "Taxi, milady," said the butler. She seemed to reflect. "No, I will walk." She hesitated over the glove button. "Mr. Brumley, is there a tube station near here?" "Not 2 minutes, but can't I perhaps take you in a taxi?" "I'd rather walk. I will show you." He found himself most agreeably walking off with her. Still more agreeable things were to follow for Mr. Brumley. She appeared to meditate upon a sudden idea. She disregarded some conversational opening of his that he forgot in the instant. "Mr. Brumley," she said, "I didn't intend to go directly home." "I'm altogether at your service," said Mr. Brumley. "At least," said Lady Harman with that careful truthfulness of hers, "it occurred to me during lunch that I wouldn't go directly home." Mr. Brumley reigned in an imagination that threatened to bolt with him. "I want," said Lady Harman, "to go to Kensington Gardens, I think. This can't be far from Kensington Gardens, and I want to sit there on a green chair and meditate, and afterwards I want to find a tube railway or something that will take me back to Putney. There is really no need for me to go directly home. It's very stupid of me, but I don't know my way about London, as a rational creature should do. So, will you take me and put me in a green chair and tell me how afterwards I can find the tube and get home? Do you mind?" "All my time, so long as you want it, is at your service," said Mr. Brumley with convincing earnestness. "And it's not 5 minutes to the gardens, and afterwards a taxicab." "No," said Lady Harman, mindful of her 1 and 8 pence. "I prefer a tube, but that we can talk about later. You're sure, Mr. Brumley, I'm not invading your time?" "I wish you could see into my mind," said Mr. Brumley. She became almost barefaced. "It is so true," she said, "that at lunch one can't really talk to anyone, and I've so wanted to talk to you ever since we met before." Mr. Brumley conveyed an unfeigned delight. "Since then," said Lady Harman, "I've read your Euphemia books." Then after a little unskilful pause, again, then she blushed and added, "I had read one of them, before." "Exactly," he said with an infinite helpfulness. And you seem so sympathetic, so understanding. I feel that all sorts of things that are muddled in my mind would come clear if I could have a really good talk to you." They were now through the gates approaching the Albert Memorial. Mr. Bramley was filled with an idea so desirable that it made him fear to suggest it. "Of course, we can talk very comfortably here," he said, "under these great trees, but I do so wish. Have you seen those great borders at Hampton Court? The whole place is glowing, and in such sunshine as this, a taxi will take us there under an hour, if you are free until 5:30. Why shouldn't she?" The proposal seemed so outrageous to all the world of Lady Harman that, in her present mood, she felt it was her duty in the cause of womanhood to nerve herself and accept it. "I mustn't be later than 5:30. We could catch a glimpse of it all and be back before them." "In that case, it would be very agreeable. Why shouldn't she? It would no doubt make Sir Isaac furiously angry if he heard of it. But it was the sort of thing other women of her class did. Didn't all the novels testify? She had a perfect right. And besides, Mr. Bramley was so entirely harmless." It had been Lady Harman's clear intention to have a luminous and illuminating discussion of the peculiar difficulties and perplexities of her position with Mr. Bramley. Since their first encounter, this idea had grown up in her mind. She was one of those women who turn instinctively to men and away from women for counsel. There was to her perception something wise and kindly and reassuring in him. She felt that he had lived and suffered and understood, and that he was ready to help other people to live. His heart, she knew from his published works, was buried with his dead Euphemia, and he seemed as near a thing to a brother and a friend as she was ever likely to meet. She wanted to tell him all this and then, to broach her teeming and tangled difficulties, about her own permissible freedoms, about her social responsibilities, about Sir Isaac's business. But now, as their taxi dodged through the traffic of Kensington High Street and went on its way past Olympia and so out westwards, she found it extremely difficult to fix her mind upon the large prepositions with which it had been her intention to open. Do as she would to feel that this was a momentous occasion, she could not suppress, she could not ignore an obstinate and entirely undignified persuasion that she was having a tremendous lark. The passing vehicles, various motors, omnibuses, vans, carriages, the thronging pedestrians, the shops and houses, were all so distractingly interesting that at last she had to put it fairly to herself whether she hadn't better resign herself to the sensations of the present and reserve that sustained discussion for an interval she foresaw as inevitable on some comfortable seat under the great trees at Hampton Court. You cannot talk well and penetratingly about fundamental things when you are in a not too well hung taxi which is racing to get ahead of a vast red motor omnibus. With a certain discretion, Mr. Brumley had instructed the chauffeur to cross the river not at Purley but at Hammersmith, and so they went by Barnes Station and up a still almost rural lane into Richmond Park, and there suddenly they were among big trees and bracken and red deer, and it might have been 100 miles from London streets. Mr. Bramley directed the driver to make a detour that gave them quite all the best of the park. The mind of Mr. Brumley was also agreeably excited and dispersed on this occasion. It was an occasion of which he had been dreaming very frequently of late. He had invented quite remarkable dialogues during those dreams, and now he was too conventionally inadequate and with a similar feeling of unexpected adventure. He was now no more ready to go to the roots of things than Lady Harman. He talked on the way down chiefly of the routes they were following, of the changes in the London traffic due to motor attraction, and of the charm of amenity of Richmond Park. And it was only after they had arrived at Hampton Court and dismissed the taxi and spent some time upon the borders that they came to, at last, a seat under a grove beside a long piece of water-bearing lilies, and sat down and made the beginning with the good talk. Then indeed she tried to gather together the heads of her perplexity, and Mr. Bramley did his best to do justice to confidence she reposed in him. It wasn't at all the conversation he had dreamt of. It was halting. It was inconclusive. It was full of vague dissatisfaction. The roots of his dissatisfaction lay perhaps more than anything else in her inattention to him. How shall I say it? As him. Hints have been conveyed to the reader already that for Mr. Brumley, the universe was largely a setting, a tangle, a maze, a quest enshrining at the heart of it, and adumbrating everywhere, a mystical her, and his experience of this world had pointed him very definitely to the conclusion that for that large other half of mankind which is woman, the quality of things was reciprocal and centered, for all the appearances and pretenses of other interests in him. And he was disposed to believe that the other things in life, not merely the pomp and glories, but the faiths and ambitions and devotions, were all demonstrably little more than posings and dressings of this great duality. A large part of his own interest and of the interests of the women he knew best was the sustained and, in some cases, recurrent discovery and elaboration of lights and glimpses of him or her, as the case might be, in various, definite individuals, and it was a surprise to him, it perplexed him to find that this lovely person, so beautifully equipped for those mutual researches which constituted, he felt, the heart of life, was yet completely in her manner, unaware of this primary sincerity, and looking quite simply, as it were, over him and through him at such things as the ethics of the baking, confectionery, and refreshment trade, and the limits of individual responsibility in these matters. The conclusion that she was unawakened was inevitable. The dream of awakening this sleeping beauty associated itself in a logical sequence with his interpretations. I do not say that such thoughts were clear in Mr. Brumley's mind, they were not, but into this shape the forms of his thoughts fell. Such things dimly felt below the clear level of consciousness were in him, and they gave his attempt to take up and answer the question that perplexed her, something of the quality of an attempt to clothe and serve hidden purposes. It could not but be evident to him that the effort of Lady Harman to free herself a little from her husband's circumvallation and to disentangle herself a little from the realities of his commercial life might lead to such a liberation as would leave her like a nascent element ready to recombine. And it was entirely in the vein of this drift of thought in him that he should resolve upon an assiduous proximity against that moment of release and awakening. I do not do Mr. Brumley as the human lover justice if I lead you to suppose that he plotted thus clearly and calculatingly. Yet all this was in his mind, all this was in Mr. Brumley, but it wasn't Mr. Brumley. Presented with it as a portrait of his mind, he would have denied it indignantly, and knowing it was there, have grown a little flushed in his denials. Quite equally in his mind was a simple desire to please her, to do what she wished, to help her because she wanted help, and a quite keen desire to be clean and honest about her and everything connected with her, for his own sake as well as for her sake, for the sake of the relationship. So you have Mr. Brumley on the green seat under the great trees at Hampton Court, in his neat London clothes, his quite becoming silk hat, above his neatly handsome and intelligent profile, with his gloves in his hand and one arm over the seat back, going now very earnestly and thoughtfully into the question of the social benefit of the international bread and cake stores, and whether it was possible for her to do anything to repair any wrongs that might have arisen out of that organization. And you will understand why there is a little flush in his cheek and why his sentences are a trifle disconnected and tentative, and why his eye wanders now to the soft, raven tresses about Lady Harman's ear, now to the sweet movement of her speaking lips, and now to the gracious droop of her pose as she sits forward, elbow upon crossed knee and chin on glove, and jabs her parasol at the ground in her unaccustomed efforts to explain and discuss the difficulties of her position. And you will understand too why it is that he doesn't deal with the question before him so simply and impartially as he seems to do. Obscuring this extremely interesting problem of a woman growing to man-like sense of responsibility in her social consequences is the dramatic proclivity that makes him see all this merely as something which must necessarily weaken Lady Harman's loyalty and qualify her submission to Sir Isaac. That makes him want to utilize it and develop it in that direction. Moreover, so complete is the thought of man, there was also another stream of mental activity flowing in the darker recesses of Mr. Brumley's mind. Unobtrusively, he was trying to count the money in his pockets and make certain estimates. It had been his intention to replenish his sovereign purse that afternoon at his club, and he was only reminded of this abandoned plan when he paid off his taxi at the gates of Hampton Court. The fare was 9 and 10 pence, and the only piece of gold he had was a half sovereign. But there was a handful of loose silver in his trouser pocket, and so the fare and tip were manageable. "Will you be going back, sir?" asked the driver. And Mr. Brumley reflected too briefly and committed a fatal error. "No," he said, with his mind upon that loose silver, "we shall go back by train." Now it is the custom with taxicabs that take people to such outlying and remote places as Hampton Court to be paid off and to wait loyally until their original passengers return. Thereby the little machine is restrained from ticketing out tuppences which should go in the main to the absent proprietor, and a feeling of mutuality is established between the driver and his fare. But of course this cab being released presently found another passenger and went away. I have written in vain if I have not conveyed to you that Mr. Brumley was a gentleman of great and cultivated delicacy, that he liked the seemly and handsome side of things, and dreaded the appearance of any flaw upon his prosperity as only a man trained in the English public school can do. It was intolerable to think of any hitch in this happy excursion, which was to establish he knew not what confidence between himself and Lady Harman. From first to last he felt it had to go with an air, and what was the first-class fare from Hampton Court to Putney, which latter station he believed was on the line from Hampton Court to London, and could one possibly pretend it was unnecessary to have tea? And so while Lady Harman talked about her husband's business, our business she called it, and shrank from ever saying anything more about the more intimate question she had most in mind, the limits to a wife's obedience, Mr. Brumley listened with these financial solicitudes, showing through his expression and giving it a quality of intensity that she found remarkably reassuring. And once or twice they made him miss points in her remarks that forced him back upon the very inferior substitute for the apt answer, a judicious It would be quite possible to go without tea, he decided. He himself wanted tea quite badly. He would think better when he had some tea. The crisis came at tea. They had tea at the inn upon the green that struck Mr. Brumley as being most likely to be cheap, and which he pretended to choose for some trivial charm about the windows. And it wasn't cheap. And when at last Mr. Brumley was faced by the little slip of the bill and could draw his money from his pocket and look at it, he knew the worst, and the worst was worse than he had expected. The bill was 5 shillings. Should he dispute it? Too ugly altogether. A dispute with a probably ironical waiter. And the money in his hand amounted to 4 shillings and 6 pence. He acted surprised, with the waiter's eye upon him. Should he ask for credit? They might be frightfully disagreeable in such a cockney resort as this, said Mr. Brumley, and then, a little late for it, resorted to and discovered the emptiness of his sovereign purse. He realized that this was out of the picture at this stage, felt his ears and nose and cheeks grow hot and pink. The waiter's colleague across the room became interested in the proceedings. "I had no idea," said Mr. Brumley, which was a premeditated falsehood. "Is anything the matter?" asked Lady Harman, with a sisterly interest. "My dear Lady Harman, I find myself ridiculous position. Might I borrow half a sovereign?" He felt sure that the two waiters exchanged glances. He looked at them, a mistake again, and got hotter. "Oh," said Lady Harman, and regarded him with frank amusement in her eyes. The thing struck her at first in the light of a joke. "I've only got 1 and 8 pence. I didn't expect." She blushed as beautifully as ever. Then she produced a small but plutocratic-looking purse and handed it to him. "Most remarkable inconvenient," said Mr. Brumley, opening the precious thing and extracting a shilling. "That will do," he said, and dismissed the waiter with a tip of 6 pence. Then, with the open purse still in his hand, he spent much of his remaining strength trying to look amused and unembarrassed, feeling all the time that, with his flushed face and in view of all the circumstance of the case, he must be really looking very silly and fluffy. "It's really most inconvenient," he remarked. "I never thought of this. It was silly of me," said Lady Harman. Oh no, oh dear no. The silliness, I can assure you, is all mine. I can't tell you how entirely apologetic, ridiculous fix. And after I had persuaded you to come here. Still, we were able to pay," she consoled him. "But you have to get home." She hadn't so far thought of that. It brought Sir Isaac suddenly into the picture. "By 5:30, she said, with just the faintest flavour of interrogation. Mr. Brumley looked at his watch. It was 10 minutes to 5. "Waiter," he said, "how do the trains run from here to Putney?" "I don't think, sir, that we have any trains from here to Putney." An ABC railway guide was found, and Mr. Brumley learnt for the first time that Putney and Hampton Court are upon 2 distinct and separate, and, as far as he could judge by the timetable, mutually hostile branches of the South Western Railway, and that at the earliest they could not get to Putney before 6 o'clock. Mr. Brumley was extremely disconcerted. He perceived that he ought to have kept his taxi. It amounted almost to a debt of honour to deliver this lady secure and untarnished at her house within the next hour. But this reflection did not in the least degree assist him to carry it out, and as a matter of fact, Mr. Brumley became flurried and did not carry it out. He was not used to being without money. It unnerved him, and he gave way to a kind of hectic savoir-faire. He demanded a taxi of the waiter. He tried to evolve a taxi by willpower alone. He went out with Lady Harman and back towards the gates of Hampton Court to look for taxis. Then it occurred to him that they might be losing the 5:25 up. So they hurried over the bridge of the station. He had a vague notion that he would be able to get tickets on credit at the booking office if he presented his visiting card, but the clerk in charge seemed to find something uncongenial in his proposal. He did not seem to like what he saw of Mr. Brumley through his little square window, and Mr. Brumley found something slighting and unpleasant in his manner. It was one of those little temperamental jars which happen to men of delicate sensibilities, and Mr. Brumley tried to be reassuringly overbearing in his manner, and then lost his temper and was threatening, and so wasted precious moments, what time Lady Harman waited on the platform, with a certain shadow of doubt falling upon her confidence in him, and watched the 5:25 gather itself together and start Londonward. Mr. Brumley came out of the ticket office resolved to travel without tickets and carry things through with a high hand, just as it became impossible to do so by that train. And then, I regret to say, he returned for some further haughty passages with the ticket clerk upon the duty of public servants to point out such oversights as his. That led to repartee and did nothing to help Lady Harman on her homeward way. Then he discovered the current timetable and learnt that now, even though all the ticket difficulties were overridden, he could not get Lady Harman to Putney before 20 minutes past 7. So completely is the South Western Railway not organised for conveying people to Hampton Court, to Putney. He explained this as well as he could to Lady Harman, and then led her out of the station in another last desperate search for a taxi. "We can always come back for that next train," he said. "It doesn't go for half an hour." "I cannot blame myself sufficiently," he said for the 8th or 9th time. It was already well past 5:45 before Mr. Brumley bethought himself of the London County Council tramcars that run from the palace gates. Along these, an ample 4 pennyworth was surely possible, and at the end would be taxis. There must be taxis. The tram took them, but oh, how slowly it seemed. To Hammersmith by a devious route through interminable roads and streets. And long before they reached that spot, twilight had passed into darkness, and all the streets and shops were flowering into light, and the sense of night and lateness was very strong. After they were seated in the tram, a certain interval of silence came between them, and then Lady Harman laughed and Mr. Brumley laughed. There was no longer any need for him to be energetic and fussy, and they began to have that feeling of adventurous amusement which comes on the further side of desperation. But beneath the temporary elation, Lady Harman was a prey to grave anxieties, and Mr. Brumley could not help thinking he had made a tremendous ass of himself in that ticket clerk dispute. At Hammersmith they got out, 2 quite penniless travellers, and after some anxious moments found a taxi. It took them to Putney Hill. Lady Harman descended at the outer gates of her home and walked up the drive in the darkness, while Mr. Brumley went on his club and solvency again. It was 5 minutes past 8 when he entered the hall of his club. It had been Lady Harman's original intention to come home before 4, to have tea with her mother, and to inform her husband when he returned from the city of her entirely dignified and correct disobedience to his absurd prohibitions. Then he would have bullied at an advantage. She would have announced her intention of dining with Lady Viping and making the various calls and expeditions for which she had arranged, and all would have gone well. But you see how far accident and a spirit of enterprise may take a lady from so worthy a plan. And when at last she returned to the Victorian baronial home in Putney, it was very nearly 8, and the house blazed with crises from pantry to nursery. Even the elder little 3 girls, who were accustomed to be kissed good night, were still awake and catching the subtle influence of the atmosphere of dismay about them, in tears. The very under housemaids were saying, "Wherever can her ladyship have gone to?" Sir Isaac had come home that day at an unusually early hour, and with a peculiar pinched expression that filled even Snagsby with apprehensive alertness. Sir Isaac had, in fact, returned in a state of quite unwonted venom. He had come home early because he wished to vent it upon Ellen, and her absence filled him with something that sensation one has when one puts a foot for the floor, and instead, a step drops one down. It seems abysmal. "But where's she gone, Snagsby?" "Her ladyship said to lunch, Sir Isaac," said Snagsby. "Good gracious, where?" "Her ladyship didn't say, Sir Isaac." "But where? Where the devil?" "I have no means whatever of knowing, Sir Isaac." He had a defensive inspiration. "Perhaps Mrs. Sawbridge, Sir Isaac." Mrs. Sawbridge was enjoying the sunshine upon the lawn. She sat in the most comfortable garden chair, held a white sunshade overhead, had the last new novel by Mrs. Humphrey Ward upon her lap, and was engaged in trying not to wonder where her daughter might be. She beheld with a distinct blenching of the spirit of Sir Isaac advancing towards her. She wondered more than ever where Ellen might be. "Here," cried her son-in-law, "where's Ellen gone?" Mrs. Sawbridge, with an affected off-handedness, was sure he hadn't the faintest idea. "Then you ought to have," said Isaac. "She ought to be at home." Mrs. Sawbridge's only reply was to bridle slightly. "Where's she got to? Where's she gone? Haven't you any idea at all?" "I was not favoured by Ellen's confidence," said Mrs. Sawbridge. "But you ought to know," cried Sir Isaac. "She's your daughter. Don't you know anything of either of your daughters? I suppose you don't care where they are, either of them, or what mischief they're up to. Here's a man comes home early to his tea and no wife, after hearing all I've done at the club." Mrs. Sawbridge stood up in order to be more dignified than a seated position permitted. "It is scarcely my business, Sir Isaac," she said, "to know of the movements of your wife." "Nor Georgina's apparently either. Good God, I'd have given £100 that this shouldn't have happened. If you must speak to me, Sir Isaac, will you please kindly refrain from the deity?" "Oh, shut it," said Sir Isaac, blazing up to violent rudeness. "Why, don't you know? Haven't you any idea? The infernal foolery. Those tickets. She got those women. Look here, if you go walking away with your nose in the air before I've done. Look here, Miss Sawbridge, you listen to me. Georgina, I'm speaking of Georgina." The lady was walking now swiftly and stiffly towards the house, her face very pale and drawn, and Sir Isaac hurrying beside her in a white fury of expostulation. "I tell you," he cried, "Georgina." There was something maddeningly incurious about her. He couldn't understand why she didn't even pause to hear what Georgina had done and what he had to say about it. A person so wrapped up in her personal and private dignity makes a man want to throw stones. Perhaps she knew of Georgina's misdeeds. Perhaps she sympathized. A sense of the house windows checked his pursuit of her ear. "Then go," he said to her, retreating back. "Go, I don't care if you go for good. I don't care if you go altogether. If you hadn't had the upbringing of these two girls." She was manifestly out of earshot, and in full yet almost queenly flight for the house. He wanted to say things about her to someone. He was already saying things to the garden generally. What does one marry a wife for? His mind came round to Ellen again. Where had she got to? Even if she had gone out to lunch, it was time she was back. He went to his study and rang for Snagsby. "Lady Harman back yet?" he asked grimly. "No, Sir Isaac." "Why isn't she back?" Snagsby did his best. "Perhaps, Sir Isaac, her ladyship has experienced an accident." Sir Isaac stared at that idea for a moment. Then he thought, someone would have telephoned. "No," he said, "she's out. That's where she is, and I suppose I can wait here as well as I can until she chooses to come home. Degenerate, foolish nonsense." He whistled between his teeth, like an escape of steam. Snagsby, after the due pause of attentiveness, bowed respectfully and withdrew. He had barely time to give a brief outline of the interview to the pantry before a violent ringing summoned him again. Sir Isaac wished to speak to Peters, Lady Harman's maid. He wanted to know where Lady Harman had gone. This being impossible, he wanted to know where Lady Harman had seemed to be going. "Her ladyship seemed to be going out to lunch, Sir Isaac," said Peters, her meek face irradiated by helpful intelligence. "Oh, get out," said Sir Isaac. "Get out." "Yes, Sir Isaac," said Peters, and obeyed. "He is in a rare bait about her," said Peters to Snagsby downstairs. "I'm inclined to think her ladyship will catch it pretty hot," said Snagsby. "He can't know anything," said Peters. "What about?" asked Snagsby. "Oh, I don't know," said Peters. "Don't ask me about her." About 10 minutes later, Sir Isaac was heard to break a little china figure of the goddess Kwannon that had stood upon his study mantelshelf. The fragments were found afterwards in the fireplace. The desire for self-expression may become overwhelming. After Sir Isaac had talked to himself about Georgina and Lady Harman for some time in his study, he was seized with a great longing to pour some of this spirited stuff into the entirely unsympathetic ear of Mrs. Sawbridge. So he went about the house and garden looking for her, and being at last obliged to inquire about her, learnt from a sacred defensive housemaid whom he concerned suddenly in the conservatory that she had retired to her own room. He went and rapped at her door, but after one muffled "Who's that?" he could get no further response. "I want to tell you about Georgina," he said. He tried the handle, but the discreet lady within had turned the key upon her dignity. "I want," he shouted, "to tell you about Georgina. Georgina! Oh, damn!" Silence. Tea awaited him downstairs. He hovered about the drawing room, making noises between his teeth. "Snagsby," said Sir Isaac, "just tell Mrs. Sawbridge I shall be obliged if she will come down to tea." "Mrs. Sawbridge has a headache, Sir Isaac," said Mr. Snagsby, with extreme blandness. "She asked me to acquaint you. She has ordered tea in her own apartment." For a moment, Sir Isaac was baffled. Then he had an inspiration. "Just get me the Times, Snagsby," he said. He took the paper and unfolded it until a particular paragraph was thrown into extreme prominence. This he lined about with his fountain pen and wrote above it with a quivering hand. "These women tickets were got by Georgina, under false pretenses from me." He handed the paper, thus prepared, back to Snagsby. "Just take this paper to Mrs. Sawbridge," he said, "and ask her what she thinks of it." But Mrs. Sawbridge tacitly declined this proposal for a correspondence via Snagsby. There was no excuse for Georgina. Georgina had obtained tickets from Sir Isaac for the great party reception at Barleypound House, under the shallow pretext that she wanted them for two spinsters from the country, for whose good behaviour she would answer, and she had handed them over to that organisation of disorder which swayed her mind. The historical outrage upon Mr. Blapton was the consequence. Two desperate and misguided emissaries had gone to the great reception. Dressed and behaving as much as possible like helpful liberal women, they had made their way towards the brilliant group of leading liberals of which Mr. Blapton was the centre, assuming an almost Whig-like expression and bearing to mask the fires within, and had then suddenly accosted him. It was one of those great occasions when the rank and file of the popular party is privileged to look upon court dress. The ministers and great people had come on from Buckingham Palace in their lace and legs, scarlet and feathers, splendid trains and mysterious ribbons and stars gave an agreeable intimation of all that it means to be in office to the dazzled wives and daughters of the party stalwarts, and fired the ambitions of innumerable earnest but earnestly competitive young men. It opened the eyes of the Labour leaders to the higher possibilities of Parliament, and then suddenly came a stir, a rush, a cry of "Tear off his epaulets," and outrage was afoot, and two quite nice-looking young women. It is unhappily not necessary to describe the scene that follows. Mr. Blapton made a brave fight for his epaulets, fighting chiefly with his cocked hat, which was bent double in the struggle. Mrs. Blapton gave all the assistance true womanliness could offer, and in fact, she boxed the ears of one of his assailants very soundly. The intruders were rescued in an extremely torn and draggled condition from the indignant statesmen who had fallen upon them by tardy but decisive police. Such scenes sprinkle the recent history of England with green and purple patches, and the interest of this particular one for us is only because of Georgina's share in it. That was brought home to Sir Isaac very suddenly and disagreeably when he was lunching at the Climax Club with Sir Robert Charterson. A man named Gobbin, an art critic or something of that sort. One of those flimsy literary people who mar the solid worth of so many great clubs, a man with a lot of hair and the sort of loose tie that so often seems to be less of a tie than a detachment from all decent restraints, told him. Charterson was holding forth upon the outrage. That won't suit Sir Isaac, Sir Robert, said Gobbin, presuming on his proximity. Sir Isaac tried to give him a sort of look one gives to an unsatisfactory clerk. They went there with Sir Isaac's tickets, said Gobbin. They never. Horatio Blenker was looking for you in the hall. Haven't you seen him? After all, the care they took. The poor man's almost in tears. They never had tickets of mine, cried Sir Isaac stoutly and indignantly. And then the thought of Georgina came like a blow upon his heart. In his fury, he went on denying. The subsequent conversation in the smoking room was as red-eared and disagreeable for Sir Isaac as any conversation could be. But how could such a thing have happened? He asked, in a voice that sounded bleached to him. How could such a thing have come about? Their eyes were dreadful. Did they guess? Could they guess? Conscience within him was going up and down and shouting, "Georgina, your sister-in-law, Georgina," so loudly that he felt the whole smoking room must be hearing it. As Lady Harman came up through the darkness of the drive to her home, she was already regretting very deeply that she had not been content to talk to Mr. Brumley in Kensington Gardens, instead of accepting his picturesque suggestion of Hampton Court. There was an unpleasant, waif-like feeling about this return. She was reminded of pictures published in the interest of Dr. Barnardo's philanthropies, Dr. Barnardo her favourite hero in real life, in which wistful little outcasts creep longingly towards brightly lit but otherwise respectable homes. It wasn't at all the sort of feeling she would have chosen if she had had a choice of feelings. She was tired and dusty, and as she came into the hall, the bright light was blinding. Snagsby took her wrap. "Sir Isaac, milady, has been inquiring for your ladyship," he communicated. Sir Isaac appeared on the staircase. "Good gracious, Ellie," he shouted, "where have you been?" Lady Harman decided against an immediate reply. "I shall be ready for dinner in half an hour," she told Snagsby, and went past him to the stairs. Sir Isaac awaited her. "Where have you been?" he replied as she came up to him. A housemaid on the staircase and the second nursemaid on the nursery landing above shared Sir Isaac's eagerness to hear her answer. But they did not hear her answer, for Lady Harman, with a movement that was all too reminiscent of her mother's in the garden, swept past him towards the door of her own room. He followed her and shut the door on the thwarted listeners. "Here," he said, with a connubial absence of restraint. "Where the devil have you been? What the deuce do you think you've been getting up to?" She had been calculating her answers since the moment she had realized that she was to return home at a disadvantage. It is not my business to blame her for a certain disingenuousness. It is my business simply to record it. "I went out to lunch at Lady Beachmandarin's," she said. "I told you I meant to." "Lunch?" he cried. "Why, it's 8. I met some people. I met Agatha Alemany. I have a perfect right to go out to lunch. You met a nice crew, I'll bet. But that don't account for your being out to 8, does it? With all the confounded household doing as it pleases. I went on to see the boarders at Hampton Court." "With her?" "Yes," said Lady Harman. It wasn't what she had meant to happen. It was an inglorious declension from her contemplated pose of dignified assertion. She was impelled to do her utmost to get away from this lie she had uttered at once, to eliminate Agatha from the argument by an emphatic generalization. "I have a perfect right," she said, suddenly nearly breathless, "to go to Hampton Court with anyone I please, talk about anything I like, and stay there as long as I think fit." He squeezed his thin lips together for a silent moment and then retorted, "You've got nothing of the sort, nothing of the sort. You've got to do your duty like everybody else in the world, and your duty is to be in this house controlling it, and not gossiping about London just where any silly fancy takes you. I don't think that is my duty, said Lady Harman, after a slight pause to collect her forces. Of course it's your duty. You know it's your duty. You know perfectly well. It's only these rotten, silly, degenerate, decadent fools who've got ideas into you. The sentence staggered under its load of adjectives, like a camel under the last straw, and collapsed. See, he said. Lady Harman knitted her brows. I do my duty, she began. But Sir Isaac was now resolved upon eloquence. His mind was full with accumulations of an extremely long and bitter afternoon, and urgent to discharge. He began to answer her, and then a passion of rage flooded him. Suddenly he wanted to shout and use abusive expressions, and it seemed to him there was nothing to prevent his shouting and using abusive expressions. So he did. Call this your duty, he said, gadding about with some infernal old suffragette? He paused to gather force. He had never quite let himself go to his wife before. He had never before quite let himself go to anyone. He had always been, in every crisis, just a little too timid to let himself go. But a wife is privileged. He sought strength and found it in words from which he had hitherto abstained. It was not a discourse to which print could do justice. It flickered from issue to issue. He touched upon Georgina, upon the stiffness of Mrs. Sawbridge's manner, upon the neurotic weakness of Georgina's unmarried state, upon the general decay of feminine virtue in the community, upon the laxity of modern literature, upon the dependent state of Lady Harman, upon the unfairness of their relations, which gave her every luxury while he spent his days in arduous toil, upon the shame and annoyance in the eyes of his servants that her unexplained absence had caused him. He emphasized his speech by gestures. He thrust out one rather large ill-shaped hand at her with two vibrating fingers extended. His ears became red, his nose red, his eyes seemed red, and all about those points his face was wrathful white. His hair rose up into stiff, scared, listening ends. He had his rights. He had some little claim to consideration, surely. He might be just nobody, but he wasn't going to stand this much anyhow. He gave her fair warning. What was she? What did she know of the world into which she wanted to rush? He lapsed into views of Lady Beach Mandarin, unfavourable views. I wish Lady Beach Mandarin could have heard him. Ever and again Lady Harman sought to speak. This incessant voice confused and baffled her. She had a just, attentive mind. At bottom and down there was a most weakening feeling that there must be, indeed, some misdeed in her to evoke so impassioned a storm. She had a curious and discontented sense of responsibility for his dancing aspiration. She felt she was to blame for it, just as years ago she felt she was to blame for his tears when he had urged her so desperately to marry him. Some irrational instinct made her want to allay him. It is the supreme feminine weakness, that wish to allay. But she was also clinging desperately to her resolution to proclaim her other forthcoming engagements. She will hang on to that as a man hangs on to a mountain path in a thunderburst. She stood gripping her dressing table and ever and again trying to speak, but whenever she did so, Sir Isaac lifted a hand and cried almost threateningly, "You hear me out, Ellie, you hear me out," and went on a little faster. Limburger points out as a probably universal distinction between the sexes that when a man scolds a woman, if only he scolds loudly enough and long enough, conviction of sin is aroused, while in the reverse case the result is merely a murderous impulse. This, he further says, is not understood by women, who hope by scolding to produce a similar effect upon men that they themselves would experience. The passage is illustrated by figures of ducking stools and followed by some carefully analysed statistics of connubial crime in Berlin in the years of 1901 to 1902. But in this matter, let the student compare the achievement of Paulina in The Winter's Tale and reflect upon his own life. And moreover, it is difficult to estimate how far the twinges of conscience that Lady Harman was feeling were not due to an entirely different cause, the falsification of her position by the lie she had just told Sir Isaac. And presently, upon this noisy scene in the great pink bedroom, with Sir Isaac walking about and standing and turning and gesticulating, and Lady Harman clinging onto her dressing table and painfully divided between her new connections, her sense of guilty deception and the deep instinctive responsibilities of a woman's nature came like one of those rows of dots that are now so frequent and so helpful in the art of fiction, the surging, deep, assuaging note of Snagsby's gong. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it, cried Sir Isaac, smiting at the air with both fists clenched and speaking as though this was Ellen's crowning misdeed, and we aren't even dressed for dinner. Dinner had something of the stiffness of court ceremonial. Mrs. Sawbridge, perhaps erring on the side of discretion, had consumed a little soup and a wing of chicken in her own room. Sir Isaac was down first, and his wife found him grimly astride before the great dining-room fire awaiting her. She had had her dark hair dressed with extreme simplicity, and had slipped on a blue velvet tea gown, but she had been delayed by a visit to the nursery, where the children were now flushed and uneasily asleep. Husband and wife took their places at the genuine Sheraton dining table, one of the very best pieces Sir Isaac had ever picked up, and were waited on with a hushed, sacred dexterity by Snagsby and the footman. Lady Harman and her husband exchanged no remarks during the meal. Sir Isaac was a little noisy with his soup, as became a man who controls honest indignation, and once he complained briefly in a slightly hoarse voice to Snagsby about the state of one of the rolls. Between the courses he leant back in his chair and made faint sounds with his teeth. These were the only breach of the velvety quiet. Lady Harman was surprised to discover herself hungry, but she ate with thoughtful dignity and gave her mind to the attempted digestion of the confusing interview she had just been through. It was a very indigestible interview. On the whole, her heart hardened. With nourishment and silence, her spirits recovered a little from its abasement, and her resolution to assert her freedom, to go hither and thither, and think as she chose, renewed itself. She tried to plan some way of making her declaration so that she would not again be overwhelmed by a torrent of response. Should she speak to him at the end of dinner? Should she speak to him while Snagsby was in the room? But he might behave badly, even with Snagsby in the room, and she could not bear to think of him behaving badly to her in the presence of Snagsby. She glanced at him over the genuine old silver bowl of roses in the middle of the table. All the roses were good new sorts, and tried to estimate how he might behave under various methods of declaration. The dinner followed its appointed ritual to the desert. Came the wine, and Snagsby placed the cigars and the little silver lamp beside his master. She rose slowly with a speech upon her lips. Sir Isaac remained seated, looking up at her with a mitigated fury in his little red-brown eyes. The speech receded from her lips again. "I think," she said, after a strained pause, "I will go and see how Mother is now." "She's only shaming," said Sir Isaac belatedly to her back as she went out of the room. She found her mother in a wrap before her fire and made her dutiful inquiries. "It's only quite a slight headache," Mrs. Sawbridge confessed. But Isaac was so upset about Georgina and she flinched, about everything, that I thought it better to be out of the way. "What exactly has Georgina done?" "It's in the paper, dear. On the table, there." Ellen studied the Times. "Georgina got them tickets," Mrs. Sawbridge explained. "I wish she hadn't. It was so unnecessary of her." There was a little pause as Lady Harman read. She put down the paper and asked her mother if she could do anything for her. I suppose it's all right, dear, now? Mrs. Sawbridge asked. Quite, said her daughter. You're sure I can do nothing for you, Mummy? I'm kept so in the dark about things. It's quite all right now, Mummy. He went on dreadfully. It was annoying of Georgina. It makes my position so difficult. I do wish he wouldn't want to speak to me about all these things. Georgina treats me like a perfect non-entity, and then he comes. It's so inconsiderate. Starting disputes. Do you know, dear, I really think if I were to go for a little time to Bournemouth. Her daughter seemed to find something attractive in the idea. She came to the hearthrug and regarded her mother with maternal eyes. Don't you worry about things, Mummy, she said. Mrs. Bleckhorn told me of such a nice quiet boarding house, almost looking on the sea. One would be safe from insult there. You know, her voice broke for a moment. He was insulting. He meant to be insulting. I'm upset. I've been thinking it over ever since. Lady Harman came out upon the landing. She felt absolutely without the backing in the world. If only she hadn't told a lie. Then, with an effort, she directed her course downstairs to the dining room. The lie had been necessary. It was only a detail. It mustn't blind her to the real issue. She entered softly and found her husband standing before the fire, plunged in gloomy thoughts. Upon the marble mantel shelf behind him was a little glass. She had been sipping port in spite of the express prohibition of his doctor, and the wine had reddened the veins of his eyes and variegated the normal pallor of his countenance with little flushed areas. Hello, he said, looking up suddenly as she closed the door behind her. For a moment there was something in their two expressions like that on the faces of men about to box. I want you to understand, she said, and then, the way you behaved. There was an uncontrollable break in her voice. She had a dreadful feeling that she might be going to cry. She made a great effort to be cold and clear. I don't think you have a right, just because I'm your wife, to control every moment of my life. In fact, you haven't, and I have a right to make engagements. I want you to know that I'm going to an afternoon meeting at Lady Beach Mandarin's next week, and I have promised to go to Miss Alimony's for tea. Go on, he encouraged grimly. I am going to Lady Viping's to dinner, too. She asked me and I accepted. Later. She stopped. He seemed to deliberate, then suddenly he thrust out a face of pinched determination. You won't, my lady, he said. You bet your life you won't. No. So now then. And then, gripping his hands more tightly behind him, he made a step towards her. You're losing your bearings, Lady Harman, he said, speaking with much intensity in a low, earnest voice. You don't seem to be remembering where you are. You come and you tell me you're going to do this and that. Don't you know, Lady Harman, that it's your wifely duty to obey, to do as I say, to behave as I wish? He brought out a lean index finger to emphasize his remarks. And I am going to make you do it, he said. I have a perfect right, she repeated. He went on, regardless of her words. What do you think you can do, Lady Harman? You're going to all these places. How? Not in my motor car, not with my money. You've not a thing that isn't mine, that I haven't given you. And if you're going to have a lot of friends I haven't got, where are they coming to see you? Not in my house. I'll chuck 'em out if I find them. I won't have 'em. I'll turn them out. See? I'm not a slave. You're a wife, and a wife's got to do what her husband wishes. You can't have two heads and a horse. And in this house, I mean, the head's me. I'm not a slave, and I won't be a slave. You're a wife, and you'll stick to the bargain you made when you married me. I'm ready in reason to give you anything you want, if you do your duty as a wife should. Why, I spoil you, but this going about on your own, this highty-flighty, go as you please, no man on earth who's worth calling a man will stand it. I'm not going to begin to stand it. You try it on. You try it, Lady Harman. You'll come to your senses soon enough, see? You'll start trying it on now straight away. We'll make an experiment. We'll watch how it goes. Only don't expect me to give you any money. Don't expect me to help your struggling family. Don't expect me to alter my arrangements because of you. Let's keep apart for a bit and you go your way and I'll go mine. And we'll see who's sick of it first. We'll see who wants to cry off. I came down here, said Lady Harman, to give you a reasonable notice. And you found I could reason too, interrupted Sir Isaac in a kind of miniature shout. You found I could reason too. You think reason? I won't, said Lady Harman, and found herself in tears. By an enormous effort, she recovered something of her dignity and withdrew. He made no effort to open the door, but stood a little hunchbacked, and with a sense of rhetorical victory, surveying her retreat. After Lady Harman's maid had left her that night, she sat for some time in a low, easy chair before the fire, trying at first to collect together into one situation all the events of the day, and then lapsing into that state of mind which is not so much thinking as resting in the attitude of thought. Presently, in a vaguely conceived future, she would go to bed. She was stunned by the immense dimensions of the row her simple act of defiance had evoked. And then came an incredible incident, so incredible that next day she still had great difficulty in deciding whether it was actuality or a dream. She heard a little very familiar sound. It was the last sound she would have expected to hear, and she turned sharply when she heard it. The paper-covered door in the wall of her husband's apartment opened softly, paused, opened some more, and his little undignified head appeared. His hair was already tumbled from his pillow. He regarded her steadfastly for some moments with an expression between shame and curiosity and smouldering rage, and then allowed his body, clad now in purple striped pyjamas, to follow his head into her room. He advanced guiltily. "Ellie," he whispered. "Ellie." She caught her dressing gown about her and stood up. "What is it, Isaac?" she asked, feeling curiously abashed at this invasion. "Ellie," he said, still in that furtive undertone. "Make it up." "I want my freedom," she said, after a little pause. "Don't be silly, Ellie," he whispered in a tone of remonstrance and advancing slowly towards her. "Make it up. Chuck all those ideas." She shook her head. "We've got to get along together. You can't go going about just anywhere. We've got to be reasonable." He halted 3 paces away from her. His eyes weren't sorrowful eyes or friendly eyes. They were just shiftily eager eyes. "Look here," he said, "all this nonsense. Ellie, old girl, let's make it up." She looked at him, and it dawned upon her that she had always imagined herself to be afraid of him, and that indeed she wasn't. She shook her head obstinately. "It isn't reasonable," he said. "Here we've been the happiest of people. Anything in reason I'll let you have." He paused with an effect of making an offer. "I want my autonomy," she said. "Autonomy?" he echoed. "Autonomy? What's autonomy? Autonomy?" This strange word seemed first to hold him in distressful suspense, and then to infuriate him. "I come in here to make it up," he said, with a voice charged with griefs. "After all you've done, and you go and you talk of autonomy?" His feelings passed beyond words. An extremity of viciousness flashed into his face. He gave vent to a snarl of exasperation. "Yap," he said. He raised his clenched fist and seemed on the verge of assault. And then, with a gesture between fury and despair, he wheeled about and the purple-striped pyjamas danced in passionate retreat from her room. Autonomy. A slam, a noise of assaulted furniture, and then silence. Lady Harman stood for some moments regarding the paper-covered door that he had closed behind him. Then she bared her white forearm and pinched it hard. It wasn't a dream. This thing had happened. At 2:45 in the morning, Lady Harman was surprised to find herself wide awake. It was exactly 2:45 when she touched the stud of the ingenious little silver apparatus upon the table beside her bed, which reflected a luminous clock face upon the ceiling. And her mind was no longer resting in the attitude of thought, but extraordinarily active. It was active, but as she presently began to realize, it was not progressing. It was spinning violently round and round the frenzied figure of a little man in purple striped pajamas, retreating from her presence, whirling away from her like something blown before a gale. That seemed to her to symbolize the completeness of the breach the day had made between her husband and herself. She felt as a statesman might feel who had inadvertently, while conducting some trivial negotiations, declared war. She was profoundly alarmed. She perceived ahead of her abundant possibilities of disagreeable things, and she wasn't by any means as convinced of the righteousness of her cause as a happy warrior should be. She had a natural disposition towards truthfulness, and it worried her mind that while she was struggling to assert her right to these common social freedoms, she should be tacitly admitting a kind of justice in her husband's objections by concealing the fact that her afternoon's companion was a man. She tried not to recognize the existence of a doubt, but deep down in her mind, there did indeed lurk a weakening uncertainty about the right of a woman to free conversation with any man but her own. Her reason disowned that uncertainty with scorn, but it wouldn't go away for all her reason. She went about in her mind doing her utmost to cut that doubt dead. She tried to go back to the beginning and think it all out, and as she was not used to thinking things out, the effort took the form of an imaginary explanation to Mr. Brumley of the difficulties of her position. She framed phrases. "You see, Mr. Brumley," she imagined herself to be saying, "I want to do my duty as a wife. I have to do my duty as a wife, but it's so hard to say just where duty leaves off and being a mere slave begins. I cannot believe that blind obedience is any woman's duty. A woman needs autonomy." Then her mind went off for a time to wrestle with the exact meaning of autonomy, an issue that had not arisen hitherto in her mind. And as she planned out such elucidations, they grew more and more distinct in her mind, a kind of idealized Mr. Brumley, very grave, very attentive, wonderfully understanding, saying illuminating, helpful, tonic things that made everything clear, everything almost easy. She wanted someone of that quality so badly. The night would have been unendurable if she could not have imagined Mr. Brumley of that quality. And imagining him of that quality, her heart yearned for him. She felt that she had been terribly inexpressive that afternoon. She had shirked points, misstated points, and yet he had been marvelously understanding. Ever and again his words had seemed to pierce right through what she had been saying to what she had been thinking. And she recalled with peculiar comfort a kind of abstracted, calculating look that had come at times into his eyes, as though his thoughts were going ever so much deeper and ever so much further than her blundering questions could possibly have taken them. He weighed every word. He had a guarded way of saying, Her thoughts came back to the dancing little figure in purple striped pajamas. She had a scared sense of irrevocable breaches. What would he do tomorrow? What should she do tomorrow? Would he speak to her at breakfast, or should she speak to him first? She wished she had some money. If she could have foreseen all this, she would have got some money before she began. So her mind went on, round and round, and the dawn was breaking before she slept again. Mr. Brumley also slept little that night. He was wakefully mournful, recalling each ungraceful incident of the afternoon's failure in turn, and more particularly his disputes with the ticket clerk and thinking over all the things he might have done if only he hadn't done the things he had done. He had made an atrocious mess of things. He felt he had hopelessly shattered the fair fabric of impressions of him that Lady Harman had been building up. That image of a wise, humane, capable man to whom a woman would gladly turn. He had been flurried. He had been incompetent. He had been ridiculously incompetent. And it seemed to him that life was a string of desolating inadequacies, and that he would never smile again. The probable reception of Lady Harman by her husband never came within his imaginative scope, nor did the problems of social responsibility that Lady Harman had been trying to put to him exercise him very greatly. The personal disillusionment was too strong for that. About 4:30, a faint ray of comfort came with the consideration that, after all, a certain practical incapacity is part of the ensemble of literary artists, and then he found himself wondering what flowers of wisdom Montaigne might not have culled from such a day's experience. He began an imitative essay in his head, and he fell asleep upon this, at last, about 10 minutes past 5 in the morning. There were better things than this in the composition of Mr. Brumley. We shall have to go deep into these reserves before we have done with him. But when he had so recently barked the shins of his self-esteem, they had no chance at all. Chapter 7. Lady Harman learns about herself. So it was that the great and long incubated quarrel between Lady Harman and her husband broke into active hostilities. In spite of my ill-concealed bias in favour of Lady Harman, I have to confess that she began this conflict rashly, planlessly, and with no equipment and no definite end. Particularly, I would emphasize that she had no definite end. She had wanted merely to establish a right to go out by herself occasionally, exercise a certain choice of friends, take on, in fact, the privileges of a grown-up person, and in asserting that she had never anticipated that the participation of the household would be invoked, or that a general breach might open between herself and her husband. It had seemed just a definite little point at issue, but at Sir Isaac's angry touch, a dozen other matters that had seemed safely remote, matters she had never yet quite properly thought about, had been drawn into controversy. It was not only that he drew in things from outside, he evoked things within herself. She discovered she was disposed to fight, not simply to establish certain liberties for herself, but also, which had certainly not been in her mind before, to keep her husband away from herself. Something latent in the situation had surprised her with this effect. It had arisen out of the quarrel like a sharpshooter out of an ambuscade. Her right to go out alone had now only the value of a mere pretext for far more extensive independence. The ultimate extent of these independences she still dared not contemplate. She was more than a little scared. She wasn't prepared for so wide a revision of her life as this involved. She wasn't at all sure of the rightfulness of her position. Her conception of the marriage contract at that time was liberal towards her husband. After all, didn't she owe obedience? Didn't she owe him a subordinate's cooperation? Didn't she in fact owe him the whole marriage service contract? When she thought of the figure of him in his purple striped pyjamas dancing in a paroxysm of exasperation, that sense of responsibility, which was one of her innate characteristics, reproached her. She had a curious persuasion that she must be dreadfully to blame for provoking so ridiculous, so extravagant an outbreak. She heard him getting up tumultuously, and when she came down, After a brief interview with her mother, who was still keeping her room, she found him sitting at the breakfast table, eating toast and marmalade in a greedy, malignant manner. The tentative propitiations of his proposal to make things up had entirely disappeared. He was evidently in a far profounder rage with her than he had been overnight. Snagsby, too, that seemly domestic barometer, looked extraordinarily hushed and grave. She made a greeting-like noise, and Sir Isaac scrunched, "Morning," up amongst a crowded, fierce mouthful of toast. She helped herself to tea and bacon, and, looking up presently, discovered his eye fixed upon her with an expression of ferocious hatred. He went off in the big car, she supposed to London, about 10, and she helped her mother to pack and depart by a train a little after midday. She made a clumsy excuse for not giving that crisp little trifle of financial assistance she was accustomed to, and Mrs. Sawbridge was anxiously tactful about the disappointment. They paid a visit of inspection and farewell to the nursery before the departure. Then Lady Harman was left until lunch to resume her meditation upon this unprecedented breach that had opened between her husband and herself. She was presently moved to write a little note to Lady Beach Mandarin, expressing her intention of attending a meeting of the social friends and asking whether the date was the following Wednesday or Thursday. She found 3 penny stamps in the bureau at which she wrote, and this served to remind her of her penniless condition. She spent some time thinking out the possible consequences of that. How, after all, was she going to do things, with not a penny in the world to do them with? Lady Harman was not only instinctively truthful, but also almost morbidly honourable. In other words, she was simple-minded. The idea of a community of goods between husband and wife had never established itself in her mind. She took all Sir Isaac's presents in the spirit in which he gave them. Presents, she felt, they were on trust, and so it was that, with a £600 pearl necklace, a diamond tiara, bracelets, lockets, rings, chains and pendants of the most costly kind, there had been a particularly beautiful bracelet when Millicent was born, a necklace on account of Florence, a fan painted by Charles Condor for Annette, and a richly splendid set of gold Spanish jewellery, yellow sapphires set in gold to express Sir Isaac's gratitude for the baby, with all sorts of purses, bags, boxes, trinkets and garments, with a bedroom and morning room rich in admirable loot, and with endless tradespeople willing to give her credit. It didn't for some time occur to her that there was any possible means of getting pocket money except by direct demand from Sir Isaac. She surveyed her balance of 2 penny stamps, and even about these she felt a certain lack of negotiable facility. She thought indeed that she might perhaps borrow money, but there again her paralyzing honesty made her recoil from the prospect of uncertain repayment. And besides, from whom could she borrow? It was on the evening of the second day that a chance remark from Peters turned her mind to the extensive possibilities of liquidation that lay close at hand. She was discussing her dinner dress with Peters. She wanted something very plain and high and unattractive, and Peters, who disapproved of this tendency and was all for female wiles and propitiations, fell into an admiration of the pearl necklace. She thought perhaps by so doing she might induce Lady Harman to wear it, and if she wore it, Sir Isaac might be a little propitiated, and if Sir Isaac was a little propitiated, it would be much more comfortable for Snagsby and herself and everyone. She was reminded of a story of a lady who sold one and substituted imitation pearls, no one the wiser, and she told this to her mistress out of sheer garrulousness. "But if no one found out," said Lady Harman, "how do you know?" Not till her death, milady, said Peters, brushing, when all things are revealed. Her husband, they say, made it a present of to another lady, and the other lady, milady, had it valued. Once the idea had got into Lady Harman's head, it stayed there very obstinately. She surveyed the things on the table before her with a slightly lifted eyebrow. At first she thought the idea of disposing of them an entirely dishonourable idea, and if she couldn't get it out of her head again, at least she made it stand in a corner. And while it stood in a corner, she began putting a price for the first time in her life, first upon this coruscating object, and then that. Then somehow she found herself thinking more and more whether among all these glittering possessions there wasn't something that she might fairly regard as absolutely her own. There were, for example, her engagement ring, and still more debatable, certain other prenuptial trinkets Sir Isaac had given her. Then there were things given her on her successive birthdays. A birthday present of all presents is surely one's very own. But selling is an extreme exercise of ownership. Since those early school days when she had carried on an unprofitable traffic in stamps, she had never sold anything, unless we are to reckon that for once and for all, she had sold herself. Concurrently with these insidious speculations, Lady Harman found herself trying to imagine how one sold jewels. She tried to sound Peters by taking up the story of the necklace again, but Peters was uninforming. But where, asked Lady Harman, could such thing be done? There are places, milady, said Peters, but where? In the West End, milady. The West End is full of places for things of that sort. There's scarcely anything you can't do there, milady, if only you know how. That was really all that Peters could impart. How does one sell jewels? Lady Harman became so interested in this side of her perplexities that she did a little lose sight of those subtler problems of integrity that had at first engaged her. Do jewelers buy jewels as well as sell them? And then it came into her head that there were such things as pawn shops. By the time she had thought about pawn shops and tried to imagine one, her original complete veto upon any idea of selling had got lost to sight altogether. Instead, there was a growing conviction that if ever she sold anything, it would be a certain sapphire and diamond ring, which she didn't like and never wore, that Sir Isaac had given her as a birthday present 2 years ago. But of course she would never dream of selling anything. At the utmost, she need but pawn. She reflected and decided that on the whole it would be wiser not to ask Peters how one pawned. It occurred to her to consult the Encyclopaedia Britannica on the subject, but though she learnt that the Chinese pawn shops must not charge more than 3% per annum, that King Edward III pawned his jewels in 1338, and that Father Bernardino di Feltre, who set up pawn shops in Assisi and Padua and Pavia, was afterwards canonized, she failed to get any very clear idea of the exact ritual of the process. And then suddenly she remembered that she knew a finished expert in pawnshop work in the person of Susan Burnett. Susan could tell her everything. She found some curtains in the study that needed replacement, consulted Mrs. Crumble, and, with a view to economizing her own resources, made that lady send off an urgent letter to Susan, bidding her come forthwith. It has been said that fate is a plagiarist. Lady Harman's fate, at any rate, at this juncture, behaved like a benevolent plagiarist who was also a little old-fashioned. This phrase of speechless hostility was complicated by the fact that 2 of the children fell ill, or at least seemed for a couple of days to be falling ill. By all the rules of British sentiment, this ought to have brought about a headlong reconciliation at the tumbled bedside. It did nothing of the sort. It merely wove fresh perplexities into the tangled skein in her thoughts. On the day after her participation in that forbidden lunch, Millicent, her eldest daughter, was covered with a temperature of 101, and then Annette, the third, followed suit with 100. This carried Lady Harman post-haste to the nursery, where to an unprecedented degree she took command. Latterly, she had begun to mistrust the physique of her children and to doubt whether the trained efficiency of Mrs. Harblow, the nurse, wasn't becoming a little blunted at the edges by continual use. And the tremendous quarrel she had afoot made her keenly resolved not to let anything go wrong in the nursery, and less disposed than she usually was to leave things to her husband's servants. She interviewed the doctor herself, arranged for the isolation of the two flushed and cross little girls, saw to the toys and amusements which she discovered had become a little flattened and disused by the servants' imperatives of tidying up and putting away, and spent the greater part of the next 2 days between the night and day nurseries. She was a little surprised to find how readily she did this, and how easily the once entirely authoritative Mrs. Harblow submitted. It was much the same surprise that growing young people feel when they reach some shelf that has hitherto been inaccessible. The crisis soon passed. At his first visit, the doctor was a little doubtful whether the Harman nursery wasn't under the sway of measles, which were then raging in a particular virulent form in London. The next day he inclined to the view that the trouble was merely a feverish cold, and before night this second view was justified by the disappearance of the temperatures and a complete return to normal conditions. But as for that hushed reconciliation in the fevered presence of the almost sacrificial offspring, it didn't happen. Sir Isaac merely thrust aside the stiff silences behind, which he masked his rage to remark, "This is what happens when women go gadding about." That much, and glaring eyes, and compressed lips, and emphasizing fingers, and then he had gone again. Indeed, rather than healing their widening breach, this crisis did much to spread it into strange, new regions. It brought Lady Harman to the very verge of realizing how much of instinct and how much of duty held the servant of the children she had brought into the world, and how little there mingled with that any of those factors of pride and admiration that go to the making of heroic maternal love. She knew what is expected of a mother, the exalted and lyrical devotion, and it was with something approaching terror that she perceived that certain things in these children of hers she hated. It was her business, she knew, to love them blindly. She lay awake at night in infinite dismay, realizing she did nothing of the sort. Their weakness held her more than anything else. The invincible pathos of their little limbs in discomfort, so that she was ready to die, she felt to give them ease. But so she would have been held, she was assured, by the little children of anybody, if they had fallen with sufficient helplessness into her care. Just how much she didn't really like her children, she presently realized when in the feeble irascibility of their sickness they fell quarrelling. They became horrid. Millicent and Annette, being imprisoned in their beds, it seemed good to Florence when she came back from the morning's walk, to annex and hide a selection of their best toys. She didn't take them and play with them. She hid them with an industrious earnestness in a box window seat that was regarded as peculiarly hers, staggering with armfuls across the nursery floor. Then Millicent, by some equally mysterious agency, divined what was afoot, and set up a clamour for a valued set of dolls' furniture, which immediately provoked a similar outcry from little Annette for her teddy bear. Followed woe and uproar. The invalids insisted upon having every single toy they possessed brought in and put upon their beds. Florence was first disingenuous and then surrendered her loot with passionate howlings. The teddy bear was rescued from baby after a violent struggle in which one furry hind leg was nearly twisted off. It jars upon the philoprogenitive sentiment of our time to tell of these things, and still more to record that all four, stirred by possessive passion to the profoundest depths of their beings, betrayed to an unprecedented degree in their little sharp noses, their flushed faces, their earnest eyes, their dutiful likeness to Sir Isaac. He peeped from under Millicent's daintily knitted brows and gestured with Florence's dimpled fists. It was as if God had tried to make him into 4 cherubim, and as if, in spite of everything, he was working through. Lady Harman toiled to pacify these disorders, gently, attentively, and with a faint dismay in her dark eyes. She bribed and entreated and marvelled at mental textures so unlike her own. Baby was squared with a brand new teddy bear, a rare sort, a white one, which Snagsby went and purchased in the Putney High Street and brought home in his arms, conferring such a lustre upon the deed that the lower orders, the very street boys, watched him with reverence as he passed. Annette went to sleep amidst a discomfort of small treasures, and woke stormily when Mrs. Harblow tried to remove some of the spikier ones. And Lady Harman went back to her large pink bedroom and meditated for a long time upon these things, and tried to remember whether in her own less crowded childhood with Georgina either of them had been quite so inhumanely hard and grasping as these feverish little mites in her nursery. She tried to think that all children were such little distressed lumps of embittered individuality, and she did what she could to overcome the queer feeling that this particular clutch of offspring had been foisted upon her and weren't at all the children she could now imagine and desire, gentle children, sweet-spirited children. Susan Burnett arrived in a gusty mood and brought a new matter for Lady Harman's ever-broadening consideration of the wifely position. Susan, led by a newspaper placard, had discovered Sir Isaac's relations to the international bread and cake stores. "At first I thought I wouldn't come," said Susan. "I really did. I couldn't hardly believe it. And then I thought, it isn't her. It can't be her. But I'd never have dreamt before that I could have been brought to set foot in the house of a man who drove poor father to ruin and despair. You've been so kind to me." Susan's simple, right-down mind stopped for a moment with something very like a sob, baffled by the contradictions of the situation. "So I came," she said, with a forced bright smile. "I'm glad you came," said Lady Harman. "I wanted to see you. And you know, Susan, I know very little indeed, of Sir Isaac's business." "I quite believe it, my lady. I've never for one moment thought you. I don't know how you say it, my lady." "And indeed, I'm not," said Lady Harman, taking it as said. "I knew you weren't," said Susan, relieved to be so understood. And the two women looked perplexedly at one another over the neglected curtain Susan had come to see to, and shyness just snatched back Lady Harman from her impulse to give Susan a sisterly kiss. Nevertheless, Susan, who was full of wise intuitions, felt that kiss that was never given, and in the remote world of unacted deeds, returned it with effusion. "But it's hard," said Susan, "to find one's own second sister mixed up in a strike, and that's what it's come to last week. They've struck. All the international waitresses have struck. And last night in Piccadilly, they were standing on the curb and picketing, and her among them, with a crowd cheering and me ready to give my right hand to keep that girl respectable. And with a volubility that was at once tumultuous and effective, Susan sketched in the broad outlines of the crisis that threatened the dividends and popularity of the international bread and cake stores. The unsatisfied demands of that bright journalistic enterprise, the London Lion, lay near the roots of the trouble. The London Lion had stirred it up, but it was only too evident that the London Lion had merely given a voice and form and cohesion to long, smouldering discontents. Susan's account of the matter had that impartiality which comes from intellectual incoherence. She hadn't so much a judgment upon the whole as a warring mosaic of judgments. It was talking upon post-impressionist lines, talking in the manner of Picasso. She had the firmest conviction that to strike against employment, however ill-paid or badly conditioned, was a disgraceful combination of folly, ingratitude, and general wickedness, and she had an equally strong persuasion that the treatment of the employees of the international bread and cake stores was such as no reasonably spirited person ought to stand. She blamed her sister extremely and sympathized with her profoundly, and she put it all down in turn to the London Lion, to Sir Isaac, and to a small round-faced person called Babs Wheeler, who appeared to be the strike leader and seemed always to be standing on tables in the branches, or clambering up to the lions in Trafalgar Square, or being cheered in the streets. But there could be no mistaking the quality of Sir Isaac's international organization, as Susan's dabs of speech shaped it out. It was indeed what we, all of us, see everywhere about us, the work of the base energetic mind, raw and untrained, in possession of the keen instruments of civilization, the peasant mind allied and blended with the ghetto mind, grasping and acquisitive, clever as a Norman peasant or a Jew peddler is clever, and beyond that, outrageously stupid and ugly. It was a new view, and yet the old familiar view of her husband, but now she saw him not as a little eager eyes, a sharp nose, gaunt gestures, and a leaden complexion, but as shops and stores and rules and cash registers and harsh advertisements and a driving merciless hurry to get to anything and everything, money, monopoly, power, prominence, whatever any other human being seemed to admire or seemed to find desirable, a lust rather than a living soul. Now that her eyes were at last opened, Lady Harman, who had seen too little heretofore, now saw too much. She saw all that she had not seen, with an excess of vision, monstrous, caricatured. Susan had already dabbed in the disaster of Sir Isaac's unorganized competitors going to the wall for charity or the state to neglect or bandage, as it might chance, the figure of that poor little father, moping hopelessly before his accident symbolized that. And now she gave in vivid splotches of illusion, glimpses of the business machine that had replaced those shattered enterprises and carried Sir Isaac to the squalid glory of a liberal honours list, the carefully balanced antagonisms and jealousies of the girls and the manageresses, those manageresses who had been obliged to invest little bunches of savings as guarantees and who had to account for every crumb and particle of food stock that came to the branch, and the hunt for cases and inefficiency by the inspectors who had somehow to justify a salary of $200 a year, not to mention a percentage of the fines they inflicted. "There's all that business of the margarine," said Susan. "Every branch gets his butter underweight. The water squeezes out, and every branch has overweight margarine. Of course, the rules say that mixing's forbidden, and if they get caught, they go. But they go to pay in for that butter, and it's setting a snare for their feet. People who've never thought to cheat, when they get it like that, day after day, they cheat, my lady, and the girls get left food for rations. There's always trouble. It's against what the rules say, but they get it. Of course, it's against the rules, but what can the manageress do? If the waste doesn't fall on them, it falls on her. She's tied there with her savings. Such driving, my lady, it's against the very spirit of God. It makes scoffers point. It makes people despise law and order. There's Luke. He gets bitterer and bitterer. He says that it's in the word we mustn't muzzle the ox that treadeth out the corn. But these stores, he says, they'd muzzle the ox and keep it hungry, and make it work a little machine, he says, whenever it puts down its head in the hope of finding a scrap. So Susan, bright-eyed, flushed and voluble, pleading the cause of that vague greatness in humanity that would love, that would loiter, that would think, that would, if it could, give us art, delight and beauty, that turns blindly and stumblingly towards joy, toward intervals, towards the mysterious things of the spirit, against all this sordid strenuousness, this driving destruction association of hard-fisted peasant soul and ghetto greed, this fool's efficiency that rules our world today. Then Susan longed for a time at the waitress life her sister led. She has her home with us, but some, they haven't homes. They make a fuss about all this white slave traffic, said Susan. But if ever there were white slaves, it's the girls who work for a living and keep themselves respectable, and nobody wants to make an example of the men who get rich out of them. And after some hearsay about the pressure in the bakehouses and the accidents to the van men who worked on a speeding up system that Sir Isaac had adopted from an American business specialist, Susan's mental discharge poured out into the particulars of the waitress's strike and her sister's share in that. She would go into it, said Susan. She let herself be drawn in. I asked her never to take the place. Better service, I said, 1,000 times. I begged her. I could have begged her on my knees. The immediate cause of the strike, it seemed, was the exceptional disagreeableness of one of the London district managers. He takes advantage of his position, repeated Susan, with face aflame. And Lady Harman was already too wise about Susan's possibilities to urge her towards particulars. Now, as Lady Harman listened to all this confused effect picturing of the great catering business, which was the other side of her husband, and which she had taken on trust so long, she had in her heart a quite unreasonable feeling of shame that she should listen at all, a shyness as though she were prying, as though this really did not concern her. She knew she had to listen, and still she felt beyond her proper jurisdiction. It is against instinct. It is with an enormous reluctance that women are bringing their quick emotions, their flashing unstable intelligences, their essential romanticism, their inevitable profound generosity into the world of politics and business. If only they could continue believing that all that side of life is grave and wise and admirably managed for them, they would. It is not in a day or a generation that we shall unspecialize women. It is a wrench nearly as violent as birth for them to face out into the bleak realization that the man who goes out for them into business, into affairs, and returns so comfortably loaded with housings and wrappings and trappings and toys, isn't, as a matter of fact, engaged in benign creativeness while he is getting these desirable things. Lady Harman's mind was so greatly exercised by Susan Burnett's voluminous confidences that it was only when she returned to her own morning room that she recalled the pawning problem. She went back to Sir Isaac's study and found Susan with all her measurements taken, and on the very edge of departure. "Oh, Susan," she said. She found the matter a little difficult to broach. Susan remained in an attitude of respectful expectation. "I wanted to ask you," said Lady Harman, and then broke off to shut the door. Susan's interest increased. "You know, Susan," said Lady Harman, with an air of talking about commonplace things, "Sir Isaac is very rich and, of course, very generous. But sometimes one feels one wants a little money for one's own." "I think I can understand that, my lady," said Susan. "I knew you would," said Lady Harman. And then, with a brightness that was slightly forced, "I can't always get money of my own. It's difficult sometimes." And then, blushing vividly, "I've got lots of things, Susan. Have you ever pawned anything?" And so she broached it. "Not since I got fairly into work," said Susan. "I wouldn't have it. But when I was little, we were always pawning things. Why, we've pawned kettles." She flashed 3 reminiscences. Meanwhile, Lady Harman produced a little glittering object and held it between finger and thumb. "If I went into a pawn shop near here," she said, "it would seem so odd. This ring, Susan, must be worth 30 or 40 pounds. And it seems so silly when I have it that I should really be wanting money." Susan displayed a peculiar reluctance to handle the ring. "I've never," she said, "pawned anything valuable, not valuable like that. Suppose they wanted to know how I had come by it. It's more than Alice earns in a year," she said. She eyed the glittering treasure. "It's a queer thing for me to have." A certain embarrassment arose between them. Lady Harman's need for money became more apparent. "I'll do it for you," said Susan. "Indeed, I'll do it, but there's one thing." Her face flushed hotly. "It isn't that I want to make difficulties, but people in our position, we aren't like people in your position. It's awkward sometimes to explain things. You've got a good character, but people don't know it. You can't be too careful. It isn't sufficient just to be honest. If I take that, if you were just to give me a little note in your handwriting, on your paper, just asking me, I don't suppose I need show it to anyone." "I'll write the note," said Lady Harman. A new set of uncomfortable ideas was dawning upon her. "But Susan, you don't mean that anyone who's really honest might get into trouble?" "You can't be too careful," said Susan, manifestly resolved not to give our highly civilized state half a chance with her. The problem of Sir Isaac and just what he was doing and what he thought he was doing and what he meant to do increased the importance in Lady Harman's mind as the days passed by. He had an air of being malignantly up to something, and she could not imagine what this something could be. He spoke to her very little, but he looked at her a great deal. He had more and more of the quality of a premeditated, imminent explosion. One morning she was standing quite still in the drawing room, thinking over this now almost oppressive problem of why the situation did not develop further with him, when she became aware of a thin, flat, unusual book upon the small side table near the great armchair at the side of the fire. He had been reading that overnight, and it lay obliquely. It might almost have been left out for her. She picked it up. It was The Taming of the Shrew in that excellent folio edition of Henley's, which makes each play a comfortable thin book apart. A curiosity to learn what it was that had drawn her husband to English literature made her turn over the pages. The Taming of the Shrew was a play she knew very slightly, for the Harmans, though deeply implicated like most other rich and starving people in plans for honouring the immortal William, like most other people, found scanty leisure to read him. As she turned over the pages, a pencil mark caught her eye. Thence words were underlined and further accentuated by deeply scored line in the margin. But for my bony Kate, she must be with me. Nay, look not big, nor stamp, nor stare, nor fret. I will be master of what is my own. She is my goods, my chattels, she is my house. She is my household stuff, my field, my barn, my horse, my ox, my ass, my anything. And here she stands. Touch her whoever dare. I'll bring mine action on the proudest he that stops my way in Padua. With a slightly heightened colour, Lady Harman read on and presently found another page slashed with Sir Isaac's approval. Her face became thoughtful. Did he mean to attempt Petruchio? He could never dare. There were servants. There were the people one met. The world he would never dare. What a strange play it was. Shakespeare, of course, was wonderfully wise, the crown of English wisdom, the culminating English mind, or else one might almost find something a little stupid and clumsy. Did women nowadays really feel like these Elizabethan wives who talked like girls? Very forward girls indeed, but girls of 16? She read the culminating speech of Catherine, and now she had so forgotten Sir Isaac, she scarcely noted the pencil line that endorsed the immortal words. Thy husband is thy lord, thy life, thy keeper, thy head, thy sovereign, one who cares for thee, and for thy maintenance commits his body to painful labour both by sea and land, to watch the nights in storms, the day in cold, while thou liest warm at home, secure and safe, and craves no other tribute at thy hands, but love, fair looks, and true obedience, too little payment for so great a debt. Such duty as the subject owes the prince, even such a woman oweth her husband. And when she is froward, peevish, sullen, sour, and not obedient to his honest will, what is she but a foul, contending rebel, and graceless traitor to her loving lord? I am ashamed that women are so simple to offer war where they should kneel for peace. My mind has been as big as one of yours, my heat as great, my reason haply more, to bandy word for word and frown for frown. But now I see our lances are but straws, our strength is weak, our weakness past compare, seeming that most which we indeed least are. She was indignant. Something in these lines took hold of her protesting imagination. She knew that so she could have spoken of a man, but that man, she apprehended him as vaguely as an Anglican bishop apprehends God. He was obscured altogether by shadows. He had only one known characteristic, that he was totally unlike Sir Isaac. And the play was false, she felt, in giving this speech to a broken woman. Such things are not said by broken women. Broken women do no more than cheat and lie. But so a woman might speak out of her unconquered willfulness, as a queen might give her lover a kingdom out of the fullness of her heart. The evening after his wife had had this glimpse into Sir Isaac's mental processes, he telephoned that Charterson and Horatio Blenker were coming home to dinner with him. Neither Lady Charterson nor Mrs. Blenker were to be present. It was to be a business conversation and not a social occasion, and Lady Harman he desired should wear her black and gold with just a touch of crimson in her hair. Charterson wanted a word or two with the flexible Horatio on sugar at the London docks, and Sir Isaac had some vague ideas that a turn might be given to the public judgment upon the waitresses' strike by a couple of Horatio's thoughtful yet gentlemanly articles. And in addition, Charterson seemed to have something else upon his mind. He did not tell as much to Sir Isaac, but he was weighing the possibilities of securing a controlling share in the Daily Spirit, which simply didn't know at present where it was upon the sugar business, and of installing Horatio's brother, Adolphus, as its editor. He wanted to form some idea from Horatio of what Adolphus might expect before he approached Adolphus. Lady Harman wore the touch of crimson in her hair as her husband had desired, and the table was decorated simply with a big silver bowl of crimson roses. A slight shade of apprehension in Sir Isaac's face changed to approval at the sight of her obedience. After all, perhaps she was beginning to see the common sense of her position. Charterson struck her as looking larger, but then whenever she saw him, he struck her as looking larger. She enveloped her hand in a large, amiable paw for a minute and asked after the children with gusto. The large teeth beneath with discursive moustache gave him the effect of a perennial smile, to which his asymmetrical ears added a touch of waggery. He always betrayed a fatherly feeling towards her, as became a man who was married to a handsome wife old enough to be her mother. Even when he asked about the children, he did it with something of the amused knowingness of assured seniority, as if indeed he knew all sorts of things about the children that she couldn't as yet even begin to imagine. And though he confined his serious conversation to the two other men, he would ever and again show himself mindful of her and throw her some friendly inquiry, some quizzically puzzling remark. Blenker, as usual, treated her as if she were an only very indistinctly visible presence to whom an effusive yet inattentive politeness was due. He was clearly nervous, almost to the pitch of jumpiness. He knew he was to be spoken to about the sugar business directly when he saw Charterson, and he hated being spoken to about the sugar business. He had his code of honour. Of course, one had to make concessions to one's proprietors, but he could not help feeling that if only they would consent to see his really quite obvious gentlemanliness more clearly, it would be better for the paper, better for the party, better for them, far better for himself. He wasn't altogether a fool about that sugar. He knew how things lay. They ought to trust him more. His nervousness betrayed itself in many little ways. He crumbled his bread constantly until, thanks to Snagsby's assiduous replacement, he had made quite a pile of crumbs. He dropped his glasses in the soup, a fine occasion for Snagsby's sang-froid, and he forgot not to use a fish knife with the fish as Lady Grove directs, and tried, when he discovered his error, to replace it furtively on the tablecloth. Moreover, he kept on patting the glasses on his nose. After Snagsby had whisked his soup plate away, rescued, wiped and returned them to him, until that feature glowed modestly at such excesses of attention, and the soup and sauces and things bothered his fine blonde moustache unusually. So that Mr. Blenker, what with the glasses, the napkin, the food, and the things, seemed as restless as a young sparrow. Lady Harman did her duties as hostess in the quiet key of her sombre dress, and until the conversation drew her out into unexpected questionings, she answered rather than talked, and she did not look at her husband once throughout the meal. At first, the talk was very largely Charterson. He had no intention of coming to business with Blenker until Lady Harman had given place to the port and the man's nerves were steadier. He spoke of this and that in the large discursive way men use in clubs, and it was past the fish before the conversation settled down upon the topic of business, organisation and Sir Isaac. A little warmed by champagne, came out of the uneasily apprehensive taciturnity into which he had fallen in the presence of his wife. Horatio Blenker was keenly interested in the idealization of commercial syndication. He had been greatly stirred by a book of Mr. Gerald Stanley Lee's called Inspired Millionaires, which set out to show just what magnificent airs rich men might give themselves, and he had done his best to catch its tone and to find inspired millionaires in Sir Isaac and Charterson, and to bring it to their notice and to the notice of the readers of the Old Country Gazette. He felt that if only Sir Isaac and Charterson would see getting rich as a great creative act, it would raise their tone, and his tone, and the tone of the Old Country Gazette tremendously. It wouldn't, of course, materially alter the methods or policy of the paper, but it would make them all feel nobler, and Blenker was of that finer clay that does honestly want to feel nobler. He hated pessimism and all that criticism and self-examination that makes weak men pessimistic. He wanted to help weak men and be helped himself. He was all for that school of optimism that would have each dunghill as a well-upholstered throne, and his nervous, starry contributions to the talk were like patches of water, ranunculuses trying to flower in the overflow of a sewer. Because you know it is idle to pretend that the talk of Charterson and Sir Isaac wasn't a heavy flow of base ideas, they hadn't even the wit to sham very much about their social significance. They cared no more for the growth, the stamina, the spirit of the people whose lives they dominated than a rat cares for the stability of the house it gnaws. They wanted a broken, spirited people. They were in such relations willfully and offensively stupid, and I do not see why we people who read and write books should pay this stupidity merely because it is prevalent, even the mild tribute of an ironical civility. Charterson talked of the gathering trouble that might lead to a strike over the transport workers in London docks, and what he had to say, he said, he repeated it several times, was, "Let them strike, we're ready. The sooner they strike, the better. Devonport's a man, and this time we'll beat 'em." He expanded generally on strikes. It's a question practically whether we are to manage our own businesses or whether we're to have them managed for us. Managed, I say. They know nothing, of course, of the details of organization, said Blenker, shining his intelligence and looking quickly first to the right and then to the left. Nothing. Sir Isaac broke out into confirmatory matter. There was an idea in his head that this talk might open his wife's eyes to some sense of the magnitude of his commercial life, to the wonder of its scale and quality. He compared notes with Charterson upon a speeding up system for delivery vans invented by an American specialist, and it made Blenker flush with admiration and turn, as if for sympathy, to Lady Harman, to realize how a modification in a tailboard might mean a yearly saving in wages of many £1,000s. The sort of thing they don't understand, he said, and then Sir Isaac told of some of his own little devices. He had recently taken to having the returns of percentage increase and decrease from his various districts printed on postcards and circulated monthly among the district managers, postcards endorsed with such stimulating comments in red type as, "Well done, Cardiff," or "What ails Portsmouth?" The result had been amazingly good. Neck and neck work, he said, everywhere. And thence they passed to the question of confidential reports and surprise inspectors. Thereby they came to the rights and wrongs of the waitress strike. And then it was that Lady Harman began to take a share in the conversation. She interjected a question. "Yes," she said suddenly, and her interruption was so unexpected that all three men turned their eyes to her. But how much do the girls get a week? I thought, she said to some confused explanations by Blenker and Charterson, that gratuities were forbidden. Blenker further explained that most of the girls of the class Sir Isaac was carefully to employ lived at home. Their income was supplementary. But what happens to the others who don't live at home, Mr. Blenker? She asked. Very small minority, said Mr. Blenker, reassuring himself about his glasses. But what do they do? Charterson couldn't imagine whether she was going on in this way out of sheer ignorance or not. Sometimes their fines make big, unexpected holes in their week's pay, she said. Sir Isaac made some indistinct remark about utter nonsense. It seemed to me to be driving them straight upon the trees. The phrase was Susan's. Its full significance wasn't at any time very clear to Lady Harman, and it was only when she had uttered it that she realized from Horatio Blenker's convulsive start just what a blow she had delivered at that table. His glasses came off again. He caught them and thrust them back. He seemed to be holding his nose on, holding his face on, preserving those carefully arranged features of himself from hideous revelations. His free hand made weak movements with his dinner napkin. He seemed to be holding it in reserve against the ultimate failure of his face. Charterson surveyed her through an immense pause, open-mouthed. Then he turned his large, now frozen amiability into his host. These are awful questions, he gasped. Rather beyond us, don't you think? And then magnificently, Harman, things are looking pretty queer in the Far East again. I'm told there are chances of revolution, even in Pekin. Lady Harman became aware of Snagsby's arm and his steady, well-trained breathing beside her as, tenderly almost, but with a regretful disapproval, he removed her plate. If Lady Harman had failed to remark at the time the deep impression her words had made upon her hearers, she would have learnt it later from the extraordinary wrath in which Sir Isaac, as soon as his guests had departed, visited her. He was so angry, he broke the seal of silence he had set upon his lips. He came raging into the pink bedroom through the paper-covered door, as if they were back upon their old intimate footing. He brought a flavour of cigars and manly refreshment with him. His shirt front was a little splashed and crumpled, and his white face was variegated with flushed patches. Whatever do you mean, he cried, by making a fool of me in front of those fellas? What's my business got to do with you? Lady Harman was too unready for a reply. I ask you, what's my business got to do with you? It's my affair, my side. You got no more right to go shoving your spoke into that than anything. See? What do you know of the rights and wrongs of business? How can you tell what's right and what isn't right? And the things you came out with. Why, Charterson, after you'd gone, Charterson said, she doesn't know. She can't know what she's talking about. A decent woman, a lady, talking of driving girls on the street. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You aren't fit to show your face. It's these damned papers and pamphlets, all this blear-eyed stuff, these decadent novels, these things putting nasty, dirty thoughts into decent women's heads. It ought to be rammed back down their throats. It ought to be put a stop to. Sir Isaac suddenly gave way to woe. What have I done? He cried. What have I done? Here's everything going so well. We might be the happiest of couples. We're rich. We've got everything we want. And then you go harbouring these ideas, fooling about with rotten people, taken up with socialism. Yes, I tell you, socialism. His moment of pathos ended. No, he shouted in an enormous voice. He became white and grim. He emphasized his next words with a shaken finger. It's got to end, my lady. It's got to end sooner than you expect. That's all. He paused at the papered door. He had a popular craving for a vivid curtain, and this he felt was just a little too mild. It's going to end, he repeated, and then with great violence, with almost alcoholic violence, with the round eyes and shouting voice and shaking fists and blaspheming violence of a sordid, thrifty peasant enraged. It's going to end a damned sight sooner than you expect. Chapter 8. Sir Isaac as Petruchio. Twice had Sir Isaac come near to betraying the rapid and extensive preparations for the subjugation of his wife that he hid behind his silences. He hoped that their estrangement might be healed by a certain display of strength and decision. He still refused to let himself believe that all this trouble that had arisen between them, this silent insistence upon unbecoming freedoms of intercourse and movement, this questioning spirit and a gaucherie of manner that might almost be mistaken for an aversion from his person, were due to any essential evil in her nature. He clung almost passionately to the alternative that she was the victim of those gathering forces of discontent, of that interpretation which can only be described as decadent, and that veracity which can only be called immodest, that darkened the intellectual skies of our time. A sweet thing he held her still, though touched by corruption, a prey to ideas imparted from the poisoned mind of her sister, imbibed from the carelessly edited columns of newspapers, from all too laxly censored plays, from that blear-eyed book show. He thanked the Archbishop of York for that clever, expressive epithet, from the careless talk of rashly admitted guests, from the very atmosphere of London. And it had grown clearer and clearer to him that his duty to himself and the world and her was to remove her to a purer, simpler air, beyond the range of these infections, to isolate her and tranquilize her, and so win her back again to that acquiescence, that entirely hopeless submissiveness that had made her so sweet and dear a companion for him in the earlier years of their married life. Long before Lady Beach Mandarin's crucial luncheon, his deliberate, foreseeing mind had been planning such a retreat. Black Strand, even at his first visit, had appeared to him in the light of a great opportunity, and the crisis of their quarrel did but release that same torrential energy which had carried him to a position of Napoleonic predominance in the world of backing, light catering, and confectionery into the channels of a scheme already very definitely formed in his mind. His first proceeding after the long hours of sleepless passion that had followed his wife's Hampton Court escapade had been to place himself in communication with Mr. Brumley. He learnt at Mr. Brumley's club that gentleman had slept there overnight and had started but a quarter of an hour before, back to Black Strand. Sir Isaac, in hot pursuit and gathering force and assistance in mid-flight, reached Black Strand by midday. It was with a certain twinge of the conscience that Mr. Brumley perceived his visitor, but it speedily became clear that Sir Isaac had no knowledge of the guilty circumstances of the day before. He had come to buy Black Strand incontinently, that was all. He was going, it became clear at once, to buy it with all its fittings and furnishings as it stood, lock, stock, and barrel. Mr. Brumley, concealing that wild elation, that sense of a joyous rebirth that only the liquidation of nearly all one's possessions can give, was firm but not excessive. Sir Isaac haggled as a wave breaks, and then gave in, and presently they were making a memorandum upon the pretty writing desk beneath the traditional rose Euphemia had established there when Mr. Brumley was young and already successful. This done, and it was done in less than 15 minutes, Sir Isaac produced a rather crumpled young architect from the motor car, as a conjurer might produce a rabbit from a hat. A builder from Aliham appeared astonishingly in a dog cart. He had been summoned by telegram, and Sir Isaac began there and then to discuss alterations, enlargements, and more particularly, with a view to his nursery requirements, the conversion of the empty barn into a nursery wing and its connections with the house by a corridor across the shrubbery. "It will take you 3 months," said the builder from Aliham, "and the worst time of the year coming." "It won't take 3 weeks, if I have to bring down a young army from London to do it," said Sir Isaac. "But with such a thing as plastering, we won't have plastering." "There's canvas and paper, of course," said the young architect. "There's canvas and paper," said the Sir Isaac, "and those new patent building units, so far as the corridor goes, I've seen the ads." "We can whitewash 'em, they won't show much," said the young architect. "Oh, if you do things in that way," said the builder from Aliham, with bitter resignation. The morning dawned at last when the surprise was ripe. It was 4 days after Susan's visit, and she was due again on the morrow with the money that would enable her employer to go to Lady Viping's now imminent dinner. Lady Harman had had to cut the social friends' meeting altogether, but the day before the surprise, Agatha Alimony had come to tea in her jobbed car, and they had gone together to the committee meeting of the Shakespeare Dinner Society. Sir Isaac had ignored that defiance, and it was an unusually confident and quite unsuspicious woman who descended in a warm October sunshine to the surprise. In the breakfast room, she discovered an awe-stricken Snagsby standing with his plate basket before her husband, and her husband wearing strange, unusual tweeds and gaiters, button gaiters, and standing astraddle, usually astraddle, on the hearthrug. "That's enough, Snagsby," said Sir Isaac at the entrance. "Bring it all." She met Snagsby's eye, and it was portentous. Latterly, Snagsby's eye had lost the assurance of his former days. She had noted it before. She noted it now more than ever, as though he was losing confidence, as though he was beginning to doubt, as though the world he had once seemed to rule grew insecure beneath his feet. For a moment she met his eyes. It might have been a warning he conveyed. It might have been an appeal for sympathy. And then he had gone. She looked at the table. Sir Isaac had breakfasted acutely. In silence, among the wreckage and with a certain wonder growing, Lady Harman attended to her needs. Sir Isaac cleared his throat. She became aware that he had spoken. "What did you say, Isaac?" she asked, looking up. He seemed to have widened his straddle almost dangerously, and he spoke with a certain conscious forcefulness. "We're going to move out of this house, Ellie," he said. "We're going down into the country right away." She sat back in her chair and regarded his pinched and determined visage. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I've bought that house of Brumley's, Blackstrand. We're going to move down there now. I've told the servants. When you've done with your breakfast, you'd better get Peters to pack up your things. The big car's going to be ready at 10:30. Lady Harman reflected. "Tomorrow evening," she said. "I was going out to dinner at Lady Viping's." "Not my affair, seemingly," said Sir Isaac with irony. "Well, the car's going to be ready at 10:30. "But that's dinner." "We'll think about it when the time comes." Husband and wife regarded each other. "I've had about enough of London," said Sir Isaac. "So we're going to shift the scenery, see?" Lady Harman felt that one might adduce good arguments against this course if only one knew of them. Sir Isaac had a bright idea. He rang. "Snagsby," he said, Just tell Peters to pack up Lady Harman's things." "Well," said Lady Harman as the door closed on Snagsby. Her mind was full of confused protests, but she had again that entirely feminine and demoralizing conviction that if she tried to express it, she would weep or stumble into some such emotional disaster. If now she went upstairs and told Peters not to pack. Sir Isaac walked slowly to the window and stood for a time staring out into the garden. Extraordinary bumpings began overhead in Sir Isaac's room. No doubt somebody was packing something. Lady Harman realized with a deepening humiliation that she dared not dispute before the servants, and that he could. "But the children," she said at last. "I've told Mrs. Harblow," he said over his shoulder. "Told her it was a bit of a surprise." He turned with a momentary lapse into something like humour. "You see," he said, "it is a bit of a surprise." "But what are you going to do with this house?" "Lock it all up for a bit. I don't see any sense in living where we aren't happy. Perhaps down there we shall manage better." It emerged from the confusion of Lady Harman's mind that perhaps she had better go to the nursery and see how things were getting on there. Sir Isaac watched her departure with a slightly dubious eye, made little noises with his teeth for a time, and then went towards the telephone. In the hall she found two strange young men in green aprons assisting the under-butler to remove the hats and overcoats and such like personal material into a motor van outside. She heard two of the housemaids scurrying upstairs. "Half an hour," said one, "isn't what I call a proper time to pack a box in." In the nursery the children were disputing furiously what toys were to be taken to the country. Lady Harman was a very greatly astonished woman. The surprise had been entirely successful. It has been said, I think, by Limburger in his already cited work that nothing so excites and prevails with woman as rapid and extensive violence, sparing and yet centering upon herself, and certainly it has to be recorded that, so far from being merely indignant and otherwise a helplessly pathetic spectacle, Lady Harman found, though perhaps she did not go quite so far as to admit to herself that she found this vehement flight from the social, moral, and intellectual contaminations of London an experience not merely stimulating but entertaining. It lifted her delicate eyebrows. Something, it may have been a sense of her own comparative immobility amid this sudden extraordinary bustle of her home, put it into her head that so it was long ago that Lot must have bundled together his removable domesticities. She made one attempt at protest. "Isaac," she said, "isn't all this rather ridiculous?" "Don't speak to me," he answered, waving her off. "Don't speak to me. You should have spoken before, Ellie. Now, things are happening." The image of Blackstrand as, after all, a very pleasant place indeed, returned to her. She adjudicated upon the nursery difficulties, and then went in a dreamlike state of mind to preside over her own more personal packing. She found Peters exercising all that indecisive helplessness which is characteristic of ladies' maids the whole world over. It was from Peters she learnt that the entire household, men and maids together, was to be hurled into Surrey. "Aren't they all rather surprised?" asked Lady Harman. "Yes," said Peters, on her knees, "but, of course, if the drains is wrong, the sooner we all go the better." So that was what he had told them. A vibration and a noise of purring machinery outside drew the lady to the window, and she discovered at least 4 of the large motor vans from the international stores were to cooperate in the trek. There they were waiting, massive and uniform, and then she saw Snagsby in his alpaca jacket running towards the house from the gates. Of course he was running only very slightly indeed, but still he was running, and the expression of distress upon his face convinced her that he was being urged to